Ukraine today, Taiwan tomorrow. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the conversation. I'm David Schuster. As the world continues to watch the tensions between the United States and Russia over Russia's war in Ukraine, there are some concerns among national security analysts that what China is doing to the United States is already much worse. And here to talk about that is General Rob Spalding. He is a retired Air Force Brigadier General, former White House National Security Council Senior Director for Strategic Planning, and he is the author of the book War Without Rules. And General Spalding, good of you to join us. The central theme of your book seems to be that communist China has thrown out all of the old rules of war. How so?
Well, you know, when I was brought up through the Air Force, I spent 30 years, and most of what we were taught and what we practiced was, you know, war was something that came along as a last result. Everything else you tried and had failed, and now you needed to use military force to achieve a political outcome. And what unrestricted warfare, and that's what War Without Rules is about, talks about is how do you achieve your objectives without actually going to war, using things that are everyday: trade, finance, politics, academia, all of the things that we have, what we would consider to be peacetime elements of, you know, national power. How do you use those actually for war?
And you're right that China wants to be the top global superpower by the year 2049. So they're already using things like stealing trade secrets and infiltrating academic institutions and perhaps lying about things like the pandemic.
Well, absolutely. And I think what we failed to really recognize is, you know, rather than looking at did the coronavirus come from a wet market, or did it come from a lab? Was it accidental? Was it on purpose? How did the Chinese Communist Party take advantage of the coronavirus? What were some of the actions they took? Obfuscation is one of them. The other is, just like we're seeing with regard to supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine, how do they change the narrative to be one that's more pro-China, or at least pro their communist system?
There are some arguments that China's right or claim on Taiwan actually might be stronger than Russia's argument that it somehow that Ukraine belongs to Russia. Given the focus, though, on Russia and Ukraine right now, does that increase the probability that at some point, perhaps in the near term rather than the long term, that China actually makes a move on Taiwan?
Well, I think what it does is, I think Xi's already made the decision. He's already said he's not going to leave it to the next generation. What Putin's invasion of Ukraine does for China is it allows them to see how the West might respond to an invasion of Taiwan. What are the actions they might take, and how could that impact China? And so this allows the Chinese Communist Party to essentially prepare for those actions. So in many ways, this is advantageous for Xi in that he will be prepared for whatever actions we take short of war that might be used to dissuade him or deter him or stop his invasion of Taiwan.
So in other words, he might put on some sort of naval blockade to keep the shipment of weapons that might come from the West from going in to support Taiwan fighters who want to try to somehow fight the invasion.
Well, not only that, but he could secure energy supplies, he could secure food supplies, he could ensure that his ability to pay for things is not impacted by SWIFT. He's not impacted by the IMF or any of the other international institutions that we're currently using to put pressure on the Russian regime.
Now, you're right that that Communist China's plan for total war is not really a secret because they articulate it in one of their books called Unrestricted Warfare. What does it say? And first of all, how did you come to sort of read Unrestricted Warfare, and what did you think when you saw it?
Well, it first came out in 1999. I read it then, didn't really understand it, thought it was a little bit wacky. It talks about using earthquakes for war. But after almost 20 years later, when I was at the Pentagon supporting the chairman of the Joint Chiefs as his senior China advisor, I'd read it again, and I began to realize that no, this was talking about how the world would change with the internet and globalization, how our connectedness would enable China to leverage those connections to get things that it needed or wanted, or to essentially coerce the companies and countries of the globe to do what they want. We saw that with the NBA. We see that with today, how they're putting pressure on the EU, small countries like Lithuania. They're pressuring other small countries in Africa and Latin America to stop being friends of Taiwan. So it just showed a different way of thinking about how you use the internet and globalization, as opposed to, B-2s that I was taught to fly.
And it also seems like they're using diplomacy in the sense that, sure, they're signing on to global climate change agreements, but there's no indication that they're following up to any of their commitments.
Right, they're the biggest CO2 producer. They're completely destroying the fisheries around the world in the seabeds. And I think what you never hear the environmental activists say anything about China, and that is because they know that China really won't respond to them. Whenever the Greenpeace has gone out to oppose the Chinese fishers, they ram their ship. So it's a completely different way of dealing with non-governmental organizations and international institutions. They just don't care.
There's also the issue of fentanyl. They're the number one producer of the drug, which has been responsible for so many deaths in the United States. And they continue to pledge, and President Xi continues to say, oh, yeah, we're trying to stop it. Is that just another lie?
Well, you notice they don't have a fentanyl problem in China, and all the fentanyl and precursors come from China. It's not made in some trailer in the middle of Missouri. It's made in factories, actually coming out of factories in China and sent to the United States and other countries around the world. And it's tens of thousands of Americans that die every single year. So yeah, they could stop it if they wanted to, but they're making money, and we're getting weakened.
So given China's ability to weaken the United States, whether it's through fentanyl, whether it's through lying about global climate change, or whether it's through economic espionage or infiltrating institutions, what is it that Americans can do to try to push back, aside from being aware of it all?
Well, first of all, we shouldn't have sent all of our industrial base to China. All those jobs that we sent overseas. We could have done that here, and if we did it here, we have environmental laws that we comply with. We have labor laws that we comply with. So rather than having all the pollution and slave labor like the Uyghurs in China, you would have it here where people could be prosperous and happy. And ultimately, that's what we need to do. In that decoupling, we can begin to rebuild America. We can invest in infrastructure, manufacturing, science and technology, STEM education, like we did during the Cold War. And I think therein lies how we inspire the rest of the world. It's by providing for the prosperity of Americans.
Now, the argument that some people have about being so worried about China is they say, look, if you look at China's own demographics, they have an aging population that they're not going to be able to sustain. Their economy's already in some trouble and has stopped growing at the rate it was growing 15 years ago. They're going to have their own domestic problems over the next 20 or 30 years. They're going to pale in comparison to whatever domestic problems we may have in the West. And as a result, people say, well, maybe we shouldn't worry that much about China. First of all, what do you make about the argument that China is headed for some severe domestic economic problems?
Well, the question I would ask is, if they invade Taiwan, then what? That's first of all. Second of all, they actually understand their demographic problems. They understand the fact that they're overweighted in young males. What they're doing is something called the Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative not only connects them to resources, mines and ports and rail, but also connects those countries to China's productive markets. And so they're trying to create their own economic system that is much like, the Soviet Union was without all the military. They're using essentially a lot of the tools that the United States used at the end of World War II to create their to create the free order. They're just going to make it a very authoritarian order because they're going to supply the things that those leaders of those countries need to create an authoritarian system that's based on this relationship with China's economy.
And one of the things that authoritarians need are, of course, information about their population, and that's where China's domination of artificial intelligence seems to sort of be going. They already have the ability, as I understand, to essentially give every citizen a scorecard. I mean, use artificial intelligence to essentially keep track of people's behaviors and movements. And therefore, if you want to buy a house, if you want to buy a car in China, well, suddenly you've got a score, and you've got to have a certain score that meets approval of the Chinese government in order for your life to move forward.
Absolutely, and 5G is really about taking that data that's collected from your smartphone and building it into the city around you. So rather than having the smartphone track you, which is bad in and of itself, now cameras placed all over the city are going to be tracking you. Of course, now you won't have to use your smartphone to order an Uber. You can just say, hey, I want an Uber. Now all this data that's being collected about you is owned by the state and used to, punish you if you don't do what's right and reward you if you do what's right.
What do you see as being the greatest danger? Speaking of Taiwan, you mentioned, first up Taiwan. Do you see that as something happening soon? Do you see it in terms of months, in terms of weeks? You mentioned certainly that President Xi doesn't want to leave it to the next generation, but how imminent is China's threat of Taiwan?
I think it's within the next 3 to 5 years.
And what would you argue if you were still at the Pentagon, the White House National Security Council? What would you advocate in terms of what the U.S. response should be?
So first of all, we're not going to get into a war over Taiwan. We really can't, because you have the risk of nuclear escalation. So thinking about things like resupply of the Taiwanese or even helping them evacuate, those are the things we should think about with regard to Taiwan. But more importantly, this decoupling and investing in our own democracies and that of our allies and partners ought to be where we're focusing our attention over the next decades.
In other words, taking some economic precautions in addition to whatever sort of military supplies we might want to give to Taiwan or be able to plan to give to them in the event of an invasion.
Absolutely. We're beginning to see supply chain problems now with China's lockdowns. And so it's going to get even worse if they do invade Taiwan, because they're going to cut us off completely.
General Rob Spaulding, former Air Force Brigadier General, former White House National Security Council Senior Director for Strategic Planning, and his new book just out is War Without Rules. For anybody who has even an inkling about the threat from China, you should definitely read this book. It's gotten rave reviews. And General Spaulding, thanks for joining us on the conversation. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Campaign 2022, welcome back to the conversation, everybody. Voting has begun in some of the early primary states, including the state of Ohio, where there is a terrific battle, both the Republican side and the Democratic side for U.S. Senate. Rob Portman, the Republican, is retiring. And we have an amazing candidate on the Democratic side, Morgan Harper. She is a consumer protection attorney. She's also a community organizer. And she is, as I said, one of the Democratic candidates for a U.S. Senate in Ohio. Morgan, welcome to the program. The primary is May 3rd. How's it going?
It's good. I mean, it's a full court press here in Ohio. There's been a lot of confusion around the redistricting, map drawing. A lot of people don't even know there is a primary, and we are the main entity, our campaign, our grassroots campaign, that's actually reaching out to voters in this primary, because we want people to know they have a choice. As we know, the party often doesn't like to educate people about their choices, but we're finding once people know I'm in it, that we have this platform that includes things like Medicare for all, they're very supportive. So we just have to spread the word as quickly as we can over the next couple of weeks.
And as you mentioned, the party establishment, I suppose their candidate is Tim Ryan, Congressman. How do you distinguish yourself? What are the main differentiators between you and Congressman Ryan?
Where do I begin? Well, there's a number of policy differences. I mean, one, I don't take any corporate PAC money. Grassroots candidate Tim Ryan has been one of the biggest takers of lobbyist money over his 20-year congressional career, including over $400,000 from defense contractors, for example. And it's flip-flopped on every major issue. I mean, he used to be pro-life. Now, as he evolved in his political career, tried to move up, evolved on that issue and became in support of abortion access. Used to be a member of the NRA, take money from the NRA, evolved on that issue as well. In fact, supported legislation that blocked the ability to hold gun manufacturers accountable and liable when mass shootings occur. And has also flip-flopped on Medicare for all. Used to support it, now doesn't. Stated reason, because he wants to look out for union workers, when in fact, as we know, most everyone, including a lot of union workers, would benefit from universal health care. So just, and on the, I mean, obviously on the other side of that, I am in support of all of those things, and I've always been on the right side of those things. But yeah, no, I mean, that is the kiss of death in Ohio politics, to flip-flop in this way. Voters aren't buying it. His strategy, it is clear, is to try to be a Republican in order to be able to win this seat. And we have to recognize that that has been a failed strategy for Democrats in Ohio over the past 20 years. We need to stand for something and actually have a campaign, a message that's gonna get that to people and make them believe. And that is things like increasing the minimum wage, Medicare for all, standing up for our values, not throwing some of our constituencies under the bus, like these anti-woke things that the party's trying to do. And we gotta go big here, and we can't continue to do the same old thing. And we have the chance to really make a whole different case to the voters of Ohio and actually win.
Well, it's clear that people who know your record know that you have been a consistent progressive throughout your career, and certainly Tim Ryan has changed positions. But for people who don't know much about you, some of the things that they may know, maybe because you were, this strange sort of arrest for trespassing at the Hillard School because you were showing support for an LGBTQ rally. What was that all about?
Yeah, so I was invited by a couple of students to attend a walkout they were doing in protest of a bill that's been introduced in our Ohio State Legislature called HB 616, or the Don't Say Gay bill. So probably folks heard about it in Florida. This is what happens, is those bills will start often in places like Texas or Florida, but then they're quickly replicated in Ohio. They just get less national attention. So we have one of those bills here. It actually goes even further than the Florida law. It's saying any divisive content would be banned from being taught. And so I was proud, and actually, to hear from students who are going to be speaking out against that, walking out from the suburban district outside of Columbus, and went to it, spoke for a couple of minutes and left, and didn't really interact with any school officials. But then a couple of days later, via Twitter DM, got a notification that they had filed a police report against me.
But you had been invited there by the students, right? I mean, you had been invited there. This wasn't in the school, it was outside the school, or?
Yes, on a football field, invited by students. Students let the administration know they're gonna be organizing this, let them know that I was gonna be attending. And look, I mean, it was very clear, and this is the political climate we're in right now, that they're trying to make an example out of me. I heard from actually people who have formerly worked in that district after the fact that this was 100% racially driven, and then trying to also silence the voices of students, which is what we should all be focused on, that are saying we don't want to live in a state where we aren't free to be who we are, where we have teachers that can't teach in the way that they want to be taught, and where we have parents who then aren't able to send their kids to an educational environment where they're going to be able to get the best education possible. So it's real out here in Ohio, and I was proud to stand with those kids, and I will be always willing to stand on the side of what's right, and not be in fear of any sort of retribution or political gamemanship that suburban school districts are trying to throw at me.
Now, you mentioned a few minutes ago that it seems that Tim Ryan is in fear of the unions, and maybe that explains his position in terms of flip-flopping from Medicare for all to somehow being against it. But it is clear, of course, that Ohio is a very big union state, and there's certainly a lot of union folks who are skeptical about Medicare for all. Why? And is it messaging? And what should the proper message be if you're talking to a union household about here's why you should support Medicare for all?
Well, it's really interesting because I have talked to a lot of union members throughout this campaign over the last few years. And I was also raised by someone who was in a union, when I was younger. And so I want to make very clear that in no way is it inconsistent to be both on the progressive side of things and also pro-worker, pro-union. Okay. And what I've heard from a lot of union workers, in fact, attending a strike that happened in the Toledo area, Northwest Ohio, was they're striking because of their negotiated healthcare coverage. Deductibles under that plan had increased 3 times, year to year, and their wages aren't keeping up with that kind of increase, and they are in fear of anyone in their family getting sick. So, a lot of union workers are waking up to the fact, just like a lot of other people too, that our healthcare system is not sustainable, that has been on the side of making a lot of money for big pharma, big insurance, and for that to change, we have to implement a policy like Medicare for all. And yes, folks who have existing benefits that have been negotiated through their union, all of these policies would be phased in. But more than anything, going to the other side of this will get us in a place where we all have more predictability around coverage and cost, and that we don't live in fear of getting sick.
If you are victorious on May the 3rd, you'll go into a general election. There'll be a lot of things sort of hanging in the air in terms of policies from the Biden administration. One of them that seems to be bubbling up now is perhaps eliminating student debt. A lot of universities, obviously in Ohio, but there's also some concern about, well, who would pay for this sort of thing? Where do you come down on eliminating student debt? And what would you say to President Biden if you are the Democratic nominee and you're talking about the politics of Ohio and why this might, how this needs to cut?
Cancel it. Cancel it. We need historic levels of turnout among young people to have any shot of winning this Senate seat as Democrats. We need to fulfill the promises that were made. We need to recognize this is a multi-generational issue, actually. Cancel it. We have given lots of breaks to very large corporations to be able to grow and make more money, and we need to be able to provide that same type of opportunity for everyday people. That's what people in Ohio want of all ages, but especially young people. And this is the thing. I mean, we're seeing what the national, Democratic strategy, this like discounting young people, discounting Black voters, discounting all of it. It won't work. We win by turning out our base in huge numbers, not pretending to be Republicans like my opponent. And that's the key in this Ohio Senate race. And that's how we're going to win. And that's what I represent through our campaign.
And on the Republican side of the Senate race in the Buckeye State, you have these Republicans who seem to be moving further and further to the right, embracing Donald Trump, whether it's Mandel or J.D. Vance, who Donald Trump just endorsed. What do you make of what is going on in Republican politics in Ohio right now?
Yeah, it's a race to try to drum up support among their base. They all have been vying for Trump's endorsement over the last several months. I debated Josh Mandel twice, who is still considered one of the Republican frontrunners. And here's what's happening there. I mean, they're throwing out their faux economic populism, ranting about career politicians, ranting about how they're going to take on big tech, J.D. Vance in particular, ranting about how they're going to drain the swamp, continue that Trump tradition. It's all nonsense. But what does it take to expose that? Somebody who actually is about doing those things, not just talking about it, who's saying that they're not going to take corporate money, who actually has a track record like I have of standing up to big tech and also being willing to implement the policies that are going to improve people's lives, Medicare for all, increasing wages, checking the unbridled corporate power that has really left so many of us in a more vulnerable position. That is what we have to do to counter the absolute nonsense that is going on the right. We are not going to do that by pretending to be them. And that's the weakness of my primary opponent in Tim Ryan.
You mentioned the Mandel debate. That was a weird one because Mandel seemed to act like a horse's ass to you with one of his comments. And then he had the audacity to stick it out his hand as if he wanted you to shake his hand at the end. Is he just a bad person? What was it like to be on stage with him, to interact with him? What did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, he is not a good guy. And it's all, I think that was what struck a lot of people, me in the moment, and then a lot of people who watched, is that at the end of calling me angry 12 times, calling me stupid, that he thinks I'm gonna shake his hand and just like call it a day, because it is all a game for them. But this is not a game for me. This is not a game for a lot of us. We have people out here dying, violence, healthcare costs, all of this is very real. I am very serious, and I'm not giving in to any of that. And I do think that people saw through those debates, both the threat of somebody like Josh Mandel becoming a United States senator, but then also the need for us to mobilize to really fight back against that and have somebody who's going to be able to take that on. We need that strong contrast. We need people to be paying attention, and that's what we're trying to do through this primary over the next couple of weeks and beyond.
And if you win the primary and then beyond, you win in November, and let's suppose that Democrats are able to keep control of the US Senate, who knows what's going to happen in the House. What would you argue to the Democrats in terms of the priorities? What should the legislative priorities be for Democrats moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. We need to cancel the debt. That's a big one. Made the commitment, get it done. Hopefully it's done before I get there, but we need to do that. We need to understand that our whole rights are at risk right now. That's why I support expanding the Supreme Court to make sure that we're able to protect abortion access, voting, all of that. We need to increase the minimum wage, and then fundamentally addressing some of the systemic issues in the economy will require reconfiguring our competition policy, antitrust policy to ensure that workers in a stronger position, small, medium-sized businesses can compete. And then healthcare is at the root of all of it, Medicare for all. Let's do it.
Morgan, what's the website for people who want to help you down the stretch here?
MorganHarper.org, MH4OH on all platforms. Really appreciate any support people can throw our way.
Morgan Harper, she is the progressive Democratic US Senate candidate in the state of Ohio. The primary is May the 3rd. Morgan, good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for being on the conversation. That'll do it for this edition of the show. On behalf of Alyssa Simmons, Craig Lowry, Asher Caulfield, Gina Kim, and the rest of the gang at the Young Turks, I'm David Schuster. Thanks for watching.
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. No,
We'll see. We'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy. Everyone should be lucky enough to have a John Iadarola in their life.
You confused everyone?
Okay, sorry, I thought it was pretty clear.
Take a break now.
You can turn me into Dr. Manhattan as long as I get what Dr. Manhattan's packing, okay?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Iadarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby.
You know, the two people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute, don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
I hope that, who they choose for the White House isn't just a borderline Klansman. That's all we gotta hope.
That's it. We will settle it.
She's cute. I didn't say that about Laura Ingraham.
Scandal at TYT. Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't.
You're a good boss.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip into Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Iadarola. This is gonna be a big one.
Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
What's happening? I'm Dr. Rashad Richey, host of Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey. Here's the bottom line. I play no games about policy, period. Too many people's lives are at stake. So here's what I do. I challenge conservative ideology that hinders the growth of this country. I make sure we place our facts in proper context, and I have no problem debating anyone on a position that I have. Progressives have the ideas to change the world, but when you really look at it, progressives have always change this world for the better. I want you to tune into my new show, Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey, right here on the TYT network, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. I'll see you there.
Everything that we've accomplished over the years is because of our members who've allowed us to remain independent of corporate interests and reach 20 million followers. Now is the time to bring as many people into the progressive movement as possible. We're inviting you to be the change and help bring a community-powered progressive change machine to life. Details are at tyt.com/change. If you're a member, thank you. We need you to remain so. If you're one of the thousands of viewers out there who's not a member yet, the time has come for you to join now. We need you more than ever. tyt.com/change. Oh, that was swell. Okay. All right, welcome to Young Turks. We're trying something a little bit different there, but you've caught us on a very interesting day. Cenk Uygur, Annika Sparin with you guys, and of course, as always, all of you guys, all of our members that make this possible. So Roe v. Wade looks like it's going to be overturned. We have a lot of not just stories about that and updates, but things you might not know, including why the leaker actually has a very good chance of being a conservative, not someone on the left. So I'll explain that a little bit later in the show. And then of course today, there's elections in Indiana and Ohio. In Ohio, there's Morgan Harper's election against Tim Ryan in Democratic primary there for the Senate. And of course, Nina Turner versus Shontel Brown. The rematch, that's tonight. And by the way, the polls have not closed. If you live in Indiana or Ohio, please vote. Do anything you can to go vote, grab family and friends and vote, especially the Nina Turner election. It appears like it's going to be very close. Even Clyburn is worried, and that is a really good sign.
Good, be worried.
Yes, that would be an amazing development. So for those who love us and for those who hate us, you're definitely gonna wanna watch this one for the main show and certainly for the election coverage. There will be plenty of emotions either way. All right, having said that, Anna.
Let's hear from our weak, feckless president. Let's do it. All right, well, let's come to me since we're having technical issues. President Joe Biden has reacted to news indicating through a draft majority opinion by the Supreme Court that they intend on overturning Roe v. Wade. This was an opinion written by Samuel Alito. It was leaked to the press just last night, and it gives us an idea of the unhinged arguments that Alito, along with other conservative members of the Supreme Court, will make in their efforts to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, let me give you the details on what the opinion indicates, written by Alito. I think that context is important. And then we'll talk about the Democrats' reaction to this, because that is relevant as well. It's something you should keep in mind as people are now funneling millions and millions of dollars into the campaign coffers of ineffective, weak, pathetic Democratic lawmakers who are in charge right now, they're in charge right now, and this happened under their watch, okay? Obama had a super majority in the beginning of his first term, didn't want to codify abortion. In fact, he was on the record saying that's not a priority right now. Not a priority right now. He was too busy cowering to Republicans to pass a Republican healthcare plan that Mitt Romney had passed in his state. But anyway, let me get to the details of what Alito's decision indicates. Again, this is a draft. It hasn't been officially handed down yet, but it doesn't matter. This is likely going to be the final decision. I'm just keeping it real with you guys. The draft opinion is a full-throated, unflinching repudiation of the 1973 decision, which guaranteed federal constitutional protections of abortion, and a subsequent 1992 decision, Planned Parenthood versus Casey, that largely maintained the right. Roe was egregiously wrong from the start, Alito wrote. We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled, he writes in the document, labeled as the opinion of the court. It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. He continues to write, the Constitution does not prohibit the citizens of each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion, the draft concludes. Roe and Casey arrogated the authority and now overrule those decisions and return that authority to the people and their elected representatives. So this is overturning Roe v. Wade. And this is the decision that is likely going to be the official decision having to do with the Mississippi abortion ban past 15 weeks. So they're using that state legislation as the opportunity to overturn Roe v. Wade, meaning that there is no longer going to be constitutional protections for women and their reproductive rights. So look, Cenk, take over, because I'm having a hard time even communicating today.
Yeah, so let's break down a couple of things. Number one is the court decision. Number two is the politics of it. In terms of the court decision, this is as extreme an opinion as the justice is right. Now, let me explain. Saying that Roe v. Wade is wrongly decided is not an extreme position. It is a fairly normal judicial and legal debate as to whether Roe was decided correctly. That is not about the issue of abortion. That's about how do you interpret the Constitution. And so Roe was very expansive in how they interpreted the Constitution, and a lot of legal scholars have had some concerns about how broad it was, okay? But Alito's version of this decision is extreme to the other end. And it shreds not only Roe, but perhaps the rights underneath Roe, things like right to privacy. Now, he makes a reference in the document to, hey, this only applies to abortion. But by the way, that's also not philosophically or principally logical either. It's as if he's saying, hey, don't worry, we're not going to take away the right to gay marriage and other rights. By the way, how the right to privacy started was pre-abortion in a contraception case. So, but once you've taken away the legal underpinnings of that, are all those things in doubt, including contraception? Yes, contraception used to be illegal in many states. Yes, 99% of women use it. But nonetheless, even in recent times, some Republicans have tried to take it away. And certainly you see them on the warpath against LGBT rights all across the country. So that's all in doubt. But a lot of people are going to, hey, what happens to gay rights? What happens to this? And that's fair, and that's obviously of deep concern. But you don't have to go that far. What happens right now to women, to all women, their right to abortion is likely in June going to be completely taken away. So there's two elements of that, which then leads us into the politics. One is the red states will immediately pass laws. In fact, 13 of them have already passed laws that trigger as soon as the Supreme Court says that Roe is overturned, abortion becomes illegal.
Immediately in June, 13 states will make abortion completely illegal. A few exceptions in some instances in some of those states, maybe if the woman's life is in danger, maybe they'll consider it. Maybe the pro-life people who couldn't be bothered to wear a freaking mask during the pandemic might make an exception for a woman if her life is in danger as a result of that pregnancy. Might. They're pro-life, by the way. Hundreds of thousands of Americans dead during the pandemic because of the intentional disinformation by the same right-wingers who are pretending to care about zygotes and fetuses today. Continue.
So I'm actually going to read a super chat here because it's actually really powerful and directly is in line with what we were
Feckless
saying.
Democrats, losers, weak. That's who they are. What happened to those runoff Senate elections in Georgia where everyone turned out because those were the consequential races? We need to ensure that Democrats have a majority in the Senate. What happened? What happened? How are you going to convince people to come out and vote for you feckless losers? How?
Okay.
People are donating millions of dollars to Democrats right now. Don't waste your money.
Oh, you're wasting your money.
Don't waste your
so
money.
Badly. I'm going to explain why in a second. Okay, hold on for that. Peter Hamby, who usually writes lighthearted poems, etc., wrote in today, SCOTUS reversing Roe is a shot through the heart. If this happened 12 years ago when my sister, then 12, was raped, doctors would say their hands are tied to raise the rapist child. So that's actually going to happen in about 24 states that are deeply red.
And don't forget, before raising that rapist child, she would have to go through the entire pregnancy with that rapist child inside her body, okay?
Yeah.
A 12-year-old. A 12-year-old.
Yeah, but they don't care about life. This is about controlling women.
100%.
Okay, so look, Republicans are monsters. That's a given, and for any thinking person. Have I offended your feelings? You just took away the rights of women to control their own bodies. You're saying you love big government so much, you're going to seize a woman's body. The government is going to seize a woman's body and say, you are not allowed to do what you want. You are not allowed to have freedom. Men are allowed to have freedom. Women are not allowed to have freedom. Okay, so now it's going to get worse when we get into the politics because Democrats now, to Anna's point, are complete losers. I'm going to break down Biden in a second for you guys and what he said and why you shouldn't waste your money giving to a corporate Democrat. They are definitely going to put it in their pockets. They're never going to help you, okay? So that's the demoralizing part. But the reason they're not going to do anything now, and Chuck Schumer's already said it, they've already surrendered. If you watch mainstream media, you'll never get the actual news. It's in there, but they don't frame it right. So they say Schumer says that they are going to vote on a bill to make Roe v. Wade the law of the land, because Congress just could pass a law. In fact, Democrats have the Senate, the House, and the presidency. They could pass a law tomorrow, and all of this is moot, right? So, and they all gave giant headlines to Biden and Schumer and Pelosi talking about, the law, we're gonna pass a law. And then buried in the 17th paragraph is Schumer saying, we're going to try that, but we're not going to try to end the filibuster. So we're going to need every Democrat plus 10 Republicans, which he knows and Biden knows, all of them know, is impossible. So they're playing with you. They're doing theatrics. And it's such a serious moment. They think, how are we going to take advantage of this to raise money from you and to win more elections, but never actually deliver, because we actually deliver, then you won't give us more money and you won't vote for us. So this is all about Schumer and Pelosi and Biden and their need for power. But they're not going to take away the filibuster. But the Republicans are about to, very likely, given the polling in 22, recapture Congress. The minute they have a Republican president, which is very likely in 24, again, based on the polling today, okay, they will reverse the filibuster in a second and make it illegal in the whole country. You could make it legal or illegal in the whole country. Democrats could do it right now. They're choosing not to because they're going to fundraise off of it, and they're disgusting human beings. But the Republicans can actually make it illegal in California, New York, everywhere else. And you think they won't? Do you really think they won't? Do you think they'll care about the parliamentarian? Do you think they'll care about the arcane Senate rules? No, here's what McConnell's going to say on day one. The Democrats threatened it, so it's good enough. We'll now execute it, it's their fault.
Because McConnell, unlike these garbage Democrats, understands power and he wields it. He wields it. He wields it for evil. He does it to control. He does it to force his theocratic ideology onto all of us. That's what he uses it for. Whereas the Democrats, hey Nancy, how's your refrigerator doing? How's your luxury ice cream doing? Okay, how's all that going for you? No, the Democrats, listen, all of the bootlickers for the Democratic Party get so upset at me for telling the truth about how ineffective and pathetic Democratic lawmakers are. Go ahead and cry about it. But the real enemies are the Republicans. At least Republicans tell us exactly who they are. Yeah. They don't even hide their cards. They tell us exactly who they are and what they're planning on doing. They scream it from the mountaintops. Yeah. And what do Democrats do? Do they do anything to prepare for it, to strategize, to ensure that they mitigate the damage that's done by right-wingers in this country? No, they're too busy fundraising. Nancy Pelosi's got to fundraise. Chuck Schumer, he can't do away with the filibuster because that would mean that he'd have to apply a little bit of pressure on goons like Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin. Can't do that, can't do that. No, the reason why I go after Democrats is because A, they deserve it, and B, they deceive us, they lie to us, and they tell us that they're gonna fight for us, and they do the exact opposite. They fold immediately. Nancy Pelosi, on the record, said we need strong Republicans. I bet you do, Nancy. I bet you do. Yeah. Without the strong Republicans, how would you fundraise? You pathetic corporate goon. Okay, in fact, Nancy Pelosi has said in the past that Democrats should not focus on abortion because it hurts their electoral chances. So she already threw women under the bus. That you can see that headline all over social media. Everybody's sharing it now. So she's like, well, look, it's bothering me. It's affecting my power a little bit. So everybody power down. Unilateral disarmament on the issue of disarmament. I can't wait until these people are gone. So that's Nancy Pelosi. And then Tim Kaine, by the way, was Hillary Clinton's VP pick. Did you know Tim Kaine is against abortion? He says that he's pro-choice because he said, well, I'm a Democrat, I can't get elected otherwise. And so I suppose I'll allow you to have choice. But he's Catholic, and he says his personal opinion is that you should not get an abortion. You should not be allowed to get an abortion. But politically, because he's a Democrat and a liar, he says, well, okay, for the moment being, and Hillary Clinton picked him. Hillary Clinton picked him to be the VP.
okay?
No, but it's our fault that she lost,
Yeah,
by the way.
I know.
Yeah.
And by the way, Christine Pelosi put out a statement immediately. That's Nancy Pelosi's daughter and a power broker in California in Democratic politics, blaming progressives instantly. What the hell? We're the ones fighting. You're the one, your mom literally said, don't fight on this issue. That's literal. She said, do not fight on this issue. That's letting the Republicans win. But she said, oh, it's because of the Bernie people. No, but Hillary picked Tim Kaine. Hillary lost to Donald Trump. She cost us 3 seats. She lost to a moron.
Yeah, but
she lost to a guy with a single-digit IQ, and that's our fault? No, unbearable. But now let me get to Biden. Okay, so Biden put out a statement with 3 parts to it. First, he says, quote, my administration argued strongly before the court. Did you? Because you just got your ass handed to you. This happened on your watch. You didn't plan for it. You didn't execute it well. So don't come bragging to us about how you fought strongly. Alito just wrote an opinion that is devastating, okay? Second, he says, I directed my Gender Policy Council and White House Counsel's Office to prepare options for an administration response. Oh, they've got a study group. Oh, they're gonna study it, Anna. They're gonna do a commission and a study group.
Yeah, the Democrats
gender policies.
love their circle jerk study groups. They love it, they love it. They can't get enough of pleasuring themselves to their commissions and their study groups that do nothing. Just like when Biden lied to us and said to us, I don't know if the federal government can unilaterally cancel all student loans. I don't know if the executive branch can do it. You know, you freaking liar. I need a commission to study to see whether, you don't know what your own job is? You don't know what your job title entitles you to? You don't know? Why are you president? Why did you nominate an education secretary? What's the whole point? Yeah. No, he knows, they know. But Cenk, the reason why they blame progressives for the fact that they're massive losers, let's keep it real, is because what's the alternative? Acknowledging that they're corrupt, acknowledging that they're puppets to their corporate donors and their corporate masters? They're not gonna admit that. So let's just find another scapegoat. Let's go ahead and blame progressives. Yeah, let's do that.
And the reason that another reason they do it is because it works. Why does it work? Because their co-conspirators are the mainstream media. So they lie to you in mass over and over and over again. Look, put aside the emotion. The facts that we're telling you, are they correct or are they incorrect? They're definitely correct. You can look them up anywhere, right? But why does the mainstream media not point out the Democrats aren't even planning to win on this issue? If you don't try to get rid of the filibuster, everyone knows that it's absolutely impossible to get 10 Republicans to vote pro-choice in the Senate. I mean, if you're a reporter, you don't know that? You're an editor, you're a producer, you don't know that? Well, then obviously you should retire because you literally don't know anything about politics. If you do know that, why are you humoring the Democrats? Why isn't your headline, Democrats pretend to do something, but they obviously don't mean it? I mean, at least explain it, at least give me one sentence. Otherwise, all you're doing is marketing for corporate Democrats. And then when you then say, oh, well, progressives are, for what? Progressives are the ones fighting. And they say, don't fight. Well, God damn it then. All right, well, you guys work together and you're deeply, deeply, deeply corrupt. Now let me get to part 3 from Biden. He said, it will fall on the voters to elect pro-choice officials this November. And we need more pro-choice senators and more pro-choice majority in the House. But wait a minute, what good would that do? You guys refuse to get rid of the filibuster, and by the way, why did they do that? Because they literally collect checks from lobbyists. That's what they did after each bill. When Manchin and Sinema voted down the bills, they went and collected checks from lobbyists. That's also a literal fact from the National Restaurant Association after they killed the increase in the minimum wage. So, but the mainstream media don't talk about it because that would offend your best friends, the corporate Democrats who you do marketing for. So are you ever going to be honest? So, but okay, if we're not gonna take away the filibuster, and Schumer already said it, what difference does it make if you have 58 Democratic senators? They're still not gonna take away the filibuster and they'll still lose. So even if you did Herculean work and you got the Democrats in a cycle they're supposed to lose, you got them 8 more senators. By the way, if you got them 10 more senators, Manchin's against abortion. So he would vote with the Republicans. So then you need at least 11 senators, which is near impossible. And then even then the Democrats wouldn't do it. Even then they wouldn't do it. Why? Because I want more money, 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 money. I want to do more fundraising. Oh, I'm going to pretend, oh, I'm working so hard. Send me all your money so I can stuff it into my pockets. You already have the lobbyist money. What the hell do you need our money for? Okay? Oh, vote for me more. Why? You don't do anything now. If they showed any kind of fight, then you could say, hey, logically, okay, maybe they'll fight more if you elect more Democrats. But right now, their current strategy is surrender.
They have no plan. They never have, they never will. All they care about is fundraising. I'm done with Congress. I'm done with them. I'm completely done with them. We need to find a way to circumvent the government and get people what they need, okay? We need to organize, we need to find a way. We'll talk about it a little later in the show. If we're gonna sit around and wait for our elected lawmakers to protect us from these religious zealots and these right-wing authoritarians, man, we have another thing coming. How many times do we need to be disappointed by them? I'm done with them. And personally, I don't speak for everyone in this network, I wanna be clear, I'm speaking for myself. I'm done with them, completely. The Democratic Party, every single one of them, that includes the squad, I don't care anymore. They have not delivered. They have not delivered. I'm done. Okay. It's time to organize, create organizations that get women and get people in this country what they need. People who are willing to pick up the slack for these disgusting, feckless, corrupt politicians. That's what we need to focus on.
So when I ran for Congress, the LA Times said that I would be too rude to Republicans.
Good, we're gonna be ruder.
And they endorsed my soft corporate Democratic opponent. Okay, and what has she done to fight? Well, actually, she's not in Congress because she didn't bother fighting the Republican in the race. They never fight the Republicans, ever, ever, ever. By the way, when I was in the race, though, they fought me like demons, right? They're fighting Nina Turner like demons. They spent more than $4 million last time. It looks like more than $2 million this time on in the midst of all these different elections. They bring in the president and the speaker and everyone else, fight the progressives, fight the progressives. They smear Bernie, Nina, me, everyone that runs on the progressive side. And they say these people are guilty of fighting for you. They should be civil, they should know their place, they should know their role. And the role of Democrats in this good cop, bad cop, kabuki theater is to lose like losers. We do not consent. We do not consent to have the Republicans control our bodies, and we do not consent to the Democrats constantly surrendering on our behalf.
I'm sorry.
I don't care what the mainstream media says, and they're goddamn liars, and I don't care what the goddamn liars of the establishment Democrats say. We're gonna fight, and if you don't like it, cry about it. Cry in a goddamn corner. Sit there and go, oh, progressives fought Republicans too hard. And I guarantee you, I called Republicans evil right after the decision was revealed, right? If I said that on national television, I guarantee you half the conversation right now would be about how bad I am for being mean to Republicans. Meanwhile, they just took away the rights of 51% of the country. Just took them away, snatched their bodies and said the government now controls your body. But that's not the problem. Anyone who fights Republicans is the problem. No, F the Democrats and their leadership, which is so corrupt, it's unspeakable. And to every mainstream media, I can go on with adjectives, to all your so-called reporters who cover their asses and never actually tell the American people the truth. The Democratic leadership never fights for you, doesn't care about you, and is only interested in their own ego and power. Shame on you for covering for them and doing propaganda for them. You disgust me with your alternative facts and your goddamn lies.
In this political system, you have very limited options. You could either support the American Taliban, or you could support the party that capitulates to these terrorists. And that's pretty much it. Those are your options. There is a third option, and it's to circumvent all of it and figure out what the loopholes are to get people what they need. That's it. What are we gonna do, Cenk? What other option do we have at this point?
Yeah, so obviously, I think that progressives can win electorally. But I'll tell you what, when they win, they better do something. If you go in there and your whole thing is, let me bow my head to the corporate Democrats, then everyone's right. What the hell did we elect you for? I mean, here's Nina Turner, co-chair of Bernie Sanders' campaign, one of the strongest progressives in the country. In the last 24 hours, AOC endorsed her and no one else did. You're not going to stick together? You all ran against incumbents, or almost all of you did. You wouldn't have endorsed yourself?
Embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
Super embarrassing.
So you were taught compliance and you obeyed?
Good job.
And don't get me wrong, I know there are consequences. I know how vicious the corporate Democrats are to progressives. They'll lie down like doormats, like guys like Hakeem Jeffries. Happy to be a doormat for the Republicans, to have them walk all over him. He's like, oh, do I get any money though? Oh, yes, my corporate donors, my beloved. But when it comes to progressives, they'll rip your face off. I know that, okay? That's why it requires courage to fight back. If you don't want to do that, then yes, we wasted our time. So I think the jury's still out as long as Nina Turner's still around. But we're gonna find out in about a couple hours. And if she isn't, I too might give up on electoral politics, at least in Congress, because everyone that goes in there immediately believes the lies of establishment Democrats, that they have to surrender to Republicans and they have to surrender to Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and they have to surrender to the donors. Well, if everyone who goes in there believes that, then there's no point in sending them. Washington is a cesspool. It sucks the brains out of these people and sucks the courage out of these people. I'm sick of it. We're all sick of it. And if you want to hate the messenger, hate me, I don't care at all. Our job is to deliver the truth, and that's the truth.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we'll get to how the right wing has decided to focus solely on the fact that this draft opinion was leaked. And of course, the media is allowing them to frame the story in that way. It is infuriating. We've got that story and more when we come back.
TYT here. Don't forget, of course, our election coverage starts right after the show at 8 o'clock Eastern. And so along those lines, Kane Monster wrote in the member section, I wish the best for Nina. I'm not able to vote there, but I would in a heartbeat. My ancestor Dragon says, if you ever wondered what you would do under fascism, you're doing it now. Exactly. And by the way, most of the Democrats, now you found out, under fascism, they would lie down. And they're in the middle of lying down as we speak. There's an article, we didn't get to it yesterday. They wrote an article in the Hill saying, maybe we should just give up on 2024 and let the Republicans win. That's who corporate Democrats are, the world's biggest losers. And the rest of the media applauds, oh, that's the practical thing to do is to lose. The practical thing to do is to never deliver for your voters. These impractical progressives actually trying to fight Republicans. No, you're supposed to surrender, know your role, right? F the entire media. Okay, Cray Cray Souffle says, feeling the heat, Salt Dragon. On Twitch, Afonso says, this affects every single one of us that cares about the well-being of our fellows, whether we carry a child and need access to safe abortions or not. That's 100% true. DJ80 says, thank you TYT for continuing to be a light in a very, very dark, long tunnel and continuing to protecting our children. Drew in Georgia gifted 7 subs. Someone from Flint gifted 10. Xtel Smith gifted 50. Thank you. Cyborg Manifesto gifted 5. Chip gave 1,000 bits and said, thank you for fighting for us. Love you, TYT. These are the
we don't even have paid family leave. We don't even have affordable childcare in this freaking country. Okay, and the people who fight against those kinds of laws are Republicans.
And yet,
what do you want them to do with their kids when they have to go to work? What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? I want them to answer that freaking question. Answer the question. Journalists, ask them the question. Ask them. Ask them.
Isn't it amazing?
God, ask them the goddamn question. God.
Isn't it amazing that not one Democrat has shown 1% of the passion that Anna has today?
They don't care.
They don't care.
They're
they don't
fine.
care.
They're all so them. And if they're young enough where it would affect them, they'll get their abortion.
They're gonna fly to
They're
Paris.
trading individual stocks, enriching themselves. They're good. They're good. They don't care about you. Make sure you understand that and you feel it in your bones. They don't care about you at all. All of that fundraising, all of that canvassing, all of that hard work on the ground, they can't even get a voting rights bill passed. They're losers.
Trusha Briggs writes in, thank you, Anna, for communicating this momentous injustice and the rage we're all feeling today. That's exactly right. And you got to ask yourself the question, why is no one else enraged? Why is no one in the Democratic Party fighting for you? All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys also. All these amazing people who just joined. Mo Splady, Alejandra Jimenez, Faithy Spinney, Evolution of Money, Jim Barclay, and Jersey Freeze. Look, you guys, without you guys, we're toast and no one gets you this message. All you get is bland, vanilla mainstream media telling you that the corporate Democrats not fighting for you and surrendering is an awesome idea and you should keep voting for them. Jesse Holbrook says, Anna saying how I feel. S. Jones says, thank you, Anna, for vocalizing how so many of us feel. Those are super chats and they're appreciated and they are correct. Anna.
All right. The GOP's reaction to the SCOTUS leak of the draft opinion that would overturn Roe v. Wade has been fascinating. For one, they've decided to focus squarely on the fact that the leak happened, and they're threatening all sorts of legal action against the individual who decided to leak this. And of course, for now, we don't know who it is. And we don't even know the political leanings of the likely clerk who leaked this draft opinion. But I do want to talk about what Republicans are saying, starting with a few tweets here. Megyn Kelly, for instance, says, the pathetic, spineless leak of a draft SCOTUS opinion has the feel of something a sad little woke, and woke is their favorite word. That's all they've got. The right wing, it's like they pleasure themselves to the word woke day in, day out. You guys are losers. Find a new word, it's pathetic. But let me go back to it. Let's read more from this person. Woke 20-something-year-old would do. The kind of person who thinks their personal agenda is more important, whoever did it should lose their law license. So not concerned at all about the women who are likely gonna die because they're so desperate that they'll take a wire coat hanger and jam it up their uterus to give themselves an abortion. No concern about that. Megyn Kelly's worried about the leaker, who by the way, might also be a conservative, which we'll get to in just a second. Ben Shapiro as well, Ben Shapiro. Who would Ben Shapiro be if it weren't for the culture wars? Would Ben Shapiro talk about how much he hates unions? Something that his own audience actually went against him on? He doesn't want to talk about that, so he wants to talk about the culture war. So let's hear what he has to say about, the consequences for this leaker. There's little question that this leak is designed to create threat to the life and limb of any justice who signs onto the majority opinion. Really, is there really little question? We don't even know who this person is. Prosecution to the full extent of the law, he says. Well, even if we find out who the leaker is, turns out that he or she, whoever this person is, didn't actually do anything illegal. And I'll get to that in a second, but before I do, real quick, Cenk. Who's aiding and abetting this narrative? As if this is the most important part of this story, this is the most important angle? The New York Times. Let's take a look at a screenshot of their front page today. Chief Justice calls leak an egregious breach of trust. Who cares? Supreme Court confirms leak, says Roe draft is not final. It's all about the leak. It's all about the leak. It's like, hey, how many women are gonna die as a result of this? How many Republicans are pretending to care about the life of a zygote when you have children literally dying on our streets in America today because of their austerity measures? How about that, New York Times? Maybe focus on not following whatever framing the right wing wants to spout, but they can't help themselves. The right wing rules this country.
So I saw a tweet from a former journalist today saying when she worked in a mainstream media organization, they were deathly afraid of covering abortion because they were all on pins and needles about not offending Republicans. How about you just do your job and you report the truth and you report facts and let them lie wherever they are? The mainstream media has been nervous about offending Republicans ever since Republicans said black people are inferior to us.
Yeah, mainstream media is full of little bitches.
Yeah.
Terrified of the right wing, terrified. Keep cowering.
Yeah.
Great, hard-hitting journalism you got there.
And I'm referring to the civil rights era, and it is literal. Back then, the right wing was very frank and honest, and now they're almost back to that era where they said, yeah, black people are not as good as white people, they're inferior. And if you report in the New York Times that they're equal to us, well, then you're being biased against the right wing. Biased because we feel that these human beings are inferior to us. You're being deeply offensive to us. And this whole country for this whole year, we talked about it on yesterday's show, even before the Roe decision came out. Everything's structured around not offending Christian right-wing men because they're in power, so everybody's kissing their ass. That historically, right? And we still have PTSD from that. So the media, Democrats, all they ever do is, but don't offend Republicans. Dude, they just took away the rights of all women to control their own bodies. They said, we're gonna send in our jackbooted thugs from the big government to snatch your bodies up and say you are not allowed to make a decision about what grows inside of you. And we're not allowed to offend them? You'll excuse me if I tell you to F off with your stupid rules, which I will not comply with. Okay, so that's the mainstream media and how they pervert the news. Yes, on behalf of conservatives. Oh, but I heard from conservatives and the rest of the media was liberal. Oh, did you hear that? You got brainwashed, you fools. Everything they write is economically conservative. Everything they write. If you have an economically progressive idea, they're like radical extremists say there should be income equality. How do you go? You can't afford that. Let's spend more money on wars. So screw the entire mainstream media. Okay, now on to Anna's point about death. Guys, it's not hypothetical. So abortion has been legal until probably June when this decision becomes finalized here in America. But across the world, there are many places where it is illegal. And do women actually die from illegal abortions? In 1 year alone, major study on it, okay, in a very respected medical journal, 31,000 women died. This in a recent year, 31,000 women died from self-administered abortions because they want to have to control their own body. If they don't want a child, whether it's from a rape or anything else, no, they're gonna control their own bodies. You can't take away their freedom. And again, Anna said the point in the last segment, but masks, you were bothered about wearing a tiny little mask to protect other people's health. And now you say, I don't care. I'm gonna force you to carry a baby inside of you, even if you were raped, and even if it's the rapist's child. I don't care about your freedom, your liberty. You're not a guy. You're not a right-wing Christian man, so they don't care about you at all. Do you ever see any Democrats saying this? Because they'd urinate all over their pants. Oh my God, that would be fighting a Republican. We would be offending Republicans. We're so scared of them. You're all pathetic losers. Okay, so are women's lives in danger once this happens? 100%. There's absolutely no question about that. It's a scientific fact. Okay, let alone that you're taking away their freedom. Now, one more thing. Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly, they're like, can you believe this leak is so outrageous. They violated the privacy of the Supreme Court justices. Oh, did they? Well, good news. There is no more right to privacy. That's what this case is about. It takes away right to privacy, which was the undergirding of Roe v. Wade. So I guess the Supreme Court justices don't have any privacy and they can suck it. Are you crying about privacy? Are you serious? And yes, the entire country is taking it seriously. Oh my God, the powerful's privacy has been slightly violated.
Who cares? Who cares? This ain't the story. Listen, I'm bringing this up to specifically say this ain't the story. I don't care. I don't care about the leak. In fact, the leak itself didn't actually break any laws. So while Ben Shapiro, Mr. Harvard-educated lawyer, purports to know everything, facts don't care about your feelings, bro. Didn't break the law. So prosecute what? Prosecute someone who didn't break a law? Okay, great. Anyway,
I got to explain why it might be a conservative.
Go ahead.
Because this is really interesting. Okay, and by the way, they also said it's super not fair because they did it without the justice's consent.
Oh wow, okay.
Because they're right-wing Christian men. So they have rights and you don't. They can take away your right to control your body, but how dare you leak their opinion without their consent? Oh, shut up, you hypocrites. Okay, now why might it be a conservative? Guys, this is a head trip. So I thought for sure that it was someone on the left to cause this outrage, so see, there could be a change. But then I read a stunning analysis of it that is really good. That said, look, guys, the minute it's public, normally what happens in a Supreme Court decision is somebody writes the majority opinion, and then they go and try to sell people on it, okay? So this opinion was actually written 2 months ago by Alito in February, or now almost 3 months ago. And so he got 5 justices on board, and then Roberts is not on board, and the 3 liberal justices are not on board. But this is the most extreme version, it's the first draft. And so normally what would happen is Roberts would then try to flip one of the other justices, and they would do haggling, and they would then at a bare minimum edit that opinion and make it much more moderate. But now that it is public, it's locked in, and the votes are locked in. Because if Kavanaugh or Gorsuch or any of them now changed and said, no, I am not voting with this opinion, I'm going to maintain Roe versus Wade, the right wing would be in such a rage. They might literally kill them, okay? So there's no way those 5 conservative justices can now turn around. And the leaker knows that. If the leaker was on the left, they're an idiot. Because now those 5 are absolutely positively locked in. It is very possible, if not likely, that it was a conservative who leaked it so that those 5 would get locked in and the most extreme version of that opinion would get locked in, because now they're not gonna wanna change it. So if it was someone on the left, they made a terrible mistake. If it's someone on the right, well played, okay? Now it's going to be an incredibly egregious, extreme draft that they would have never signed on to if it didn't get leaked. And Roberts says, no, we're gonna follow a regular process.
They were gonna sign on to overturning the abortion ban, like the Roe v. Wade, no matter what. They were gonna do it no matter what, okay? It doesn't freaking matter whether it was leaked, not leaked, doesn't matter. They were gonna overturn it. That is what their plan was all along. The Federalist Society had these goons on their list from the very beginning for a reason. This is what they promised to do from the beginning. The only time they lied about it was during their confirmation hearings, of course. So it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. We don't even need to pontificate about this. We don't need to speculate about this. They were gonna do it no matter what, that's it. And we're done talking about the leak because the leak is irrelevant at this point. What's relevant is what we're gonna do to counteract the damage that this right-wing theocracy is gonna do to this country and to the women in this country. That's the only thing that matters. We gotta take a break, we'll be back.
All right, back on TYT. Obviously, stay right here all the way through our election coverage, Ian Turner versus Chantal Brown tonight. That starts at 8 o'clock. Here's the new folks that just signed up. All heroes because you allow us to get this message out. You're not afraid, okay? Everybody in Washington is afraid of Republicans, but you're not, and I love you for it. Richard Soul, Joshua Lateem, Terrence Zellers, Karen Pitt, Julia, all of you, you're wonderful, thank you. If you're not on YouTube, they hit the join button below on YouTube. That's super easy. If you're not on YouTube, tyt.com/join. I promise you, that's also super easy. tyt.com/join. Okay, now let's go to Super Chat. Mike Bynum says, Dems could see the groundwork being put in place. So many states with trigger laws, and we're surprised? Look, you and I are not surprised, Anna's not surprised. But the Democrats go, oh, golly gee, there's gambling in this establishment. Oh, the Republicans are gonna do this? Well, don't worry though, they've put together a study group on it. They'll be studying it for decades. RK says, my interracial gay marriage is next to go. RK, brother, you have no idea how right you are. If Trump wins, there is no more democracy anyway. You think these Democrats are gonna oppose Trump? Effectively oppose Trump? You all know, even if you're a corporate Democrat, there's a 0% chance of that, right? Trump's gonna just steamroll them. Now that they have the Supreme Court 100% locked up, they get a fascist president. Everything's over, guys. Look at all the laws they're passing against LGBT people right now as we speak. By the way, funded, ironically, the Republican Party in a lot of ways is funded by a gay Republican, Peter Thiel. Gave $10 million to JD Vance, his elections tonight too. We'll cover that as well.
Self-hating lunatic.
Yeah, total, yeah.
Feel bad about who you are, Peter?
Yeah.
You're trying to make up for it by, getting together with all the people who also hate who you are?
Yeah, so dumb. Hey, why don't you get some goddamn counseling and actually learn to like yourself instead of internalizing lunatic. He says, oh, I'm a Christian. Yeah. You were, I mean, in some ways he's smart, he made a lot of money. In some ways he's so painfully stupid. I should hate myself. I'm gonna fund millions and millions of dollars of hating myself. Okay, stupid, dumbass. All right. Oh, he offended me. I'm gonna sue. Oh, I like to, freedom of speech. Peter Thiel's the guy who bankrupted Gawker by suing them. He's the poster child of being against freedom of speech. The Republicans are like, it's money. We like the money. Of course, they're gonna take his money and they're gonna use it to pass anti-gay laws, anti-women laws, etc. Mike Bynum, Dems could see the, I'm sorry, I read that already. Pitchfork's Dragon, Congress needs to go around the Supreme Court by making a constitutional amendment for a woman's right to choose. I love you, brother, but there's no chance they're gonna do that. Corporate Democrats, they hate the idea of an amendment. They've been fighting me in Wolfpack for 10 years on the idea of an amendment. They say an amendment is terrible, would bring change. That's the whole point, you idiots. We're supposed to bring change. Anyway, DV said, well, thank you for the $20. Brad David said, what I love about Cenk is that he's the only person in media to read the Bible verse about how the Bible is pro-abortion. That's true, it's in Numbers, you should look it up. The Bible and God is pro-abortion. That is a fact. How come you never hear that in the media? Oh, it would offend Republicans. Young Turks. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Go ahead.
Let's talk a little bit about Susan Collins. Republican Senator Susan Collins, a Republican who corporate media had laundered the image of as a moderate, as someone who's not a crazy Trumper, someone who's willing to speak out against Donald Trump. Also someone who was apparently too stupid to understand that Supreme Court nominees were lying during their confirmation hearing. What am I talking about? Well, apparently she's shocked. Oh my, have I been hoodwinked by Justice Brett Kavanaugh? Yeah, you dumbass, you have been hoodwinked. Let me give you the details. In response to the leaked draft opinion that would overturn Roe v. Wade, this is what she had to say. If this leaked draft opinion is the final decision and this reporting is accurate, it would be completely inconsistent with what Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh said in their hearings and in our meetings in my office. Wow. Obviously, We won't know each justice's decision and reasoning until the Supreme Court officially announces its opinion in this case. Let's not get it twisted. For anyone who might have a little shred of optimism that they might change their mind by the time they hand down the final decision in June, get rid of that optimism. You shouldn't have it. They are absolutely going to overturn Roe v. Wade. Don't be stupid, okay? With that said, though, I do want to go to just this mashup of all of these conservative Supreme Court justices who in various confirmation hearings, you're gonna hear it from Amy Coney Barrett as well, this is when she was being confirmed for the appeals court, they claimed that they respect precedent. So of course they lied, of course they lied. But my point here is, Susan Collins is either so incredibly naive and incompetent that she should not serve in any position of power, or she knew they were lying and she supported them anyway.
Yeah, no. Before you go to the video, we're gonna put up a poll on in the community section on YouTube for the Young Turks. Is Susan Collins stupid or is she a liar? Because those are really your two choices. Because we said during Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, of course they're lying. Everyone knows they're lying. And she's like, oh no, I think you're telling the truth, right? Come on, right? So either she's that painfully stupid or she knew and she was lying along with them. Okay, and she's like, oh, this will be good. We'll say we don't know. So I'm curious what you guys think. Susan Collins, stupid or a liar? Now let's watch, speaking of liars, all the Republican nominees for the Supreme Court lie through their teeth.
Roe has been affirmed many times, survived many challenges in the court, and it's more than 40 years old, and it's clearly binding on all courts of appeals. And so it's not open to me or up to me, and I would have no interest in, as a court of appeals judge, challenging that precedent. It would bind.
Once a case is settled, that adds to the determinacy of the law. What was once a hotly contested issue is no longer a hotly contested issue. We move forward.
What would you say your position today is on a woman's right to choose?
Well, as a judge,
it
is an important precedent of the Supreme Court. By it, I mean Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Been reaffirmed many times. Casey is precedent on precedent.
You accept the legal principles articulated in Griswold versus Connecticut that the Liberty Clause in the Constitution carries with it the right to privacy?
Senator, I do agree that the Constitution protects a right to privacy, and it protects a right to privacy in a number of ways. The Fourth Amendment certainly speaks to the right of privacy. People have a right to privacy in their homes and in their papers and in their persons.
Had you ever met President Trump personally?
Not until my interview.
In that interview, did he ever ask you to overrule Roe v. Wade?
No, Senator.
What would he have done if he'd asked?
Senator, I would have walked out the door.
I mean, they lie with a straight face. You got to hand it to them.
I would walk out the door and I would walk into the Supreme Court and overrule it just like he wanted me to. Okay, I'm gonna break down a couple of things here. Amy Coney Barrett said, it's clearly binding. It's clearly binding, it's not up to me. Anna was saying it while the video was running. Did the Catholic Church teach you to lie? Because that seems to be immoral. That's what all these guys are. And then Alito talked about the Fourth Amendment. He's like, oh, the right to privacy is right in there. I read the decision, and Alito talks about, oh, these liberal justices finding rights in the Constitution, 14th Amendment, Fourth Amendment. What, they're just making this stuff up. You said it in your confirmation hearings. Unbelievable liars. If you notice, though, a couple of them put in caveats. Amy Coney Barrett referred to lower courts. In other words, yeah, but when I'm on the Supreme Court, I'm not gonna give a damn about that, I'm gonna overrule it. And Kavanaugh said, as a judge, he emphasized that, as a judge, I would rule this way. But as a justice, a Supreme Court justice, he didn't answer that part, right? So that's their cutesy way. And Susan Collins, you don't know that? You don't, I mean, you don't know what I know? I'm a talk show host. Judge, justice, you don't know that difference?
In
fact, you got tricked by that?
During the confirmation hearings for Brett Kavanaugh, Susan Collins was asked multiple times about whether or not she has any concerns that he would vote to overturn Roe v. Wade. And I want to remind you all of what she said in those various interviews. Let's watch.
I do not believe that Brett Kavanaugh will overturn.
His precedents are overturned.
He noted that Roe had been reaffirmed 19 years later by Planned Parenthood versus Casey, and that it was precedent on precedent. He said it should be extremely rare that it be overturned, and it should be an example.
So you have obviously full confidence.
I do. We talked about whether he considered Roe to be settled law. He said that he agreed with what Justice Roberts said at his nomination hearing, in which he said that it was settled law. I could not vote for a judge who had demonstrated hostility to Roe v. Wade because it would indicate a lack of respect for precedent.
So she's just stupid and naive.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote the other way. So you could get me to believe that Susan Collins is a very stupid person. Now, people in the media will be offended on behalf of their beloved, powerful politicians. You can't call a senator stupid. Wrong, I just did.
And we'll continue to do it.
She's a total blithering moron. By the way, how do those morons get into positions of power? They go to corporate donors and they say, I'll do anything you want. I'm craven, I have no morals at all. Susan Collins says, write me a check, I'll do anything you want. That way she doesn't have to be smart. But in this case, I'm voting for liar. I think she's a complete and utter liar. I think she knew Kavanaugh and Gorsuch had an excellent chance of overturning Roe v. Wade. She knows that if she says she's against Roe v. Wade, she would lose in Maine. So she lied to the voters on purpose, and she's probably having a good belly laugh over it now. But either way, by the way, I'm not asking just you guys. As a journalist should ask. I know this is deeply offensive. It's actually, it's not. Journalists are supposed to challenge the powerful. They could put it in a more pleasant way. Susan Collins, you were obviously wrong about Kavanaugh and Roberts. So did you make that mistake because you're unintelligent? Or was it not a mistake and you knew all along and you were lying to your voters? It's a super fair question because it is inarguably one of them. She can't say, oh, I was a genius. Well, then you know. Okay, I didn't know. Well, then you're an idiot. Because you were positive they weren't gonna do it. And guys, it's not Monday morning quarterback. You can go roll the tape on Young Turks when they were up for nomination. We all told you they're obviously gonna overturn Roe v. Wade. Everyone knew that. Everyone knew they were gonna do that. Except Susan Collins? Okay, then you vote stupid because she's the dumbest person alive. How come the media won't ever say things that are true?
She's moderate.
Oh, she's a beloved moderate.
Take it easy on her.
Beloved moderate.
She's not MAGA. She's not MAGA, except she votes with MAGA almost 100% of the time. But she's not MAGA. She might write a strongly worded letter to Trump. She's moderate.
Oh, she might write a strongly worded letter to Gorsuch and Kavanaugh now. Ooh. And by the way, moderate is mainstream media propaganda speak for corporate. Moderate Republicans and moderate Democrats means they will do exactly what the Chamber of Commerce tells them to do. They are not at all moderate when you look at the polling in the country and what the American people actually want. It is not moderate to not be in favor of child tax credit, paid family leave, lowering drug prices. These all poll 70 to 90%. Those are not moderate positions, they're corporate positions. But the job of everyone in mainstream media, CNN, New York Times, etc., is to lie to you to protect corporate politicians.
All right, let's try to fit in one more story before we go to the second hour of the show. I want to talk about what the future holds for anyone who thinks they're safe because they're in a blue state. The GOP is already eyeing a congressional ban on abortion once they capture Congress and the executive branch. Now, this is the follow-up to the Supreme Court very likely overturning Roe v. Wade in June of this year. And following that, there might be some places where women might seek refuge, places like California and New York, where abortion will not be made illegal. However, don't you worry, the GOP is looking for ways to prevent women from getting abortions in those states as well. While a number of states have recently approved laws to ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy, the limit established in the Mississippi legislation at the heart of the case pending before the High Court, some activists and Republican lawmakers now say those laws are not ambitious enough for the next phase of the anti-abortion movement. Instead, they now see the 6-week limit, which they call heartbeat legislation, as the preferred strategy because it would prevent far more abortions.
It basically prevented all abortions.
Exactly, because most women who end up getting pregnant don't know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks. You just don't know. It's too early. And they are specifically choosing 6 weeks to ensure that women will effectively not have the ability to get an abortion. Approximately 93% of abortions take place in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, meaning 15-week bans target a small fraction of abortion. So that's why they're hyper-focused on making these laws even more restrictive to effectively ban abortion. That's the whole point here. And by the way, you think they won't do this? Of course they'll do this. I actually want to go to a video that's been making its rounds featuring Charlie Kirk, talking about, hey, you know what? Now that we know that the Supreme Court might overturn Roe v. Wade, the possibilities are endless. Let's watch.
If we're trying to save the country, which we are, and we're looking at repealing Roe versus Wade, it changes the entire game. There'll be obviously extraordinary blowback on this, unlike anything I think we've ever seen. But this takes courage, simple courage by the 5 justices if they do what they're signaling. And that's something that's in short supply right now from our leaders. It's kind of like oil coming above surface. It's a sign that there's likely more below. Boy, is courage in short supply, but I think there's more than we even can put our eyes on right now. And if we can get Roe versus Wade overturned, anything is possible.
A federal ban on abortions through congressional legislation. That's a possibility, and that's what they're working on right now as we speak. By the way, overturning gay rights. You think they're not going to do that? They're eyeing that as well. Making it illegal to access contraceptives. You think they're not going to do that? They'll do that as well. Because again, look, this is not about conservatism or morality or, oh, we want to protect life. It has nothing to do with that. It's about turning this country into a theocracy, and of course, a theocracy of their preferred religion. It's about controlling women. It's about punishing women. That's all this is about. The abortion debate in this country, I mean, read the history about it. It didn't start off as an issue pertaining to religious principles. It started out during the Nixon administration as a tool to accumulate power. That is what the right wing engages in the culture wars for. And guess what? It has worked out for them because increasingly the Democratic Party has provided no other alternative. So if you have one party that cowers like sniveling little clowns to the Republican Party, and then you have a Republican Party that's actually offering people something, which is fear, which is dominance, what do you think is gonna happen?
So I'm gonna tell you an amazing fact here. The Chamber of Commerce came up, and certain right-wing leaders came up with a strategy of getting Christians to vote for Republicans so they can get more tax cuts and deregulation. So they literally thought it through and thought, who are the easiest marks in the country? People who have said they are not going to use logic. They will simply listen to what their leader says, a priest or a clergy member of some sort, a pastor, right? So great, we'll just convince the pastors and then get them to all vote Republican. Now, but how are we gonna really animate them? Well, why don't we say that the Democrats are killing children? And people will get most emotional about kids. But the Democrats aren't killing children. Oh, I got it, abortion. We'll pretend they're killing children through abortion, and then we'll say it doesn't matter what any of the issues are. You must give us tax cuts, otherwise the Democrats are gonna kill children. Abortion, the original QAnon, okay? So now, Lewis Powell was a lawyer for the Chamber of Commerce who wrote the memo about capturing the country. Kind of what Charlie Kirk was saying, okay? But he did it in a sophisticated way back in 1971. And one of the places he said they should take over is the Supreme Court. Just a couple months after reading that memo, Richard Nixon put Lewis Powell on the Supreme Court. Lewis Powell did a couple of very important decisions. One was he brought money into politics. He said corporations can spend money to buy politicians, that was freedom of speech. Okay, our democracy was ended in those two decisions by Powell in 1976 and 78. So that's when the corporate takeover began. But Lewis Powell was also part of another decision, Roe v. Wade. So Roe made abortion illegal. Powell joined that decision. That's interesting. Appointed by Richard Nixon, okay? And then the Republicans used the abortion issue for the rest of time to say, give us the tax cuts, let us do whatever we want with our businesses and pollute your kids and endanger everybody because of abortion, because the Democrats are killing your kids, okay? So that was, to be fair to them, the genius strategy that they launched. So now this is the final, point where they now finally get to say, okay, we execute it. Okay, we use it for political reason for decade after decade after decade. Now, Anna said that the Republicans might come and do a national law. So Rhode Island, Hawaii, California, New York, it doesn't matter. Abortion could be illegal everywhere. But wait a minute, there's a filibuster in the Senate. So that's why if the filibuster didn't exist, the Democrats have the Senate, the House, and the presidency. They could pass a national law saying abortion is legal and we're done with it, right? Oh, but when the Republicans get in charge, do you think they're going to respect the filibuster and the parliamentarian? You're kidding, right? Nobody thinks that. And especially if it's somebody like Trump, do you think he's even going to leave office? I mean, he didn't want to leave last time. He's still saying that he shouldn't have left office. He considered military rule. Next time, we'll just vote them out because there's more of us. 70% of Americans are pro-choice. There might not be a next time if Trump wins. And right now, our only choice is these soft, weak Democrats who are barely standing in the way of this right-wing takeover. And then, we're actually in Handmaid's Tale. We're at a point where the Republicans have taken away all of our freedoms under the guise of freedom. When they say freedom, they mean my freedom to rule over you and control your lives and your bodies. That is what the right-wing ideology is. It's built on oppression, okay? We must fight back with everything we have. But in order to do that, we gotta go around the Democrats because the Democrats will fight us. They'll say, don't, that's our beloved Republican colleagues. Whatever you do, don't fight them. No deal, no consent.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we've got more news for you. Maybe we get off this abortion issue briefly and talk about other news, including Kansas banning roommates because if you can't afford rent, they're about to make it a lot harder for you to be able to put a roof over your head. That's what the priority is in Kansas, probably in the rest of the country pretty soon because we live in a dystopian country. We've got that story and more when we come back.
I want you to take on the spirit of one of my sheroes, Harriet Tubman, who said these words: if you hear the dogs barking, keep going. If you see the torches in the woods, keep going. If they're shouting after you, keep going. If you want a taste of freedom, keep going. Is it right or wrong that somebody has a living wage? Is it right or wrong to have paid family medical leave? Is it right or wrong to cancel student debt? Is it right or wrong to make sure that no matter who you love, how you identify, that you get the opportunity to live a good life too? This boils down to right or wrong. It's just that simple. It's about saying to people who work for you, this will not be tolerated on horseback, on bicycle, on tricycle. You will not treat people like this. They are human beings. Because with these hands, we will rise.
Nina Turner steps into the direct fire sometimes in the name of the people.
And is that we have become numb to some of the very real challenges in this country. They don't care. I want to say something else, but I know we're going to keep the PG. They just don't care. You get to keep your doctor. Don't let them scare you about that because it's not government taking over the service. Dr. Dooley, can I get an amen? Okay, we got a doctor in the house. If you want clean water, clean air, clean food, keep going. If you want a better country, a better world for yourselves and future generations, you must. And if you know that we are in this fight together, you must.
Never in my life did I think I would like to see a dictator. But if there's going to be one, I want it to be Trump.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Where's the line? We've crossed every line you can imagine.
We are a socialist country. It's socialism for the rich.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
You don't have to know the truth, just believe what they tell you.
There is no bounds to their monstrous hypocrisy. Tick-tock. I think we're gonna win the Senate in 2020. And I think we're gonna have the House, and I think we're gonna have the presidency. Tick-tock. And in 2020, we're going to clean your clock, and we're gonna run you out of town, and we're gonna have an actual democracy in this country. November of 2020 could also be potentially the greatest day of our lives. Let us whisper of a dream.
My name is Carlos Hernandez. I am the valet parking for this small parking lot. I work for TYTs, and they coming to this lot over 4 years. I know two more famous person, Bernie Sanders, the former Vice President Al Gore, and too many other guys. I'm so happy to cover it with TYT.
Back that I like.
Say hi to the camera.
I don't like dates.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Just a quick shout out to Ezra Graves. Wrote in, stay strong, TYT family, and thank you for your generosity on Super Chat. We appreciate it, guys. We appreciate all of you. Every member makes this show possible. Anna.
All right, let's talk about the Met Gala. On the same night, a draft opinion from the Supreme Court, which would overturn Roe v. Wade, was leaked. The Met Gala happened, and the theme of the Met Gala this year was the Gilded Age. Perfect. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with this, the Met Gala is a literal fundraiser where if you'd like to attend, you'd have to pay $35,000 for a ticket. And it's all meant to raise money for the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institute. And since the ticket price is so expensive, all the elite are there. All of them are showing off their ridiculous costumes and outfits. And we're all supposed to be entertained by this as our rights are being destroyed by Republicans, both in Congress and the Supreme Court. And while feckless Democrats sit by and tell us all sorts of cute little stories about how they're gonna protect us, but never really do. So Kelsey Marie Pym writes, am I the only one who thinks this year's Met Gala theme is out of touch? Inequality is at the highest levels since the Gilded Age. A pandemic and economic meltdown wrecked us. Inflation is out of control. But cool, let's wear Gilded Age themed dresses and laugh about inequality. And that statement really hit close to home. I feel it in my bones and I appreciate it. It's good to know that there are other Americans who are on board with what reality is telling us. And so let's look at their goofy costumes and their cute little celebrations. There's Sarah Jessica Parker. Okay, great.
No, Anna, this is literally the Hunger Games.
It's the Hunger Games. That's exactly what I wanted to say.
Yeah, they look just like the ridiculous outfits in the Hunger Games.
How do you celebrate the Gilded Age with a Gilded Age themed event when people are struggling at extreme levels right now? Maybe rethink that theme a little bit. But who cares? I mean, you think they care? $35,000 a ticket for this fundraiser.
$35,000 a ticket.
They're untouched. These people are completely untouched by what ordinary Americans are dealing with today.
I'm going to say something more controversial in a second. But Hillary Clinton had a dress where she put in famous political figures they wrote their names into the dress, like Madeleine Albright, okay, whatever. But she put Shirley Chisholm's name.
Yeah.
And I thought,
we have that image. Let's go to graphic 7.
Yeah, and I thought, don't you put Shirley Chisholm's name in your mouth or in your dress. Shirley Chisholm was one of the strongest politicians we've ever had. She was an African-American woman who was a pioneer and who fought moderate Democrats with all of her might. She would have despised Hillary Clinton. Shirley Chisholm. Have you read one word of Shirley Chisholm? I mean, that is an incredible insult for corporate Democrat extraordinaire, former Walmart board member, to put Shirley Chisholm on her dress at a $35,000 a person Met Gala event.
You viciously attacked women who made sexual misconduct allegations against your husband. You chose a running mate who was on the record as being against abortion. Who do you think you are? You think you're a warrior for women's rights? You lost to the most unqualified president in US history. Sit down.
Yeah.
The theatrics and the posturing and the political theater, even when she's not in politics anymore, is mind-blowing.
Yeah, no.
It really is. You are not a warrior for women. You were not a warrior for women when you had the ability to be a warrior for women, and you're certainly not a warrior for women today.
Okay, guys, today, I haven't even gotten to the controversial part. Today on Twitter, Susan Sarandon was trending. Why? Is she in a movie or something? No, because as soon as there was the Roe decision leaked that they're going to take Roe v. Wade away, all of these elitist corporate Democrats went on Twitter and was like, it's Susan Sarandon's fault because she didn't back Hillary Clinton. Did it never occur to you that it might be Hillary Clinton's fault that she lost to Donald Trump, as opposed to rando Susan Sarandon? Because Susan Sarandon didn't vote for one vote. Maybe she convinced 13 people. Maybe she convinced 1,300 people. But Hillary Clinton, you lost by way more than that. You think it's Susan Sarandon? You lost. I wish you hadn't. I wish you hadn't. I take crap every day online because I told people to vote for you in the general election over Trump. But yes, that was the correct decision.
Yeah.
But all of you in the primaries that were positive that Hillary Clinton could beat Trump and would definitely beat Trump and Bernie would lose him, you were wrong. Just say it once. You were wrong. Nope. Alternate reality, alternative facts.
It's us, Cenk. We're so powerful that we're the ones. Even though we, after the primaries, said that we were going to vote for Hillary and we urged our audience to, but it was our fault that she lost. It was our fault that she decided not to campaign in battleground states. It's our fault that she decided to respond to the economic populist BS coming from Donald Trump with no, let's hold on. Let's not do $15 an hour. Let's do $12 an hour minimum wage instead. What a winning message, Hillary. Wow, it's so shocking that no one wanted to vote for you. It's so shocking that you lost. It's so shocking that you chose Tim Kaine. Dude doesn't even have any freaking name recognition. She chose Tim Kaine as her running mate.
That's one of the reasons why.
I mean, come on. And then you had the data boy on your team, right? Your campaign data boy. Oh, pouring over his spreadsheets and the data and like, we're gonna win. I'm pouring over the data. How did that data work out for you? How did it work out for you? How did things go in Wisconsin? Sit down. Sit down. And that goes for all the other corporate Democrats and the bootlickers for corporate Democrats who are whining today and trying to place the blame on progressives who actually want to fight for a better country. Okay, you guys want the status quo, but Americans are sick of the status quo. That's why they rejected you and continue to reject you.
Yeah.
Sit down.
They genuinely don't get it. We can't go to the Met Gala. People don't have $35,000. Or they're like, it's for a good cause, it's for the opera and for the ballet. Now I'm gonna lose a lot of people on the left and good people, smart intellectual people who enjoy the arts. I don't give a damn about the Met. That is a tremendous waste of money for you dilettantes who are elitist and think the most important thing is opera and ballet. Are you mental? You should have given that money to Yemen or to Ukraine or to Planned Parenthood or whatever. Well, that's a whole nother thing. You could have given it to 1,000 causes. You know how, as they go in, you know what name they see? They see the Koch brothers' name on the building. Because they also care about opera and ballet. And it's a good way to buy off the elite by saying, oh, I contributed so much to this that I now am a good person in good standing. And it works. And the upper classes love the Koch brothers because they got their effing opera and ballet, okay?
Yeah.
I don't care. The Met Gala is honestly disgusting. It's vomitous.
I have a little bit of a different take, okay? Dance ballet for 19 years, bitches love ballet, I love ballet. And I love the arts. But
fund it with your own money.
Exactly. All of these millionaires and billionaires attending this fundraiser, because it's all fun and games for them. It's a soiree, the world burns and it's a soiree. You've got prominent politicians getting together for a fun little soiree the same night that Supreme Court draft is leaked and America finds out that reproductive rights are gonna be rolled back.
But you know what?
Okay.
But everyone attending the Met Gala will be able to fly to Paris to get their abortions.
Get your abortions, girls.
Because if you're paying $35,000 just for, hey, I kind of like ballet, and I want to get dressed up like an idiot, and again, I'm offending people, but you look ridiculous. Every one of you looks absurd, okay? So anyways, okay, dress up in your Hunger Games Capitol outfits. Basically, you're making fun of the rest of us. It's sick in every imaginable way. And then you throw that money away, and then you all feel great about yourselves. Well, this is the income inequality that the Gilded Age was famous for. So congratulations, no one's ever delivered on a theme better than the Met did this year.
I mean, celebrating the Gilded Age. And I wanna, listen, I have to give you the details about how we're currently in a second Gilded Age, but what the Gilded Age was, what it meant, what it actually meant, okay? Remember, they're dressed as the individuals who benefited greatly from the Gilded Age, celebrating them. All right, okay. The term Gilded Age, according to the American Museum of Natural History, coined by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner in their 1873 book, The Gilded Age, A Tale of Today, was an ironic comment on the difference between the true Golden Age and their present time, a period of booming prosperity in the United States that created a class of the super rich. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? So multimillionaires, another invention of the Gilded Age, accounted for 0.33% of the population, but owned 1/6 of the country's wealth. The richest 1% owned 51% of all real and personal property, while the bottom 44% came away with just 1.1%. Again, sounds pretty damn familiar, doesn't it? Let's celebrate it with our little soiree. Let me give you more. It's amazing. Partisan conflict between Republicans and Democrats raged hotter than ever, borrowing the emotional intensities of the Civil War era, but without their ideological radicalism. Instead, the grievances of millions were channeled into passionate but sterile identity politics, where the fires of the enormous class rage fizzled into smoke. And again, all of this sounds pretty damn familiar, doesn't it? Because we're going through it right now. And it's insanely tone deaf to have this event with this theme, knowing full well, there are so many politicians who go to this event, knowing full well that inequality has exploded. It started to really explode, by the way, under the Obama administration. Because his response to the Great Recession was to make Wall Street whole while abandoning ordinary Americans who had their homes taken away from them in foreclosures. The top 1%, by the way, owned a record 32.3% of the nation's wealth as of the end of 2021, data shows. The share of wealth held by the bottom 90% of Americans likewise has declined slightly since before the pandemic, from 30.5% to 30.2%. I wonder where it would be, by the way, if there was absolutely no economic stimulus given to ordinary working Americans who lost their jobs through no fault of their own. Biden's victory in 2020 depended not on blue collar workers, but on white collar professionals. When class is measured by education rather than income, the working class retreat from the Democrats looks even more dramatic. By the way, it's a great piece. It's written by Matt Karp in Jacobin. I highly recommend you read it.
Gilded Age has got nothing on us, man. The top 3 families in the country now have more wealth than the bottom 50%. That's over 150 million people. Just 3 families have more money. But on the other hand, the Met has a lot of different parts. But I really want to make sure that you enjoy the David H. Koch Plaza at the Metropolitan Museum of Art when you're there. Because the Koch brothers oil company that burned down the planet funded it. So when you're there at the gala in your ridiculous outfits, please pay tribute to the Koch brothers who destroyed the planet. But I do declare, did make you more glamorous and your soiree in the arts a little bit more enjoyable. Enjoy your wealth while the rest of us burn down.
We got to take a break. When we come back, Kansas is banning roommates. So we've got that to look forward to. Come right back. Hey guys, so there was a story that I wanted to do today about, these underground activists who are helping women access abortions in places in this country that are already incredibly restrictive. I'm gonna save that story for tomorrow because I think there are important lessons to learn there. And I wanna start talking about what we can do outside of government to help each other out. I'll talk about that tomorrow in more detail, but for now, a good place to go is tyt.com/mybodymychoice. tyt.com/mybodymychoice. We're gonna be putting resources there. There are already some resources there for you to read about, learn about. Even if you're in a red state, the links provided will tell you what kind of help you can get if you happen to reside in that red state. I think it's really important for us to start building a community outside of Congress to figure out what we can do to mitigate the damage that's gonna be caused by these terrible anti-abortion laws, okay? So again, we'll talk about it in more detail on tomorrow's show.
You said Underground Railroad, that's a perfect name for it. And but it made me think, it's fair to start calling these red states now the new slave states, because they're saying if you have a zygote inside of you, you no longer get to control your body. It is now property of the United States or the Alabama government, the Mississippi government. Well, what is that? That's slavery. You're saying I can't control my own body. I must have the government make decisions for me. So welcome to the new slave states. Yeah, we're gonna get those women out. We're not gonna let them brutalize those women. All right, on Twitch, Dr. Morticia wrote, and Dr. Ritchie effectively showed using the Christian holy book that abortion was not a problem in biblical times and that the fetus was not viewed as alive until it drew breath. Look, there's 1,000 ways to prove it, and I love that Dr. Ritchie did that. Watch him on Indisputable. So now at least there's 2 of us telling you that the Bible is actually definitely pro-abortion. Everything's been a lie, and it's all been a lie in favor of the rich. The notorious ROB gifted 5 subs. Cynical Monk gave 2,000 bits. Iron Man gave 2,112 bits. You guys are all amazing. Gabriel wrote in on Super Chat, the fake left, which insists Dems are the only real threat while GOP are mostly harmless buffoons, has either been radio silent on the overturn of Roe v. Wade by Republican judges, e.g. Jimmy Dore, attempted to obscure the issue, e.g. Glenn Greenwald. Yeah, is anybody upset about this? No, they love their Republican friends. They would never criticize Republicans. That's where they get their money from. The Dores and the Greenwalds are disgusting. Bidge 1080 1083 wrote in, Kansas Supreme Court recognized the right to abortion in the state constitution. There's a constitutional amendment on the ballot on August 2nd to overturn it called Value Them Both by its proponents. Fellow Kansans, vote no on August 2nd. So I love that you're getting the word out on that. Melody Moonfire writes in, just here for the salt, serve queen. All right, guys, tyt.com/join to become a member. Thank you. All right, back on TYT. It's not just me and Anna doing the show here today. And so every once in a while we'll get threatened and they'll say, oh, we'll pull your funding or something. It's an empty threat, not by the people actually involved in the company, because they think everybody's bought, right, by rich people. But we're not. We have members. They can't buy you guys. Sad day for them. So here's the new members and heroes that just signed up. Victoria Smith, Michael Allen, Dave Burkholder, Christopher Taylor, Lauren Marshall, R.M. Snow, Yessie Garcia, Dara Lee, RK. What are you gonna do to our opponents? What are you gonna do? We're supported by the actual people, and you can't take that away. So I love all of you for joining. You hit the join button below on YouTube. Everyone else, tyt.com/join. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you could also join through tyt.com/join. So thank you, all of you guys. Thank you for your courage and your support. Anna.
Let's talk a little bit about the housing crisis and how some local lawmakers are responding to it. The United States is currently undergoing a serious housing crisis. There's a crisis with affordability, there is a crisis with availability, and how is Kansas reacting to it? Well, the city of Shawnee has decided, let's ban roommates, which is one of the only ways people can afford to put a roof over their heads with exploding rents. So the Shawnee City Council voted unanimously 8-0 to ban co-living, becoming among the first Kansas City area municipalities to prevent the practice, which has gained popularity in recent years as rent and home prices have soared. So why do they think people do this? You think people like living with random strangers? Could it be that they're desperate and literally have no other option? Let me continue. The new ordinance defines a co-living group as a group of at least 4 unrelated adults living together in a dwelling unit. The ordinance stated that if one adult is unrelated to another adult, then the entire group will be classified as unrelated. Okay. So how did they justify this insane decision? And by the way, really there's nothing else going on in Shawnee, Kansas. Everything is so hunky-dory that this is what the city council's focusing on. I'd like to look into their finances. I'd like to look into who their donors are and why it is that they've decided to target people who are so desperate to put a roof over their heads that they're willing to live with all sorts of strangers. I'd love to know, but here's how they're justifying it. City staff received input and concerns from residents and city council members regarding a relatively new trend where single family homes are being purchased and converted into rental units with multiple individual tenants, the memorandum of the ordinance said. In this arrangement, individual tenants have leases of varying lengths, have separate secured access to their rooms, and often do not know or have relationships with others who are also occupying the same single family dwelling. The memo continued saying the rental arrangements are not typical of common rental uses in single family districts that are occupied by family units. So I'm sure there is an element of people living in these neighborhoods who don't like the fact that there are multiple people who are unrelated living in these houses, which, by the way, mind your own goddamn business and shut up. But again, the real goons here at the end of the day are the individuals who are elected in positions of power. And what are they doing? Are they actually serving the best interests of their constituents? Are they looking out for their voters? Are they trying to alleviate the economic issues that lead to people not wanting to, but literally having to rent a place with various roommates in order to be able to afford it? No, they're not focusing on any of those root causes. Instead, they decided to outlaw living with roommates. So what are people supposed to do if they can't afford housing? Live on the streets? And if they live on the streets, what happens then? Do you then advocate for the cops to round them up and throw them in jail, even though you're offering them no housing? Is that what you're planning on doing? This country is a joke. And people lose their minds, especially on the right, when you criticize this country. But how could you not criticize it? One of the richest countries in the world, and we treat people like they're trash, even though we have the unlimited resources necessary to make sure that everyone here is made whole.
Yeah. You're supposed to spend at most 30% of your income on housing. Otherwise, you won't be able to live and afford everything else like food, right? And if you've got kids, diapers, etc., right? They just did a recent study in this exact area, and it turns out that over 48% of renters in Shawnee pay more than 30%. That's nearly half the renters are in over their heads. Why? Because the housing prices constantly go up. By the way, we've done many stories here that you'll find almost nowhere else in mainstream media about why private equity groups are buying real estate all across the country, and they're not just buying commercial real estate, they're buying residential real estate, and then they're driving up prices. The idea is to grab all the stuff first and then create an artificial market where they can get more money out of you. And then the houses become harder to buy, and then they have to pay more to get the housing, but a lot of people can't afford it, so then they get driven into rent, and then they get desperate and they're gonna have to live 8 people in a single house, right? To be able to afford the rent, because the rent is impossibly high. And is anybody doing anything about it? No, because the private equity guys are untouchable. Those are the rich financiers. And it's like we did a story about the Gilded Age a minute ago on the show, and that's exactly what happened in the Gilded Age. The bankers grabbed everything and squeezed the life out of people until there was fury. Part of the reason that FDR did Social Security and all those other things is because people were going to literally turn to communism, because they're like, well, look, if we have nothing, if the great majority of the people have nothing, and we got it taken from us through unjust laws passed by Congress, etc., to help the richest people in the world, well, then there's gonna be a reckoning. And here we are again. And the only law they passed is telling him, you can't do that. Well, then what do you want him to do? Why don't you go after the bankers who did this in the first place? No, they're too powerful and we're all getting greased by them, right? Not at the local city council level in Shawnee, but certainly at the congressional level. And since there's nothing that your government's doing to help you, now they're gonna come and crack down on you, I should say, to make sure that, I don't know what, that you're homeless because you can't afford living by yourself. Hey, do you think that if they could afford living in a one house by themselves that they would do it? Yeah, of course they would do it. Do you think they want to live with 7 other random people, have keys within the house? Well, you can't go to that room, that's like a separate house because that's somebody else's. It's so awkward. They're not doing it out of choice. They're doing it because they have no choice.
Let me give you the numbers. Let's go to graphic 6 here. So look, our audience is smart. We live in reality and we see it with our own eyes. But for anyone who might have missed this, okay, let's focus on Johnson County, right? This is where the city council is making these changes. The city council's vote came despite a presentation from a Johnson County organization where housing studies showed that the average home price in the county rose 37%.
Oh, come on,
from
man.
2017 to 2021. In just a few short years, it rose 37%, climbing from, let's keep it up, climbing from $324,393 to $443,700. The study, wow, shockingly also showed that wages did not rise at that same rate.
Really? They didn't rise 37%? And by the way, you turn on cable news and all their nonstop talk of inflation, what do they say is the real problem? They said your wages went up too much.
No.
That's the problem?
You got economic stimulus. Those Biden bucks and those Trump bucks though, 1,000 here, maybe 2,000 there. That economic stimulus really screwed up the economy, didn't it? Private equity firms, they can do whatever they want. Federal Reserve, keep printing that money. Artificially low interest rates, keep it coming. Yeah, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, doesn't matter. It's all the same garbage. They lie to you, okay? They provide cover to corporate interests. That is all they do, day in, day out. That is their role, they know it. and they fulfill it perfectly.
And the city council is like, how dare you not be able to afford a $443,000 house in the middle of Kansas? Is that normal? That doesn't sound normal. 37% increase in housing in 4 years is not normal. They are slowly and really subtly robbing you blind. They're taking all of the money out of the economy and moving it to the top. And all the politicians that they bought are helping them do that. You won't ever hear that in mainstream media because they're corporate media. They're protecting those same corporate interests that are robbing you blind.
Final break of the show. When we come back, we're gonna get back into the abortion debate because there was an insane claim made on Fox that we must discuss. Don't miss it.
All right, remember everybody, we got election coverage tonight, and it's a doozy. This is the big one. Nina Turner versus Chantel Brown, the rematch. And in fact, polls just closed 10 minutes ago in Ohio. And so we've done all we can. The TYT Cavalry came in for Nina Turner. Let's see if it made a difference or not. We don't know. There's no way of knowing until you get the results. That our election coverage starts in just about 20 minutes. Margaret Harper, also another good progressive running for Senate there. And then you'll have J.D. Vance versus Josh Mandel or J.P. Mandel, depending on if you have dementia or not. So that's tonight. And don't forget, we got food for thought trivia. So if you're a member, and a lot of you just signed up, remember you actually can get a $100 Blue Apron gift card. That's a true gift card. You don't have to put your credit card in. You're gonna get $100 of free food. All you gotta do is watch the show live. And then on Friday, in the bonus episode for members, we do one trivia question, and 50 of you can win. And so far, 2 weeks, 100 people have won, and they're thrilled with it. And so that's a giant benefit of membership. I mean, you're also like literally economically making money if you're a member and you win this contest, which a lot of you obviously can win. And by the way, we're going to increase it to 200 winners soon per week. So we're giving away a lot of gift cards. Membership is gonna probably make you money, I'm not joking. So Puffy Cloud says, how many of our daughters will soon be in prison for having miscarriages? It's a good question. Depends on if they live in the new slave states or not. So these are all super chats. Sebastian Gonzalez says, Anna's on fire today and is the main reason I'm still a daily viewer. But how do these clown Dems actually expect me to vote for Joe Biden again in 2024?
It doesn't matter.
No, but guys,
it doesn't matter.
I know. First of all, none of it matters. That's true. But also, in Washington, there's a super thick bubble. They really think that the average person is out of touch and that the elites are in touch. They think that, oh yeah, Joe Biden, yeah, he's got this. They think it's like sacrilege, like it's really, really rude to question whether Biden should run again. They're like, whoa, he is powerful, he's the elite. You can't question the elite. Trust me, we can, and we just did, and all of you are. And they're gonna question pretty hard on election night if he runs again. He has a 0% chance of winning re-election. Law School Stud says, can we also point out that Biden said he will react if and when SCOTUS passes the decision? Why are you waiting until then? You're in power now. Why? Because he intends to do nothing, that's why. Law School Stud, you're 100% right. Spud writes in, home from work today due to positive COVID test. Get better, brother. Personal vaxxed and feeling okay, even though the news is horrible. Glad to be here with you all. Love to TYT. Jason Ray writes in, SCOTUS just ruled against women's religious liberty. Numbers sanction gods. Will abortion? Does that bakery have to make the gay cake? That references to Numbers in the Bible, which is pro-abortion. We'll be back. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Winlet Bell with a very nice note on Super Chat saying, thank you, Anna, Cenk, and the rest of the TYT team for helping to save America. But guys, if you're members, you're the ones doing that, which leads me to the new heroes. Courtney Jones, Matthew Stafford, Abel L., Danny Correte, Sam Redmond, Angelo Loza, Jonah, Deb Hendler, NYC, Lisa Serenelli, and help, sorry brother on this one, Farwar and Dorsha Days. So thank you guys. Now that you're all members, we're stronger and they can't knock us down and they can't knock us out. I love the members. Everyone that isn't on YouTube, tyt.com/join. That way we'll be able to give you this truth every single day. All right, Anna.
Let's get to our next story.
I think as a pro-life person, you say, what about the rights of the tens of millions of unborn babies that have been relentlessly under attack by the left for decades now? We are not talking about the same conversation that happened 40 years ago. Today's Democrats are advocating in many cases for the rights to have an abortion beyond the birth of the child. And most Americans would say that's not something that sits well with me.
That liar and lunatic is Cassie Smedel, who is the executive director of America Rising pro-Trump PAC. She's on Fox News. She should probably look into whether or not Donald Trump had some of his mistresses do abortions after he impregnated them. I don't know if that happened, but something you should look into, including all the Republican congressmen like Representative Desjardins, who got his mistress pregnant, forced her to have an abortion, forced his wife to have an abortion as well, by the way.
Correction, 2 abortions for his wife.
Oh, 2 abortions for his wife.
So 3 overall. And
Desjardins.
Republicans reelected him.
Yeah, okay.
They don't believe in pro-life at all.
But the idea that the left wing in this country advocates for or supports abortions past the birth of the child is the most egregious, insane lie. In fact, if we actually want to be accurate, why don't we talk about all the children who die as a result of hunger, poverty, that results from austerity measures that Republicans have fought for tooth and nail to pleasure their corporate donors just so they can save a buck or two in taxes. Let's talk about that, bitch. You want to talk about that? You want to talk about how many homeless kids die on the streets in red states in this country? You want to talk about how many right-wingers made wearing a mask during a contagious pandemic a culture war issue? Knowing full well that it put people's lives in danger and very likely spread the virus and killed people? You want to talk about that, bitch? Anyway, others got heated on that panel, Cenk. So why don't we look at more of that video and then I'll give you an opportunity to jump in.
Yeah, because this doesn't pass the Smedel test. What she said is beyond absurd. But let's watch the rest and I'll tell you why.
I'm with Senator Durbin on this. I don't condone this leak whatsoever, and there should be an investigation, as I said, by the marshals into this. But to Cassie's point, I don't know of any serious leading Democrat, any real elected Democrat that supports abortion for a baby already delivered. That is extreme. That's murder in this country, and no Democrat supports that. I support fundamental limits on abortion in terms of well, which governor supports actual murder of a child delivered?
Former governor of Virginia. That was a big scandal you guys tried to push under the rug.
Which governor?
But so address Ralph Northam.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, well, there's a radio interview
that's actual murder, Cassie. But listen, I think the president and the vast majority of Americans fundamentally support the Roe decision, 50 years, obviously strong, but also support, to Cassie's point, some fundamental limits on abortion. I fundamentally agree with bans on 3rd trimester abortions.
Yeah. God, he's so weak. God,
unbelievably weak. It's embarrassing. I'm sorry. I totally misread what that video was supposed to be. I thought there was going to be a heated debate. I didn't know there was going to be a pathetic little coward on that panel who was supposed to counter the insane deception and lies coming from that Trump lunatic. By the way, Donald Trump, who advocated for the executions of the Central Park Five after DNA evidence cleared them of any wrongdoing. After it exonerated them, he wanted to execute them anyway. That's your pro-life hero? Is that your pro-life hero?
Yeah. So she said in the first clip that that Democrats advocate for, quote, abortion beyond the birth of the child. What is an abortion beyond the birth? That's just a person. There is no, you can't abort something if it's beyond the birth. Why are we having this conversation? Look, Fox News is filled to the rim with liars and lunatics. But the rest of the press, like there was a big kerfuffle earlier in the week because the New York Times finally said that Tucker Carlson might be racist. And they thought that was like the biggest, like boldest thing they have ever done. They're like, did you know what Tucker Carlson's saying? And for a lot of the elites, they probably didn't. They're like, oh, I read it in the New York Times, he's been naughty, right? Yeah, we cover it all the time here. And even then, they're just so afraid to call them what they are. There is no abortion beyond birth. That's just a person. That's so obviously a lie. That's so obviously the rantings of a lunatic mind. But now we've all come to accept it because everything's 50-50. Well, the sane people say this and the insane people say that. And I can't tell. There is no abortion beyond birth by definition. Honestly, if you're a right winger and you're on her side and you think what she said is true, I genuinely feel bad for you because you have no ability to think at all. Like, oh yeah, well, you know what? That boy, he was aborted, 16 years beyond birth. Oh, that guy was killed 20 years beyond birth, and that was an abortion. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Coming from the pro-death penalty party, okay? Coming from individuals who, again, I can't stress this enough. We can't allow short memory spans to put us in a disadvantage right now. We're dealing with a pandemic that has subsided a little bit. Hundreds of thousands of Americans who didn't need to die died because her party, people like Donald Trump, decided to make masks a culture war issue. The same people who want to be all up in your uterus and decide what you can and can't do with it are the same ones who were losing their minds over having to put a piece of cloth over their freaking ugly faces. Oh, I can't breathe. How many videos did we see of Trump supporters at grocery stores or retail stores or just out in public hyperventilating over having to briefly and temporarily put a goddamn mask on? But they think that a woman shouldn't have agency over her own body because they allegedly want to protect zygotes and fetuses. But the second that baby's born, no mandatory family leave, no child care, nothing, no support. Oh, are you poor because your wages have been stagnant since the 1970s? Too bad. We want to cut funding for food stamps. We want to cut the social safety net. We want to make sure that our rich buddies save $1 or $2 in taxes. That's how pro-life they are. There are kids living on the streets right now as we speak. In Texas, they have an issue with an underfunded foster care system. So they say, oh, well, if you can't afford the kid, you just give it up for adoption, as if that's not a traumatic thing to do after carrying that fetus to term for 9 months. But then what? You're gonna just put it in the system that you've underfunded intentionally because you want rich donors to save $1 or $2 in taxes? That's who this party is. That's who that woman is. She doesn't care about people's lives. This is all a fun little game for her.
Yeah, it was a study that proved conclusively that hundreds of thousands of Americans died because they did not get vaccinated. Fox News right-wingers told you not to get vaccinated. They killed hundreds of thousands of people with the wrong information. Were they pro-life then? No, they didn't care at all. It's all a way to control you because they just need that power. By the way, Smeddle, give me your kidney. You know why? I don't intend to do anything wrong with it. I actually intend to save a life with it. Because now apparently women aren't allowed to control their bodies. Why? You could say because to save a life, in your mind, right? You think the zygote is a life. That's okay, I have a real living person who needs a kidney transplant. Smeddle, give me your goddamn kidney. You're a woman. You're not allowed to control your body anymore. Give me your kidney. Why not? I thought you were pro-life. It would save a life. Give me your goddamn kidney. Oh, you don't like it? Oh, because it's about you. By the way, I guarantee you, her and every other right-winger, the minute they're pregnant and they don't want to be, they'll get an abortion. That's what they do every time. Oh, but I'm moral. No, you're the most immoral people alive. You're trying to control women and turn them into chattel. No way. All right, last couple of things here. She's lying about Governor Northam. Of course, Governor Northam said the exact opposite. Besides which, no one could possibly say you should have an abortion after someone's already alive. Again, it's the dumbest point. And then you know who actually codified and said there should be no late-term abortions in the 3rd trimester? Roe v. Wade. They're so deceptive. It's actually Roe that says you're not allowed to have an abortion once it's viable, once it's in the 3rd trimester. Did Fox News ever clarify to their audience? No. They're like, we got to get rid of Roe so that they can't have abortions in the 3rd trimester. That is Roe. You're right-wingers, you're so ignorant, you don't even know how ignorant you are. For God's sake, read a page. I know you and your dear leader are incapable of reading a page, but once, if you want to live and bathe in your own ignorance, and sometimes because of COVID die in your own ignorance, that's your goddamn problem. But then when you say we should take away our rights because of your wacky beliefs, no goddamn deal. We're gonna fight you. We're not Democrats, we're progressives. We came to fight.
We got to start strategizing. We got to find a way to take advantage of whatever loopholes we can find. It's just, I'm done hearing from people like this.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it. Like, I'm done with it. It's a waste of time. And we've got, like, in terms of political power, we've got almost no one on our side. At least no one who's actually engaging in this fight alongside with us. And that is incredibly demoralizing, and I'm done being demoralized. I'm done being disappointed. I'm done, thinking like, oh, let me give the progressive lawmakers a chance. Maybe they'll speak up. But even they have been beaten down into complying with the corporate wing of the Democratic Party. I mean, the lack of endorsements coming from progressive lawmakers for Nina Turner solidified that for me, okay? You guys are disappointments. We rallied for you. We fundraised for you. We gave you endless interviews on this program and other progressive programs. You guys didn't deserve it. You immediately folded after doing a few PR stunts. The only thing people are gonna remember is that women lost their reproductive rights when Democrats were in charge in Congress. They're not gonna give a damn about the Senate parliamentarian. They're not gonna give a damn about the Senate filibuster. All they're gonna remember is this happened under a Democratic president and a Congress that is controlled by the Democratic Party. You guys are pathetic. You guys are embarrassments. And take a look at what we're up against. People who have no problem lying through their teeth and smearing Democrats as if they want to do murder after a baby is actually born, a viable baby outside the womb. That's who we're dealing with. I'm done with them. I'm done with them. I can't stand it anymore. How many times are you gonna be disappointed before you finally decide, time to switch gears and find some other strategy? There are organizations in this country, I don't know how expansive they are. It's something that I'm gonna be looking into a lot more in the coming days, that provide transportation for women living in red states who need access to abortion. They take them to a boat on international waters, which means that it's not regulated by US federal laws, so they can get an abortion. That is incredible, and that is an inspiring story. I wanna get involved with that kind of stuff. We need to look out for our communities, we need to look out for each other. That's the only way that we're gonna win. That's it, that's the only path forward.
All right, we got election coverage coming up in a couple of minutes, so everybody stay right here. But I have the first report because Ohio's polls have already closed. There's no results in yet in Nina Turner versus Shontel Brown. But instantly we start with bad news. The Senate race on the Democratic side has already been called. So Tim Ryan has won, Morgan Harper has lost. Right now with just 10% reporting, but a decent number of votes in, Tim Ryan has 71% and Morgan Harper has 17.3%. So instantly before the coverage even began, one progressive has lost. Now, to be honest, that one is way more expected. Morgan Harper was way outspent as usual with most progressives. No cavalry arrived, barely any support, no media coverage. I'll talk way more about that in the election special because it's the same race that the Republicans have J.D. Vance and Josh Mandel, and I have an update on that as well for you guys. And there's an anti-Trump guy running, and he's also doing well. He might even win. We'll cover that, and results for Nina Turner and Shontel Brown. We're gonna take a quick break here, and then everybody come back, not just members, everybody come back. We're gonna do election coverage. We'll be right back.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
300 million is a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world.
We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day.
We looked at you like, are you nuts?
Young Turks has just passed another milestone, 20 billion views.
Damn.
All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Rob Shively. What do you know? Rob says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me, or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Cenk and Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug, I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging, watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right?
Wow, man.
I can see the void.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable. Senator Sanders, welcome to Rebel Headquarters.
Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted.
Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going.
Here's what we do. We go beyond the headline. We are willing to engage in transparent conversations with those who do not think like me. We also make sure that you know what's happening not only nationally, but in your local area. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
Cool news, shoptyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's a fantastic story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called The Original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the American dream.
Welcome to the Young Turks special election coverage. Francesca Fiorentini and Iadarola are with us as well. Great to have you guys. But let me give you a quick update as soon as we start here because the polls closed half an hour ago. The one race where there is no numbers reporting is Nina Turner versus Chantel Brown. So you haven't missed anything in that regard, okay? In Ohio, there's a number of really, really interesting races. That's why tonight's a special night. Obviously, the Nina Turner race is number one. And then you've got, on the Republican side, the JP Mandel race. In other words, J.D. Vance versus Josh Mandel, or as Trump calls that race, JP Mandel. And by the way, there's an anti-Trump Republican that's in the running there and is actually doing really well. I'm going to give you an update on that race in a second. And then in the Senate side, on the Democratic side, it's Tim Ryan, the establishment candidate, versus Morgan Harper, the progressive. I have a definitive update for you on that one in a second. And we also have Indiana tonight, and there is a progressive Liam Doris running in Indiana, and we'll check in on him as well. Okay, now let me give you the most dramatic news, in case you missed the ending of TYT just a minute ago. Tim Ryan has already been called as the winner in that race. Right now, with 15% reporting, he has 74.1%, and Morgan Harper has 15.7%. So this is a correct call. There's no dispute about it. It's a big win, and it doesn't really quite matter what the final numbers are. But there's no question Ryan has won the race. So to give you a little bit of context on this, Morgan Harper had no cavalry arrive for her. She was massively outspent. Barely anyone paid attention to that race from the Democratic point of view or the progressive point of view. And yes, she has some good endorsements. We love Morgan Harper. We think would make a phenomenal senator. She was a Justice Democrat before. We supported her in every way that we could. But especially being outspent the way that she was, and the media treating it the way that it did, she had almost no chance of winning. Okay, by the end. In the beginning, they always have a chance, right? And I don't know the poll numbers, so I don't, I wouldn't have told you yesterday she has no chance, but I just heard from John that there were poll numbers earlier and that they showed this sort of situation. But she's still a great candidate. We still love that she ran. I'll give you one quick note about Tim Ryan, then we'll move to the other races. Tim Ryan was actually a friend of the show, used to come on here all the time. Remember, we've been around 20 years. So in the early years, Tim Ryan was a young, interesting legislator, and he was a little bit of a rebel back in the day, okay? Since then, he has become prototypical establishment Democrat. And it's really kind of sad the way that the metamorphosis happens once you move to DC. So well before there was the squad, there was Tim Ryan. And Tim came on the show. The one thing I give to Tim is that he's courageous. He'll go on progressive shows. He doesn't mind getting challenged, etc. And like a corporate Democrat these days, he doesn't mind hypocrisy. So he had co-sponsored Medicare for All in the House when it was really hot and everybody was co-sponsoring it. On the campaign trail when he ran for president, I asked him, so if you're president, will you do Medicare for All? And he said, no, I'm against Medicare for All. He co-sponsored it. No, corporate Democrats are just.
Well, to keep your friends close and the legislation you hate closer.
Yeah, I suppose so. Exactly. And that's why when
so you can say you at one time supported it, and no one should tell you what to do or how to think, because you at one point supported it, but then your heart got so corrupted and rotten. From DC that you're done.
No, it's not just that though. I think you guys are really onto it. So obviously what happened was you want to neutralize progressives that run against you. And the way to do that is to say, I signed on to Medicare for All. And then all of the reporters for the rest of time will say that you're for Medicare for All when it is convenient, okay? So when Morgan Harper says, I'm for Medicare for All and Tim Ryan's against it, the papers will write and cable news will say, no, she's being really unfair to poor Tim Ryan. He's for Medicare for All, but no, he said he wouldn't do it. No, he was sponsored it. So it's a well-calculated trick. There's no question about it. And so, for example, Mark Pocan, former head of the Progressive Caucus, was on, we're gonna talk a lot about this tonight, was on TV just 2 days ago lying. And I don't say that lightly. He was very literally lying and got proven to be a lie, that the entire Progressive Caucus voted against Nina Turner in the endorsement. That's actually not true. Cori Bush came out later. Oh, now she didn't come out, but there was a leak from her office that showed, no, she voted no on Shontel Brown. She wanted Nina Turner, okay? Now, by the way, we're gonna be brutally honest tonight. Yet Cori Bush did not endorse Nina Turner. Okay, that is.
To be fair, AOC did yesterday.
So, so there's a lot. We're going to get back into that. That's a massive topic. But when you ask, Mark Pocan in that TV appearance said, I don't see what the difference between Shontel Brown and Nina Turner is. They're both progressives, just the same. No. So, in case you don't know, Shontel Brown said she was for Medicare for all. She went to Congress and she said, well, not Medicare for all, something else. So how is she for, and Mark Pocan lied on TV and said she was for Medicare for all. It's not true. And he said she's for New Green Deal. She's not. She said not Green New Deal, something else. That's exactly what corporate Democrats say. She's part of the New Democratic Coalition. As soon as she came into Congress, she joined them. That is a conservative Democratic group. The day before Nina Turner announced, she found out Nina Turner's coming into the race, she joined the Progressive Caucus. And the Progressive Caucus said, we would love to lie on your behalf and pretend you're progressive. We'll even go on TV and pretend we're all on your side, even though that's a flat out lie. And we'll say that you're for our positions, even though that's a flat out lie.
I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is even part of the Progressive Caucus.
It's a
choose
joke.
one of those two groups.
You really should. But Tim Ryan is a perfect establishment Dem. I mean, this is someone who also believes that Title 42 should not be overturned. That is a Republican position at this point. Biden has finally dropped it, and Tim Ryan says, no, I don't think so. He is obviously a centrist, he's to the right. Look, you could make an argument that him going up against JP, whomever, JD Vance or Josh Mandel might be a better matchup. But at the same time,
I wouldn't make that argument.
Right,
we definitely have to get into that.
On a very what?
I said we're definitely gonna have to get into the calculations of where this goes based on how the Republican side shakes out, but continue.
But in terms of who can draw more daylight between Republicans and Democrats, a progressive vision or an actual vision versus the Republican vision, I think Morgan would have been a better matchup in terms of that. But on a very blank, I think what I think Democrats think is like a safe bet. Who's gonna get to the middle, even though the state went to Biden?
Yeah, and there's just
everything's Ohio didn't go to Biden.
Ohio didn't go to Biden.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify.
Sure, yeah. Everything is so muddled. Like we have, this week obviously, the Republicans have made clear on abortion, reproductive rights, all that, where they actually stand. And then obviously it'll go much further than just that eventually. And Nancy Pelosi's off campaigning with Henry Cuellar and stuff. So
no, that's a great point.
It's they like there are some distinctions, but they muddle it to the maximum extent, and that would be okay. Like the tricks that you were talking about I once was for it and now I'm against it, but I can always pretend that I was. Like if we had a media that didn't have a vested interest in these candidates getting elected, they would easily see through that. I think they're clever enough for that. But they play the game. They're an active participant in it. CNN and MSNBC are never gonna fairly differentiate Tim Ryan and Morgan Harper. No. They're probably never gonna talk about Morgan Harper.
Never, no.
Yeah.
And to that point, I mean, there's 1,000 points to talk about tonight because Ohio is so indicative of everything else. And by the way, we're checking constantly, still no numbers, not one vote reported yet between Nina Turner and Shontel Brown. Obviously, we'll give you that as soon as it happens. I couldn't be more interested. Some of you know my involvement in the race. I'll tell you more about that in a second as well. But wait a minute, in Ohio, there's a race that people talk about nonstop. It's between, you got numbers?
Catch you up. So we do have the first result, 17%. I'm gonna bring it up actually on here so we can show it. And at 17%, Shontel Brown is at 70.1%, Nina Turner at 29.9%.
Okay, so
that could likely be a one district thing, but.
Yeah, so guys, let me clarify that, okay? So obviously I would much rather have it be the reverse, and 17% reporting is not insignificant. 11,564 votes. So how many votes are there gonna be? Well, the last time they ran against each other, there was about 75,000 votes. There were other people in the race. So, and that was a special election race, so it had a lot more attention. They're expecting lower voter turnout today. So you can do the math on 11,000 versus probably at most 75,000 votes this time around, right?
Especially on the Democratic side.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean that it's definitive, et cetera, and you don't know where they're coming from, et cetera. But at the same time, that is not a good number to start with, okay? So keeping it real on that. So let's see how it develops. But what I was saying is that JD Vance and Josh Mandel got how much coverage? Like at this point, it's definitely in the hundreds of millions in free media coverage. And there's issues were covered nonstop. What's the big difference between JD Vance and Josh Mandel? Nothing, zero. They're both right-wing nutjobs. I've literally never heard a policy difference between them. They're just competing on who can kiss Trump's ass more and who's a bigger right-wing lunatic. But I've literally never heard a policy difference.
It's not even a stylistic difference.
Yeah, that's true. There's like literally no difference.
Didn't Josh Mandel try to like step to JD Vance at some point? Was that on the debate? Was some debate stage where he was like?
Yeah, I don't know if it was to JD Vance. I forget exactly as well, but he did step up and stuff, and because they're all trying to out alpha each other, right? And so then Trump endorsed Vance, and then all that soap opera stuff. But that race got unbelievable coverage. You all know because by now, JD Vance and Josh Mandel are household names. Which, by the way, when whoever wins, is an enormous advantage to them. Because then everyone in Ohio knows their name already. Yeah. That's a giant political advantage. Okay, now in the same race, Tim Ryan and Morgan Harper have massive differences between them. Yep. It would actually make a really big difference in the Democratic Party if one of them is a senator versus the other. Zero coverage, none, zero, okay? By the way, Nina Turner, Shontel Brown, massive difference. That difference is so large and that race is so significant. Joe Biden bothered to endorse. What is Joe Biden getting involved in a tiny little congressional race? There's 435 House seats. Why is Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, Jim Clyburn, Hakeem Jeffries, they all came to endorse Shontel Brown because to them, defeating Nina Turner is the most important thing in the world. I've never seen them so animated in my life. Fighting Republicans, no, both Pelosi and Biden have said they want a stronger Republican Party. But Nina Turner, oh my God, goddamn progressives actually embarrass us by fighting Republicans and doing what they're supposed to do. No, you're supposed to lie to your voters. So they all came out in full force against Nina Turner. If these results hold, they'll have crushed us, right? And did the media cover that race? Barely, no. I mean, the Morgan Harper race got like almost literally no national media articles.
And they're not even honest
But Nina Turner and Shontel Brown, not that many more. I mean, almost nothing until like the last 3 or 4 days.
But it's like, you can cover it, but then if they cover it, they'd have to actually show their hand and who they're for, right? But they'd have to cover the differences. They're not even being honest about who's in the actual race. They're not being honest about the issues at stake. They would just like to pretend the progressives don't even exist, even though, like you're saying, why wouldn't you talk about this race if Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and all these people are endorsing it? Talk about the other side. That must be a pretty interesting foe, supposed foe. Yeah. If so many national figures are endorsing Shontel Brown, gee. But again, this is it's just, you guys, this is driving the dagger even deeper on a day like today after the leak of this Supreme Court ruling and feeling like we've got a Democratic Party that just wants to lose time and time again. They will not deliver for people. It is up to us. And that being said, I still think it's worth it to run. Like if I think about the money spent on a race like Morgan Harper's, I absolutely think every single penny of that is worth it. Because I don't think we can give up on the electoral sphere. We have to give up on the officials we have now and the electeds we have now. But challenging them and nipping at their heels and making them run scared, I think will always be a worthwhile effort.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, and by the way, like it can be incredibly depressing. There have been wins, we try to remember the wins. We've said at this desk 4 wins not that many years ago, but it is pretty rare. And so it's easy to get depressed, and there are certainly people who are willing to prey upon people who are feeling that sort of fatigue and apathy. I will say their arguments about just abandoning this whole thing, if they ever make the case for how that could possibly ever work, I will sign up for it. They've never done it, they will never do it, because it ain't about changing politics, it's about changing the size of their audience. But I will also say, you might be wondering, but why not cover these Democratic races. I mean, after all, like, even if we take for granted that CNN and MSNBC are gonna side with Shontel Brown, why not just cover it and attack Nina Turner? Why not just smear her? And you can occasionally get that, but they can't do sustained coverage because then you might have to actually reveal what the differences are. The drama is that there's a lot of endorsements and that it represents two very different wings of the party, two different futures for the Democratic Party, two different approaches to winning the midterms. That is so rife with drama and interest. They have to go out of their way to avoid it because they would have to reveal what the candidates actually are fighting for, and they don't want that. It's the same reason that Fox doesn't really do that much attacking of the squad except in the most shallow terms. Because the few times that they have where Sean Hannity will put up a graphic of all the things that AOC is in favor of, it makes him look awful and it reveals to their audience, no, these are popular things. That CNN would rather ignore it, forego the potential audience of that while giving massive free media to the Republican side, showing that they've learned literally nothing from the 2016 election. Because fundamentally, it's about playing defense against progressives, exactly the same as the establishment is doing.
So let me give you the first update on the JP Mandel race. So a very interesting development. How could it be that interesting? They're the same candidate. But wait, there's a third candidate, and he's anti-Trump. So first set of results that I'm reporting, at least 15% reporting. JD Vance in the lead, but only by a little bit. He was supposed to have a bigger lead than this. 25.7%. Number 2, Matt Dolan, not Josh Mandel. Matt Dolan, the anti-Trump candidate on the Republican side, is at 23.2. And Josh Mandel is at 22.7. The numbers just moved again. JD Vance picked up a couple of like 0.2 or 0.3 or so. So 25.9, 23.2, 22.7.
Vance had been slightly higher. Dolan was in third not that long ago.
Yeah, here comes Dolan. So
I'm sure he's great.
Yeah, so but guys, a lot of people will make big hay out of Matt Dolan even if he comes in second.
Yes.
But that's only because Mandel and Vance split the lunatic vote.
Yeah.
Right? If there was if Trump got his way and there was only JP Mandel in the race versus Matt Dolan, he'd crush him. So, there's an outside chance here that a non-insane Republican will win a consequential race, but only because Trump came in so heavy and Peter Thiel and so many other Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump Jr., all these guys came in so heavy for JD Vance that it made it a race. Josh Mandel was supposed to win this race. Right. And by the way, Josh Mandel has a ton of supporters in crazy right-wing circles, including right-wing media. And Josh Mandel was the true conservative. JD Vance, remember, thought Trump was the American Hitler, right? And so why did Trump pick Vance? It doesn't make any sense, right? And I'm not sure he even knows he picked Vance. No, we're constantly referring to that flub that he had where he mashed our names together and got it all wrong. But no, he knows exactly who he endorsed. And the reason he endorsed him is because Peter Thiel's behind him. Peter Thiel has $8 billion. He's a Silicon Valley billionaire. And he's willing to spend a lot of money in politics.
Trump needs money.
So Trump is thinking, I get in good with Thiel. He's an actual billionaire, unlike me. And maybe he'll give me money next time around.
He even forgave JD Vance for talking smack on social media. Remember how JD Vance was so anti-Trump? Trump gets up there, he said a lot of stuff about me. He actually swore. But when have we seen Trump accept someone's like 180 about him? Never.
Yeah, and so look, I for the drama of it, am looking for cases where maybe Trump won't win in his endorsements. This isn't as clear of a case, but right now, I mean, Mike DeWine, it looks like locked up. He's gonna stay there, and Trump had been criticizing him. It wasn't as clear as in some of these other races, but he'd been criticizing Mike DeWine because Mike DeWine made the mistake that early on in the pandemic, when like people were dying, and we all agreed at that point that people dying was bad. Mike DeWine tried to stop some people from dying. He eventually wised up and he let them die. And so I guess the Republicans are okay with him now. But initially he had an issue with it. I also think though, it's so fascinating that we're talking about these two different sides of theoretically a split. We have like Morgan Harper versus Tim Ryan. We have Nina Turner versus Chantel Brown. This is a substantive disagreement about virtually everything about what the Democratic Party should be, the way they should communicate, the way they should find candidates, the way they should fundraise, what they should do in office, whether they should ever do anything while in office. That is how big of a divide it is, and it's ignored. On the right, is the guy who sucked up more to Trump gonna win, or the guy who sucked up but apparently it wasn't enough? And maybe Tucker Carlson told Trump that he had a gross penis. That literally is the reporting about why Trump apparently turned on Josh Mandel. He heard he had a gross penis.
Wait, who's got the gross penis, Trump or Mandel? Because this is really important, guys.
Very important. Both, obviously, according to Stormy.
Trump doesn't want to endorse another guy because 2 gross penises in a campaign photo is too much.
Yeah.
So he goes with the other guy.
So he heard Mandel had a gross
Tucker Carlson told Trump on the phone that Josh Mandel had a gross penis and a gross sex life. And Trump and Don Jr. chuckled about it and made jokes about his penis.
Because Donald Trump does not have a gross sex life as he goes raw dog on porn stars. And as he cheats on his wife while she's pregnant.
That's the part that bothers me.
As he literally sexually molested a reporter in his own house while his wife was pregnant. He trapped her against the door and started feeling her breasts without her consent. She was freaked out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that might have been a business associate rather than a reporter. I forget who he sexually assaulted at which times, but Josh Mandel has a gross sex life.
Yeah.
So I hadn't even heard that story.
No, yeah, that came out last week actually. And it's ridiculous, and it's obviously no way to run a party. But the difference between the conflict on the left versus the center, I guess, and this conflict, even though this one is drawing a lot of attention, as you say, Charlie Kirk will go there, and Trump is there, and Ted Cruz is, I think he's with Mandel. Like they're all focusing on it. That ain't a divide. Because again, what's the difference? In terms of their donors, the people behind the Republican Party, it's the same exact thing. It matters to those individual guys, I guess, some of their friends, maybe. It doesn't mean anything for what will happen once they're in office. It's the exact same thing. They'll support the same wars, the same tax cuts, all that. And that is really what we're up against. We're up against, the center on the Democratic side or whatever, and all of the right, and both components of that have endless money. They instantly rally together, politicians and media on both sides in lockstep. And we're up against all of that. And we're up against even more because ever since 2016, there have been more and more people who had previously been a part of this fight that have been lured over, like the rest of them, by money to become former liberals and all that.
Right, and to understand that it's a simple playbook for them to get clicks and to get views and to basically just bolster their own candidacy, which is just a shell of a persona that, is just an imitation of Trumpism. So that's all it is, and I think everyone is guilty of this, let's be real. And so for me, I'm like, I do like when Fox occasionally does the Green New Deal's coming for you, because at least they're talking about it. Whereas CNN and MSNBC aren't even talking about the Green New Deal. I'd rather you talk about it and like sort of throw a bunch of shade, because at least it makes me feel like we're not crazy. Whereas like centrist corporate media makes us feel insane. It makes us feel like this isn't an incredibly popular program, or that climate change isn't real. It's like they talk about climate change, what, a fraction more of what Fox News talks about it, and so it is also the product of the fact that all the eyeballs nowadays are going to the craziest thing you could possibly say.
Yeah, so.
And progressives can't beat that.
Yeah, no, the power of the media is the most underrated thing in the world. And when you say to people in media, hey, maybe you affected the race, like the Bernie Biden race, by giving such enormous positive coverage to Biden. And by the way, later they do actually do analysis, like Columbia Journalism School and other places do analysis, and they go, oh no, the progressives were right. They gave like 70% positive coverage to Biden or more, and they gave overall negative coverage to Bernie. And the difference is like literally hundreds of millions of dollars in positive media versus negative media. Imagine if Bernie had a couple $100 million more in campaign money that he could have used on ads or et cetera. I mean, it makes a gigantic, inarguable difference. And everybody in Washington goes, what media? Well, we don't affect anything. I guess he just wasn't that popular.
Right.
Oh, come on. All right, look, we got to take a break here. But guys, Tonight's kind of a dramatic. I'm weirdly low key here, as some of you know. I put $28,000 of my own money, some directly maxed out to Nina, and then $25K into Rebellion PAC. A lot of you put money into Rebellion PAC, but I'm low key here tonight for now, right? And we're still got a lot more Democrats to talk about, squad, et cetera, and all the things that happen. But tonight is dramatic. Don't mistake my demeanor now, okay? Because if Nina wins, then everything is possible. If she doesn't, there's some chance that I pretty much stop ever caring about congressional politics. Not all electoral politics, but congressional politics. Because there's some chance it's hopeless, very literally. But we're gonna talk about that later, and that hasn't happened yet. It's gonna go dramatically one way or the other, but there's only 17% reporting. So stay right here and we'll be right back.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
That 300 million is a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world.
We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day.
We looked at you like, are you nuts?
Young Turks has just passed another milestone. 20 billion views.
Damn. All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Rob Shively. What do you know? Rob says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me, or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Jenkins Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
All right, let me do a little quick plug here. It's not even a plug, I'm bragging, okay? I'm bragging, watch me. We have a channel on YouTube, a whole channel devoted just to the Young Turks. It's badass, right? Wow, man. I can see the void.
You guys are rock stars.
Unbelievable, Senator Sanders. Welcome to Rebel Headquarters.
Man, you guys are amazing. We gave you what you wanted.
Okay. Speaking of shirts.
I have a surprise.
You reached a lot of people. You are the Young Turks. And we have spread that progressive message wide and far. Let's keep it going.
Here's what we do. We go beyond the headline. We are willing to engage in transparent conversations with those who do not think like me. We also make sure that you know what's happening not only nationally, but in your local area. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
Cool news, shoptyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's a fantastic story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called the original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the American dream.
All right, back on the Young Turks election coverage, Cenk, Francesca, and John. As if the night wasn't weird enough, the New York Times has just erased all the results. On the website, it has gone to zeros for Chantel Brown and Nina Turner.
Hashtag stop the steal.
Okay, I don't know what in the world is going on. Oh, Morgan Harper joins us. I think. That was weird. Okay, we have technical issues there. Okay, I think Morgan is going to join us. So I'm looking forward to that. Oh, there you are. Okay. All right, Morgan, great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I know how hard you worked on this Senate race, and tonight, unfortunately, we didn't get the result that we were looking for. It's been called already. So first, just give us your initial reaction to what happened.
Yeah, I mean, first reaction is just how much everything that we were talking about was resonating with the people that we could connect with across the state. And we talked to a lot of people. There's some structural barriers sometimes to getting the message out and being able to do as much in the paid ads and everything going on with the gerrymandering here and confusion around all that. We're gonna see probably record low Democratic turnout here in Ohio for this midterm election. And that's something that we all need to be paying close attention to as we try to win a seat in November. So yeah, of course, want to win, but I'm just really proud of our team and of everybody who is helping us to spread the message across the state that we can do better than this. And in fact, it's only through advancing more progressive policies that we have a shot.
So Morgan, the mainstream press has a childlike view of politics. And they will say things like, hey, well, Morgan Harper and Tim Ryan ran against each other, and apparently the people wanted Tim, and they made that clear. Tell the audience why that's an absurd way of looking at politics.
Well, yeah, I mean, I already got asked that question by a local member of the TV press here, who was like, oh, well, Morgan, isn't this just clear that Ohio voters prefer centrists? And my response was, no, what's clear is that the more centrist candidate was able to get a party's endorsement pre-primary and then have a party send mailers that only features him to manipulate people to think he's the only Democrat who's running. And then he's able to also garner a lot more of national donations by selling people on this myth that only a white guy can speak to the working class. So that's what we learned from this campaign. What we actually know is that every single time we were able to let people know that they have a choice in this election, somebody that's supporting Medicare for all, somebody that supports increasing minimum wage, somebody that's always stood up, especially right now, today, for abortion rights, they're very into it and they're very excited. And so we need to be honest about some of the structural barriers that the Ohio Democratic Party continues to perpetuate to control their candidates being the ones who are able to win in primaries. And instead, they need to recognize that the only way that we can win is by actually having fair elections and then maintain our integrity as being the party that's for democracy.
So Morgan, James Clyburn was very deeply involved in a different Ohio race than the Nina Turner, Chantel Brown race. And he said comically to two different reporters, I don't know why he thought Chantel might be in trouble, so he started making excuses and said, well, incumbency's a disadvantage because then you'll have taken votes and it could hurt you, et cetera. Have you seen in a couple of races that you've run that incumbency being a disadvantage in the Democratic Party?
I have not. Though interestingly, in this race, I mean, and that's an absurd thing to say. I mean, incumbency is always an advantage, but this race, open seat, and that's how powerful some of this party, engineering can be. Is that a lot of people have no idea who Tim Ryan is, but they released these slate cards or the sample ballot that only feature him, like I was saying, and then people believe that he's the only Democrat running. And I continue to interact with people, up until the time that polls were closing today, that only knew I was in the race, another Democrat, because I had personally connected with them. So yeah, that's absurd. Incumbency and having name ID traditionally is an advantage, but we're seeing even in the state of Ohio that sometimes someone who's been in Congress a long time, but if you haven't really had much to show for it, well, maybe people aren't that aware of you at all. And so then they have to go to these other tactics as well to make sure that their candidate wins.
Yeah, I just want the audience to understand two things that Morgan said there. That's why I'm gonna emphasize it, because this is the place where you're actually getting real facts. So Tim Ryan is not technically an incumbent in this race because it's a Senate race, but Tim Ryan is a longtime member of Congress, and they have an incumbency protection racket that once you get into the club, protecting the club becomes the single most important thing. That's why they were furious at anyone who was supporting Nina Turner or Morgan Harper, because no, you must always protect the powerful. That is not the Republican side, that is the Democratic side. And listen to what Morgan said. They put out the mailer pretending that Tim Ryan was the only Democrat in the race pre-primary. Well, then how would they know that Tim is better than you, Morgan, if they didn't even, did they bring you in, the Democratic Party, and go, oh, hey, you know what, Morgan, let's hear Tim out, let's hear you out. Let's find out whose policies are better before they made those mailers and deceived Democratic voters in Ohio.
Well, that's what's also very absurd about all of this is, I did submit for the party's endorsement and met with people, a committee of people. And the only questions that I was really asked about are how much money are you gonna raise and who are your consultants? And as we know, that has never been a question I've been asked by a voter of Ohio. And you would think that the biggest question to answer for any Democrat in a primary is, how are we gonna choose the person that's most likely to win in November? But that does require that you're focused on winning. And my whole point throughout this campaign is people in Ohio are sick of business as usual politics. The only way that we have a shot is by generating historic levels of turnout and excitement among young people, Black voters, women, independents, to make them believe that they should show up and vote for a Democrat. And as we're seeing through this engineering of the primary, well, what do we have? Probably a record of the lowest voter turnout among Democrats ever. Where are the Republicans at? Consistent turnout.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to ask you sort of a follow-up to one of the early topics that you and Cenk were talking about the them trying to pitch that this race was fundamentally a rejection of progressivism or just a politician actually standing for anything, wanting to fight for something. Like they never seem to square that with the fact that with the president, we got Biden, he was the centrist. Why is his approval rating tanking? If it's supposed to be about not rocking the boat or anything, why is it that people are so unenthused? Why in your race is the turnout low? I mean, we've had win after win after win of these centrist Democrats. It doesn't seem to be motivating people. Are you worried? I mean, we're all worried about how the midterms are gonna go, but now this race, if he's the standard bearer going up against possibly JD Vance, what do you think about November?
I'm not optimistic because the other thing that's been happening in our race is that Tim has been running these ads that are anti-Asian American, that just did an interview today saying America first, adopting some of the Trumpian rhetoric that alienates the base. And we have tried this strategy of pretending to be Republicans among those in the Democratic Party in Ohio. It doesn't work because what can Republicans vote for? An actual Republican, right? So we need to find a way to have messages that are gonna not only secure our base, but also present opportunities to bring new people in, including independents. And what I've found throughout this entire campaign, even people who lean in a more conservative direction, is that they are on board for universal health care. They are on board for trying to get wages to keep up with the cost of living. And fundamentally that they want corporate power to be checked to ensure that we have small businesses that are able to continue to be parts of our community and that we all have enough to be okay. That's what voters are focused on. And yeah, it's a real problem to continue to think that centrists are the only way to do it, because in Ohio, centrists as Democrats have been losing for my entire adult life, including President Biden in the state of Ohio.
Yeah, which I just got wrong earlier, and I couldn't believe that and had to remember that. I guess I want to ask you about the future, where you go from here, and your optimism, your sense of, like you're saying, you try and get endorsements, and it's how much money are you making and who are your consultants? Basically, are you part of the DC insiders already, and are you a millionaire? Which feels already like a giant barrier to entry, and yet you ran this race, and congratulations. And I just wanted to ask, what are some of those concrete things that need to change in Ohio's Democratic Party, and then maybe more broadly to allow progressives to get their message out there?
Well, first, I do want to distinguish between the state party and Democratic voters in Ohio, who often are completely unaware of everything that we just discussed. I don't have a lot of optimism for the state party to get with the program, but luckily we don't need to wait for that. Why I'm hopeful in this moment is because every single person I talk to throughout this state, and I've been talking to a lot of people over the last 3 years really, are saying the same thing. We want to move towards a better future. We can't keep living like this. We don't want to be living in fear of getting sick. We want to make sure that our kids can stay wherever they're from and get jobs and be okay. And so we need to continue to build that base throughout the state. And importantly, and this is why venues like this one are so important, we have to check this national media narrative that is pretending to know what Ohio's working class is looking for, and that it always has to be the typical Democratic Party candidate. No. The reality is that voters of all different ideological backgrounds in the state of Ohio share one thing. They are sick of politics as usual. They are ready to move in a more progressive direction from a policy perspective. And they want people who are actually going to be for the people, not sold out to special interests. That's the only winning path as a Democrat in the state of Ohio. And we need to continue to make that happen.
Yeah, so the Tim Ryan strategy of running as Republican light, world's worst strategy. Just ask Claire McCaskill, Joe Donnelly, and that list is really, really long of all the people who have lost doing just that. Why would they vote for the fake Republican if they could vote for the real Republican? It makes no sense, but centrist Democrats love that, partly because they have the same donors. Okay, so Morgan, I have one more question for you, but I'm gonna start it with a comment from one of our members. So Tradora wrote in, yes, Morgan, love that message. Losing sucks, but we can't give up. It hurts, but we gotta keep going. Not me, us, baby. Okay, that's what they wrote in. So Definitely. They love your enthusiasm. And normally I'm the biggest optimist in the room, but I said earlier in the program that if all of our candidates lose tonight, you, Nina Turner, etc., after we gave it all we got, that I might not care about congressional politics anymore because of how daunting it is. So I'm gonna keep it real. Morgan, if you had to do it over again, I'm not sure there's anything you could have done to win. So tell me, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, no.
I mean, yeah, here's the reality is money. And we talk a lot about this. I am very committed to being a grassroots candidate, no corporate money. I stand by that. But you do need a certain amount of money to be able to break through, especially when we're talking about these party structural barriers. We're talking about these media structural barriers. The media is no longer prepared or educated to talk about politics generally, but especially federal politics. So how do you break through and get to the people? You gotta buy their attention. You have to be able to do a lot of ads in addition to continuing to build the grassroots infrastructure. That's been one of my big learnings. I mean, I was just talking to a voter at a polling location today where she's like, I saw your ad, because we did do a relatively small for the Ohio Senate race ad buy. She's like, I saw your ads, but then I didn't see as many of them. And I could tell the way she was saying it made her kind of uncertain if I was a credible candidate because she hadn't seen as many TV ads. And so, that sucks, but that's where we're at. What it comes down to is people need to know that we are running. People need to know the policies that we are supporting because they are popular, but we have to have a certain level of financial resources to get there. So if my message, I know this audience already gets that, but we need to get some of these other very, I think, well-intentioned people who throw money out there for politics to recognize that they are blowing it to the wind if they continue to invest in these traditional Democratic Party candidates who are not well positioned to win. And they need to be investing in candidates that are truly meeting the people where they're at with a message that can actually pull these things off when well resourced.
Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, that's my point. The problem is we're right back to money in politics. And usually they're going to have more money than us. And so when they suffocate us with their corporate cash. And so it is dark times. It is super dark times. I mean, how you sense the scale here for the audience? How much money Tim had versus how much you had?
Tim's raised 12 million, I believe, and we raised a little over $1 million. So that's a lot more money. But I actually don't think we need to have the exact same amount of money, but you do need a certain amount of money. In Ohio, I mean, I can only speak to Ohio, but it's an expensive media market. There are 9 different media markets in the state, so to be able to really get a message to penetrate is expensive. And and I'm not saying it at all in exclusion to the grassroots stuff, but the reality is that's where a lot of people are getting their political information at this point. Okay. I mean, I'll just add one more thing. Looking at the Republican race, for example, I mean, JD Vance didn't raise a ton of money on his own, but he had $12 million from Peter Thiel, and then even with that, he still wasn't getting traction. It took Trump endorsement. So the other thing I would say is, and this we do have control over, is really having courage among the people who have the bigger profiles to be able to show up when it's a progressive candidate and not be so concerned about all of the friends and the DC stuff, right? It's like, do we have a candidate that supports the policies and the values that we care about? And if so, we need everybody to rally around that and really get it done.
Yeah. I mean, I know that generally can work, but also my mind is going to Nina's race and the amount of negative media coverage that she received, and the amount of endorsements that Shontel Brown has gotten. And so there's part of me that's like, but maybe if you have that sleeper campaign, thinking back to Crowley and AOC, the sleeper campaign can work and win, but I'm hearing otherwise from you.
No, that's definitely the exception.
No, I think there's something to that. Sneak attack is helpful. I think the sneak attack can be helpful, but especially when you're looking at a statewide race, you need sneak attack with still some good amount of ammo. So.
True.
All right, super last thing, actually, Morgan. Thank you for coming on tonight, and thank you for being with us and sharing your insights. It's actually really, really important. One of my theses is that the free media is even more important than the paid media, but that you can't get the free media until you have enough money that you spend on their outlets before they give you the most important vaunted title of credible, right? So I'm curious how the media handle this race. First of all, if they don't talk about it at all, that's a giant advantage to Tim Ryan, who has more name recognition, being a member of the House, getting the mailers from the Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. So did they talk about it much? And then when they did, both national and local, how did they cover it?
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring up the earned media or traditional media. I would say you have 2 different experiences with national media. I think the national media was taking its lead from national donors that, as I mentioned before, really focused on this idea that somebody like Tim is the only one that can speak to this mythical Obama-Trump working class voter in Ohio in order to win, though we've already talked about how that's not a great strategy. But in Ohio, I would say we actually got a good amount of pretty decent coverage from in-state press. But here's the problem. Who's reading the in-state press anymore, right? Yeah. I mean, you have to get through these paywalls. You have to have a subscription on the local TV. If you're still watching that, then maybe you'll catch it. And so that isn't enough to depend on. And I would say a lot of these local TV stations are bought by consolidated corporations whose ownership lean in a more of a right or conservative direction. So which race are they covering? Which candidates they like to cover? A lot of Republican candidates, and that's another barrier. So that's where I do land after this. I would have said the same thing that you said, and I think we maybe talked about that after my last campaign, Cenk. But after this race, to me, it really is much more important. A lot of the paid media coverage instead of the traditional media.
That's very interesting. All right, Morgan Harper, you're the best. We appreciate you, and whatever your next venture is, we're in. Let us know.
Thank you.
Unlike some other folks, we believe in progressives for who they are, not where they are. whether it's in their life, their careers, etc. Okay, you have a great heart and a great mind. We can't wait for you to contribute more to the progressive movement. Thank you, Morgan.
No, thanks so much for all your support. Really appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Yep, absolutely. All right, guys, there's something weird in this, how they report, because normally Ohio reports quickly and aggressively, okay?
The votes did come back, but it's the same votes.
Yeah, it's the same, it hasn't moved at all. Still that 8,100 to 3,400, and only 17% reporting. So Chantel has a very large lead now, but it's only 17% reporting. And it looks like it's a true 17%, because sometimes there's the big mail-in ballots and 17% of the precincts report, but it's half the vote or 3/4 of the vote. No, in this case, it looks like it's actually 17% of the vote.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot more to come, but
We have
she
some
does
updates, actually. I don't know.
Oh, we do, okay.
Do we have a break coming?
No, let's
We
do the
Okay.
updates first.
Well, JD Vance is now up to 29.6%. He's got 6 points on Josh Mandel. Matt Dolan is down to 22%. So he's got he's basically doubled his buffer from the second place candidate, and Matt Dolan has fallen from second place to third. So as we were talking about before, if you throw together the two most slavishly pro-Trump candidates, they have a significant chunk of the entire vote.
Yeah.
These two candidates that have effectively no difference between them. I mean, I would say I think Josh Mandel is a little bit more genuinely dumb. I think that JD Vance, it's a little bit more of an act, a little bit more I think JD Vance wrote a manifesto about how he was going to do this 4 years ago. Totally sociopathic. He thought out the entire thing. He doesn't believe any of this. Josh Mandel probably is also playing quite a bit, but I think he believes it a bit more. I think, isn't Josh Mandel the guy who did that video on the side of the road near a cornfield?
Yeah, he's a psycho.
Yeah, no, he's genuinely stupid, I think.
Who got the weirder penis though?
Guys, we're gonna have to see it.
Everybody, let's put that poll up. Put that poll up right now.
No.
As the Turks would say, amanha. That means, oh my God, don't do it. Okay. Amanha. Okay.
So we have that.
Okay, more results.
I noticed this. So both on the governor side of Ohio, both the Democrats and the Republicans, their races have been called. Mike DeWine is still called, although he is down to just a little bit more than 51%. That had been, I think, closer to 60. It's not gonna matter, they're calling it. And in this case, Nan Whaley is also called with an even more dominant lead. But what I noticed was—
Can I just say one quick thing about Nan Whaley, that race? So that's the Democratic primary for the governorship of Ohio, otherwise known as the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
And the Democrats are so scared that they had 2 near randos run there. Okay, they're like mayors of tiny towns in Ohio. No big player entered that race because they're like, well, obviously we would lose the governorship to a Republican, period. I mean, Ohio used to be a swing state 3 seconds ago, right? And the Democrats have already completely surrendered the state, at least in the governorship. So, I mean, congratulations to Nan Whaley, but she's gonna have probably very little money. I don't even know what her positions are. No one's covering that race. The Democrats have given up on it. It's just a sad state of affairs.
Well, and take a look at how that strategy is a self-fulfilling prophecy. The two numbers I want to focus on. Can we bring up this graphic? And I want you to tell me if you notice the two significant numbers here.
Okay, this is a fun quiz. I like this quiz.
And thankfully, there aren't that many numbers on
All
the
right,
screen.
so on the Democratic side, 164,000 people voted. My guess is that's a much larger number. 276,000.
Yeah, that's more than 100,000.
And remember, that's not the JP Mandel race, okay?
Yeah, that's just the
That's just the sleepy Mike DeWine race where he's almost certainly going to win and everybody knew it and everybody's focusing on the Senate side. But he still got way bigger numbers than the Democratic side. And when the Democrats give up on races, well, when they go to the general election, neither one in the primary got any name recognition because nobody ever covered them. There was almost no ads, there was no media coverage. So they're gonna have an incumbent, well-established Republican governor with a big name recognition against someone with absolutely no name and probably very little money. Why? Because the Democrats hate primaries. But in reality, primaries are where you build up your name recognition. So by the way, when the Ohio Senate race begins, if JD Vance wins, his name recognition is up here. Okay, Tim Ryan's, we know Tim because we're neck deep in politics. You know what Tim Ryan's name recognition in Ohio is? Near nothing. Okay, way larger than Morgan Harper's, but not anywhere near JD Vance's now. By the way, JD Vance.
Then he had the money to run for president.
Yeah, yes.
Which is another racket.
Yeah, so JD Vance, just a couple of years ago, was a nobody knew him, right? But Republicans put a ton of money, and then the media was like, oh, this is the crooked penis race. Okay, that's it. Trump's talking about it. Trump. Oh, there's Republican money. So they built up the names on the Republican side. Josh Mandel could easily probably beat Tim Ryan just on name recognition, right? And he might come in third tonight because there was so much media around it. And the Democrats have no media because they had the genius idea of let's make sure the corporate Democrat Tim Ryan wins. So nobody talk about Morgan Harper, but also by definition, nobody talk about Tim Ryan. Oops.
Yeah, and by the way, even before the race, I mean, Fox had been featuring JD Vance for quite a while at that point. Tucker Carlson been having him on and all that. They invest in it because again, it's all one thing. They all support each other. It's the same pool of money. They portion it out to different subsections, but it's all there. And like they're giving up on that race on the governor's side, the Democrats. But let's be clear, before they gave up on this specific iteration of the race, they'd already given up on the race in that they were never going to support a candidate that would offer anything. And the issue is that the Democrats and the Republicans both, for the most part, don't want to offer anything substantive. And so they try to come up with something to stand in for that. So with whoever, whether it's Josh Mandel or JD Vance, he's gonna talk about CRT and he's gonna promise to outlaw abortion or whatever. And he'll talk about trans athletes or something. Those are the stand-ins for them. The Democrats, I don't even know what their stand-ins are supposed to be. Nancy Pelosi, like in a kente like cloth outfit, I don't know.
Centrist Dems don't know what they're for at all.
Exactly, and here's the thing, Republicans have done a much better job in terms of their media training their voters over decades to think that that's all politics is supposed to be about, is that culture war BS. The Democrats haven't, and also their stuff isn't as interesting. And so if neither side is actually offering anything substantive, then they're gonna go with the more entertaining show, and it's always gonna be the lunatics on the right.
And who's the most entertaining person? And I'm sorry, but on the left, in the Democratic Party, it's the squad. It's AOC, and you know that because Fox News puts her on their shows every single day, and they freak out about it. And instead of running with that, Democrats are like, oh, no, we gotta get the Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi show, because that one's a great show. Obviously, they don't believe in a thing that AOC is for, so that's also why. But if they were smart about messaging, the problem is fascism is so easy, man. It's like, it's just such a one monolithic thing. Whereas corporate mediocrity and status quo BS and sort of the slow death march to fascism, very boring. And but you're exactly right about that. I mean, and the last thing I had to say, Jenks, say something because I didn't.
Okay, so in fact, when we come back, I'm going to do two things here, but we're going to take a break afterwards. When we come back, I'm going to tell you why progressive candidates need to be far more offensive and insult people way more. Yes. And it's not to vent, it's strategic, but I can't get it through to them. That's part of the reason why I'm so frustrated overall. And guys, there is no new numbers from the Nina Turner race. Believe me, we're on pins and needles here.
I do have a depressing number, but it's on the Republican side for later.
Okay, Republican side, that's not as important. I'm gonna read one comment here. Too strong for Democrats says, Cenk, you can quit caring about congressional politics, but someday these old geezers will die. Geezers, and we need some infrastructure in place for progressives to take over, and I hope TYT or similar is still there. No, media-wise, we're right here, and guys, I'm never gonna give up on winning. That's crazy, okay? In a sense, I'll explain more later. We're A/B testing here. What's going to work, okay? It's trial and error. How can we beat the system when we have so much less money and we have so much less media than the rest of them? That is a gigantic challenge. And my job, as I've taken on and I have perceived it, nobody gave me that job, I took it on, is to figure out how to beat the sons of bitches with the situation we're in. Because we're not the favorites, we're the underdogs, so we gotta figure it out. Nina Turner's race was a big part of this. And win or lose, I'm gonna explain at the end of the night what made a difference and what didn't make a difference and what lessons we can learn from that for next time. And next time might not be congressional. We'll talk about that more a little bit later. It might be presidential. So hold, okay? We gotta take the quick break. When we come back, all those amazing topics and more numbers. We'll be right back.
I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah. I'm at a Wolfpack gathering.
We're growing. I see faces that I recognize, but I also see a lot of faces that I don't recognize, and that's fantastic.
We are all taking time out of our lives to be here, and that's amazing. That means we truly believe in this.
Make no mistake, everyone in this room is a leader in Wolfpack.
Alaska, West Virginia, Montana, Georgia, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, everyone is here. All these folks paid with their own money and sometimes took vacation days to come here to strategize on how to get our democracy back and get money out of politics.
Or you get more political power just because you have more money. This is why it requires a constitutional amendment.
The process of winning in your state next year doesn't begin when session begins. It begins right now.
To work to a goal, something this big that you're actually making a difference of, there's very few things in the world that really compare to that feeling.
Equal rights to fair representation, rights for human beings, anti-corruption laws, and free and fair elections. That's what we are fighting for.
What were the founding fathers? Revolutionaries. And they built revolution into the document.
So Article 5 is the way we have to go.
This is how you do it.
You're in this as a team, you're in this together. The fight will always continue.
That fight is not between the left and the right. That fight is between basically greed and humanity.
So I'm asking you to put differences aside, whether you're conservative or independent or progressive, to join forces to say no more corruption.
You get beyond the fear, you take that first step, and you'll change the world.
What I want to leave you with, of course, is hope. And I want to assure you that if we keep fighting together, we're going to win together. We're going to get that convention, we're going to get that amendment, and we're going to get our democracy back. Come join us, wolf-pack.com.
Sharp increase in healthcare insurance premiums next year in response to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic.
The country is desperate for Medicare for all, but the mainstream media will tell you nonstop lies about how people don't want it.
Between 5.8 million and 23 million lost their healthcare just during this pandemic. And Joe Biden says, no, I don't think that's an argument for Medicare for all.
How are you gonna find $35 trillion?
They constantly misstate things, but without explaining that the current system costs at least $50 trillion. Every other developed nation has a single payer system, and they all pay less. In fact, on average, they pay about half of what we pay.
It doesn't matter if taxes go up if your healthcare costs go way, way down.
The for-profit health insurance companies are simply a scam, price gouging you, and they're in between you and your doctor.
Look, guys, the good news is we're gonna win. We're gonna get Medicare for all.
A famous new author has a book out. His name is Cenk Uygur. That's my dad. Okay, the name of the book is called The Original Young Turk, and it's his life story. I read it, trust me, you're gonna love it. He has such a straightforward way of telling stories that you're gonna be amused by it. It's like, well, then I met JFK, then I was at the White House, then I started a business, then I became Businessman of the Year. It's amazing. You're gonna love the stories, and it's part of what made me progressive. Check it out at shoptyt.com.
It is wrong to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote in this country.
Look, I tell you guys, most important thing is voting in primaries. Primaries.
I hope every American will vote for the candidate and party of his choice, but vote.
We cannot continue to complain about corruption and complain about what's happening in this country and continue to vote for it.
Let's get it right this time. It could be a moment of redemption for what happened in 2016.
Back on TYT coverage of the Ohio and kind of Indiana races. We'll get to Indiana in a minute. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, Francesca Fiorentini with you guys, and also Jen Hissam, who just joined by hitting the join button below on YouTube, and Red 420, who wrote in Nina 2022. So we appreciate everybody joining on YouTube. If you're not on YouTube, you know tyt.com/join is a great way to join. We appreciate it. You make this possible. In fact, for our members, we're gonna have a special members only episode at the end of this coverage. And we're gonna do 2 new fun segments called What Just Happened? And already I love that. And the blame game.
Ooh, I love the blame game.
Okay.
I'm into that.
Okay, so tyt.com/join. If you're on YouTube, it's even easier. Just hit the join button. Yeah. John's got numbers and Francesca's got a
Yeah, and actually, I want to get out in front of the blame game. A progressive who I really trust said that progressives need to start insulting their opponents more, so I blame you. Actually.
Good, that's an insult. You're learning, I like it. Okay, there you go. Anyway. You see, he's paying attention.
Thank you. I should run for Senate.
I blame John.
There we go.
No,
now Jake has to blame me, and this is just.
No, I now have to cover the race of who's better at insulting. Okay, and so all of a sudden I'm drawn into it. Hey, well played, guys.
Yeah, I know you just started covering this race, but have you noticed her stupid hair?
Wow.
Oh, John's winning.
Say, which gumball machine did you get your tie out of, John?
Hey, that is awful, particularly because I wanted to thank an awesome member of the community, A4G Production, for sending me. I love it. She has no taste. You already knew that. Can we zoom in, actually? You may not know. This is a dragon, not on her. Thank you, director.
It actually is
that
a
was
nice
mainstream
tie.
media. Like, here's the progressive trying to give grassroots support. They're like, no, let's go to the other one.
Anyway, if
that
you zoom
tie
in on
is from a Jewish space laser.
They don't seem
Trust
to want
me.
to. It's a dragon tie. Thank you, A4G Production, for sending it. I love it. She has no taste. Okay, so
no, it
with
actually is nice. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that.
I see the dragon now. Finally,
see,
okay.
I'm demonstrating strength. She's on an apology
so I had to.
Anyway, with that said,
by the way, all kidding, not kidding aside, kidding was the point here, is that look at what just happened. The minute that Francesca did like an insult that created a controversy. I mean, the tiniest controversy you've ever seen.
Wow, you just rewrote history because he started it, but yes.
Okay, no, but that's exactly it.
I was
you counter with, but he did start it.
Yeah.
He did start it. See, look at it, look at it. You're now all thinking, wait, did John start it? And was Francesca too harsh on the tie when it's from a member? Yeah. Now we're all talking about it. Yes. Now we're all talking. If no one had insulted anyone, no one would have been talking about John's tie. Exactly. He might have even forgotten the plug. Guys, media attention is everything. That's why it's not like, the corporate Democrats drive me crazy. They're trolls going, oh yeah, you're just being a poor sport afterwards. You're just whining. No, I'm trying to explain politics to you knuckleheads, okay? Exactly. Not you guys to them, right? Yeah. That media, it's like Schrodinger's cat. The very act of observing it makes the difference. Mm-hmm. And how you observe it. Look it up.
Exactly,
okay,
yeah.
John.
No, it's just, it's basic political stuff. Cat. Like, there's no way that we come out of this and tomorrow there's not an editorial about whether Francesca is likable enough. For instance, that's definitely coming.
First of all.
Anyway, and perhaps she should smile in her campaign ads. That would come. It wouldn't come from me, it would come from the media. Anyway, with that said, what I'm projecting there is awful. You wanna know something else that's awful? So you probably haven't been checking the results of the 7th District Ohio Republican primary, but right now Max Miller is at 68.4%. It's looking like he's definitely going to win. This is what I consider an early test of how much problem do Republican voters have with a guy facing assault allegations? And I would say not much. Nope. Because he is facing allegations from Stephanie Grisham, former White House aide, saying that he abused her in every way. He was still endorsed by Trump. Trump didn't care about that, and no, looks like the guy's gonna cruise through to a win in the primary. So if you're wondering what's gonna end up happening with, let's see, Charles Herbster or Herschel Walker, or God only knows all of the others who are facing sexual assault or just regular assault allegations, no, the Republicans don't really seem to care.
No, it's a camp. I mean, like, to think that we're in a moment where they're going in front of school boards and they're trying to convince us that teachers are indoctrinating children and talking about their sexuality and their sexual parts and like that, and yet like actual predators are being elected. Not just were elected, not just Donald Trump, but like, no, it continues to be part of the plank, basically. It's a boon to their campaign, the more accusations they have.
It certainly seems to draw Trump's focus.
No, the Republicans are now definitively the immoral party. Yes. They celebrate immorality. Oh, you beat your girlfriend. Oh, it's landslide victory. That's not a normal victory. Oh, you beat her in every way. Oh, even more. He should run uncontested. Everybody should withdraw. He won easily, super duper easily. Like Republican, and that was the only thing heard about that race, is that he beat, by the way, another Republican. Stephanie Grisham worked for Donald Trump. And she said he abused me in every way imaginable. And they're like, attaboy. That's the only thing they knew about him. There's many other Republicans in that race. It's not against the Democrat. They're like, oh, the Republicans that didn't beat their wives, no interest.
Yeah.
No. The one that beat his wife, yes. That's because the Republicans are deeply immoral.
Yeah, and the only thing we perhaps could spend a minute diving into is, were they okay with it because they just generally hate and fear and suspicious of women, just generally? I would say this week we've seen a lot of evidence of that with the SCOTUS. Or is it in particular because it's Stephanie Grisham and she came out against Trump? I think there are some Trump voters that have no problem whatsoever, specifically because she's considered an evil person. She turned against the God Emperor, and so she must be destroyed. But then again, Charles Herbster, running in, I believe, Nebraska's gubernatorial primary, he had Trump rally with him this weekend. The rally happened right after the second, again, Republican female politician came out and detailed the sexual assault that Herbster done. And he still rallied with him, and he said that the women are liars, and the same as always. And this is obviously evil, as you pointed out. It's a party of immorality. Up is down, left is right, all that. But again, it's just it's amazing that there are as many Republican women as there are. You are reminded every day that they do not see you as fully human. And I'm not saying the Democrats are great in this score either. Again, Nancy Pelosi's, she's supporting Henry Cuellar, and there have been other, anti-choice Democrats supported by the party up until recently. All sorts of issues, but it is so aggressively out front with the Republicans, and the women have been trained to like them more as a result of it.
The misogyny levels are off the charts. We were talking about Herbster on your show on Monday, and yeah, that's exactly what I've been thinking this entire time, is how Republican women are being asked to shut up, to sit down and to vote for these predators. And also recently, with the SCOTUS leak and this ruling, you've got people like Tomi Lahren, who a day ago, not even, a couple years ago, was saying she's a pro-choice Republican. And in order to get that Fox News job, no, she's not pro-choice anymore. No, she doesn't have any rights anymore. I'm gonna sign away my rights and let me sign on the dotted line and get my millions of dollars. And that's what Republican women are being asked to do every single day. So yes, Democrats have not delivered for women. And my God, I think this is a giant wake-up call for where we are at. But as a woman voting Republican, and this was the only time that Fox News ever covered anything that I did, they put my video of my Newsbroke video about Republican women, and if they vote against their own interests. They did a little piece of that, and they wanted to interview me, but I passed. But maybe I shouldn't have. But anyway, yeah, they get really upset when you're like, why would women vote for your party? And they're like, what do you mean? We protect them. As long as they don't go against us, then we crush them.
Yeah, then we beat them and take away their freedoms.
We do have a result.
Okay, and I'm about to, I might call an important race in a second, and I have a haunting point. But first, the result.
I don't want to be haunted. It's already so rough. Anyway, this update is moving from 17% to 26% in the 11th district of Ohio. Shontel Brown now at 69.9. It narrowed very slightly, but not at the pace you would want, considering the jump of 9% of the vote.
Yeah.
And remember, it was a relatively close race 2 years ago.
Yeah. So So we'll wait till the final stuff before we analyze, or is it close, is it not close? But that is obviously not good news because 26% reporting is starting to be a real number and the gap is huge. So now you have to hope that it was one of the suburban counties where Shontel does much better. There's, keeping it real, there's a couple of Jewish suburbs, and they have been swamped with ads pretending Nina Turner is going to end Israel, right? And every other kind of ad against Nina Turner, because the biggest PACs in this race were pro-Israel PACs. People say, hey, you're not allowed to talk about that, but that's a fact. And so I am allowed to talk about it. There, I just did, and I'll talk more about it later. And what they did was reprehensible, and they lied about a record. Did you know in the last election, Democratic Majority for Israel sent a flyer out telling people that Nina Turner was against $15 minimum wage?
It's ridiculous.
Because they, and by the way, they have tons of corporate interests within Democratic Majority for Israel. There's like an oil baroness that's giving a lot of money. So they're against all Democratic ideas. Chantel Brown had tons of Republican donors, including Trump donors, including the owner of the Patriots. It was like it gave a ton of money to Trump, gave a lot of money to Chantel Brown. So in this context, I bring that up because you got to hope that those are the suburbs where Nina did not do well last time, and that when Cleveland itself comes in, she does way better. Yeah. But obviously these numbers don't look good for now, okay? So now, since we're on numbers, I'll stay on numbers. The race that is getting close to called by me, not by necessarily by anyone else, is the infamous JP Mandel race. So JD Vance now 31 points, Josh Mandel 24.8. So that's 6.2 difference. You might say, well, it's not the world's largest difference, but now it's 52% reporting, right? 50 is a magic line, right? Because now Mandel has to close a 6-point lead with 48% of the remaining vote, which means with the rest of the vote, he's got to beat him by over 12 points, by over 12.5 points. Yeah. So the more you go down, the more precincts reporting, the way harder it is for the person trailing to win. And then Matt Dolan is down in third now at 21.5%. So JD Vance looks like he's gonna win, but I'm not calling it yet. We'll just let it sit for a little bit longer. And if you're saying, but wait a minute, in Nina's race now 26% is reporting, that means she's gotta make up a huge difference with the remaining 3/4 of the vote. That is correct, that's math. Yeah. And so it is what it is. But don't give up on it yet. Let's see what happens. But if it gets close to the 50% line and these numbers hold, yeah, then of course, it's not gonna work out, right? And then we can get into analysis, but we're not there yet. Okay, John, you were gonna say something.
Yeah, I mean, one is that, so the guy I'd been talking about recently, Max Miller, the guy facing the assault allegations, it's called, he won. He's gonna be the nominee, probably congressperson. So maybe they should form a caucus at some point. They can get drunk and talk about the times that they assaulted the people who trusted him most.
Predators caucus?
No, they're now fully in troll mode, the Republicans are. So when the New York Times finally noticed that Tucker Carlson's a monster, and they did that series earlier in the week where there was like a big scandal because they said he's racist. And they're like, the whole country knows he's racist. I love that the New York Times shows up several years late and thinks that they're on the cutting edge. Yeah. Anyway, but the reason I bring that up is because Tucker then did a smiling picture of him holding the New York Times headline. And because they don't care. Not only do they not care, they revel in it. Yeah, now it's a badge of honor. So there is some percentage chance that they will form the wife beater caucus inside Congress, and that caucus will be really popular among Republicans. And they'll call it ironic, but it won't be ironic at all. It'll be people who actually beat their spouses and partners, and the Republicans will re-elect them in landslide victories, not despite that, but because of that.
But the Republican Party really has become, I mean, Trump's entire election, his entire presidency was, what if we elected a far-right misogynist meme lord into the highest office? And that's essentially what we have seen the Republican Party become. You see everything funneled from 4chan to Breitbart to Fox News to the mouth of the president. And they just keep on repeating it and repeating it. So when you say that, and they say, oh, they're gonna be ironically the wife beaters. Yeah, but it's all kind of a joke. Yeah, we're all kind of in on the joke, but are we in on the joke? But take away the rights, but the Holocaust didn't really happen, but what? But we are all anti-Semitic. So it's just like, it is a giant, like insane joke, and they're obviously making a joke of American democracy.
Because when everything is bizarre and untethered from reality and a joke, you start to look like the crazy person when you talk about the real world.
Yeah.
When you imply that the government has some sort of obligation to their constituents, some sort of obligation to face in a serious fashion the crises facing us, then you look like the weird one.
Yeah.
They bring everything down to the lowest common denominator. The media finds it compelling, and I get it. It's crazy, and talking about substantive stuff is less fun. We all run shows. We see what gets views and what doesn't.
Yep.
The issue is that we also feel an ethical obligation to actually have what we talk about represent what is actually going on in the world.
Yeah.
But they didn't just happen into everybody being bizarre with, like I talked about recently on the pre-show. There's a candidate running for, I think it's for Congress, and she's not endorsed by Trump. So she campaigns in a massive pickup truck that has been painted over with a mural of Donald Trump as Rambo, and she has a Donald Trump mannequin that she drags around. Okay, well that is what politics is now. It makes no sense whatsoever, and it drives people away. It drives the serious people away. It brings in the looky-loos, the Alex Jones fans and stuff like that, and it creates all these distractions against actual substantive change. You add that to the list of the obstacles that we face.
And to their credit though, even though it's like horribly racist, basic, misogynistic, all the other things, their little memes, their little taglines, their little lib-tier stuff, it gets people, it gets their base riled up, it gets them excited. And I would argue politics should be accessible. I feel like that's why we do what we do, is that it should be a mass thing. It shouldn't just be, oh, if you're a wonk, you can tune in, and then if you're not, you might as well sit this one out. And it goes to the point that we were looking at those numbers in Ohio, and what Morgan was saying about voter turnout. It's not that there are more Republican voters in Ohio. So then why are there 100,000 more people turning out to vote in this Senate race? It's because they're galvanizing their base. They're giving them what they want. And Democratic voters, more often than not, are gonna be staying home. And of course, then they get browbeat. Oh, why didn't you come out? This and that. And you're like, give people something to come out for. Look, I'm interested in how this SCOTUS overturning Roe v. Wade polls, right? But man, you can't say Republicans don't deliver on their disgusting Machiavellian, Handmaid's Tale agenda. They're delivering on it. What are we doing?
Yeah, what we're doing is Adam Schiff. And so if you've ever seen Adam Schiff talk, you'll know why Democrats are losing. And by the way, they don't see it. So, and this is a weird insult. But Adam Schiff talks like he's giving a class at Yale.
Right.
And he's like, oh, I've been perturbed by the dichotomy presented by this paradigm. And you're like, what the hell did you just say? I mean, like, I understand what you're saying.
He speaks like John.
Yeah, but that's funny.
Oh no.
Because John's smart. Okay, I get it. You know SAT words. Now shut up about it.
Yeah.
Okay, and
that was a direct quote from my performance review, I'll have you know.
No, we have a smart audience, so John's perfect for it. Francesca's perfect for it, right? Well, but when Schiff goes out there and they're such dweebs and they don't realize that they're dweebs. They think Schiff nailed it. I'm like, no one likes that guy. Like, he looks like the nerd you'd pick on in school. And by the way, like, my job was to protect those nerds. That's, again, I took that on myself when I was in high school because I like to fight. I was like, oh, you're gonna pick on a nerd. Yeah, I'm a nerd, come, okay. Come and find out, right? But like, they're all super serious. They're all super fake, and that's the most important part, right? Like that lady dressed up in Trump's face that she made from other people's faces, right? Is at least having fun, right? And people are like, oh, that's
She's living her truth. Right? When has a Democrat ever lived their truth, all right?
Right? And when you compare her to the robots that are produced in a factory by the Democratic establishment, and Pete Buttigieg, look, they're so clueless.
The algorithm made him.
Yeah, they're so. I wish the algorithm had made him, because if the algorithm had made him, he would be far more appealing to human beings, right? No, the machine made him, the factory made him, and Pete Buttigieg comes in. I am a good Democrat. I will, and then he does word salad. I can't even repeat his word salad, right? And so, and I swear to God, and I've got good loved ones and friends and family who grew up on television and New York Times and NPR, and they look and they go, oh, he's so good, he's so smart, right? Yeah. No one likes him. No one likes him. He's an obvious plastic robot. You've got to be a real person. And look, guys, I gotta admit too, now I'm on a rando on Buttigieg. Okay, just a
go off. I'm always here.
Tread carefully. He's our next Democratic nominee for president.
But by the way, that is actually very likely. So I'm gonna go in a slight cul-de-sac here. Pete Buttigieg, I'm so mad at myself when he said that he learned how to speak Norwegian to read a book. And everybody bought it, and I said it on air. I was like, whoa, because I didn't know anything about the guy. Anything about the guy at the time. I didn't even know if he was a progressive or a moderate because he was such an unknown rando mayor, right? I should have known because he was getting so much media coverage. There's no way you're gonna get that much media coverage as a rando mayor from Indiana unless you've already sold out. And now looking back on it, he didn't learn Norwegian to read a book. That's obviously horse crap. That's the biggest lie I've ever heard. That's why when a Norwegian reporter asked him a question at a press conference, he was like, what? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? What? Okay, what's los? He's like, no, he doesn't know Norwegian. Everything about the Democrats is a lie. So, and it's not even an interesting lie. It's like the most boring lie of all time. We are corporate machines, exactly what Americans despise.
There's a few of them that I like, I like the way they speak. They're believable. Senator Whitehouse, he's a silver fox, I'm gonna be real. I like when he talks about dark money on the Senate floor, sorry. But I definitely agree with you. Here's what I would disagree with you on, Cenk. I think they don't think they've crushed it. They don't want the masses of people to actually engage in politics. They think politics is better if fewer people engage with it and fewer people vote. And as long as we win, and even if we lose, it's really the same thing anyway. They're not actually messaging for a mass audience. They're messaging for other Yale professors.
Yeah, to get enough donations to pay off enough consultants, exactly, yeah.
No, you guys are making a great point. Sorry there was no insults involved there, but let's concentrate. To my earlier point.
I think she did particularly well, especially considering her level of education and everything.
So there you go, nice insult. Okay, John did go to.
She went to a much better school.
By the way, John did go to a school in Connecticut.
You went to
a state school in Connecticut.
Yeah, in case you don't know, Yale's in Connecticut, but he didn't go there. No. That's why I'm making fun of him. That's why vote for me. Vote for me. I made a fun insult. Okay, no, seriously. So the reason why the Democratic Party likes people like Buttigieg is because when he speaks his Yale speak, but he went to Harvard, right? When he does his Harvard corporate speak, the donors like it because the donors are well educated and wealthy. So the Democratic Party goes, ooh, we got a live one. The elites love him.
Yeah.
That's a guaranteed way to lose general elections when the elites love you, okay? So.
Which is an interesting point for Thiel. As reprehensible of a character he is, he's like a tech billionaire or whatever. And I think that new money, and I feel like some of the money that Morgan was referring to, Democrats don't have any way to get that because a lot of like megalomaniacal tech billionaires also really want an outsider. They were an outsider. They're not necessarily Harvard educated. They're not necessarily part of the elites. They just found a grift and like made a bunch of money. And now they're like, well, who can I put this to? And they're not gonna put it to someone like Adam Schiff. They're not gonna put it to like a run of the mill candidate. And they might even put it to a right winger. So it's an interesting there is something to be said, although I really don't like him, but there's something to be said about, yes, I understand why Joe Rogan had Bernie Sanders on. And I think he was right to go on that. That outsider status, we all know people like outsiders.
Yeah, except the
mainstream
entire
media and the
Democratic
Democrats
Party and the mainstream media, 100%. They've ruined this country. They absolutely destroyed it. They helped the Republicans destroy it. All right, we got to take a break. But first the number. Now Vance has got a 7-point lead with 60% reporting. So that one is almost done, okay? So this close to being done. When we come back, I'll probably call it, okay? But before then, these are the new American heroes: Bill Coase, 01, Justro Bracken, and Ignacio Flores. all just joined by hitting the join button below. We love you guys. And yes, the fact that they are giving the least amount of numbers and the least results in the Nina Turner race is maddening, okay? But hopefully we'll have more numbers and a lot more analysis, including the blame game when we come back.
You know, old school was pitched to me from Cenk. It'll just be me, you, Jesus, Ben, and maybe Michael. And we're like, okay, cool. I can do that every week. As you can see, me, Jesus, Ben.
When you make the order, it says, don't exceed $20.01. So I'll just order literally anything to get it as close to that as I possibly can.
I'm sorry that I ordered $45 worth of food and got an email saying, sir, would you like to rethink that? What are you talking about?
I was in hell. I was just like, oh my God, the theater's empty, nobody's here. Everyone on screen keeps fucking cursing. Why did I let this happen? And the whole thing looks like it was shot through a glass of milk. My mom's gonna be so mad.
If you're looking for a heart attack, the short way, baby.
Wrong. I did put mayonnaise on it. I'm the most in shape, overweight person you'll find.
That's right.
He was like, why didn't you answer my call? I called you 39 times.
Yuck. But what makes you stop right before 40? You know, what makes you say, nah, man, I ain't doing that no more. I'm cool.
And I called you back on the air. And I was like, okay, Kevin Smith, big shot. What the you said you'd come on and you didn't come on.
I'm sure I took that very well.
Yeah, you did. You called me back the next day and said, I thought it was 7 a.m. And there's now deep fake porn. I don't know if you guys have heard of this.
I heard of it. I just had some in the car.
I'll tell you who I'm not Ben Mankiewicz. Have you guys ever felt that?
Not ever.
And now it's just the three of us.
This is the intimate hour.
By the way, the last half hour of this, we're not even rolling.
Fair enough. Hey, man.
See, I watch movies.
I'm done with both of you.
Once Craig starts laughing, I can't stop. And I was just gonna ask you about getting high, snoogans, snoochie boochies.
And members, of course, you can get the whole damn thing. TYT.com join and free trial. I'm old school with the old folks.
Good.
John, come back.
This is where it all began for many elected progressive leaders. The Young Turks was one of the few media outlets to cover the races of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, and many, many more. We know a great majority of the country is actually progressive, and TYT is here to amplify these issues so that we can have better policies that a majority of the country actually supports. We want to drive positive change, and then we've been doing that for 20 years here. That's why we're launching Canvas 2022, a campaign to get out the vote and amplify progressive candidates, the progressive agenda, and their primary races. The midterm elections are fast approaching, and we know mainstream media won't cover progressive voices, but because the TYT audience is too strong, we can make a difference in the midterm elections to help progressives get elected and make sure our priorities are heard. Support our mission to drive positive change. Visit tyt.com/canvas2022.
Field goal here. It's time to switch to beer.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
Do your best.
He's a little like
Oh. No one's happy now.
Give him another try.
Oh. Wow.
This is the weirdest game.
Public opinion, your opinion, has zero effect on public policy. The richest people in the country, their opinion has a direct effect.
Leslie Byrne, a Democrat from Virginia, describes that when she went to Congress, she was told by a colleague, quote, always lean to the green. And to clarify, she went on, he was not an environmentalist.
Our government actively serves the richest and the most powerful and turns its back on everyone else.
Finally, end the corruption and get money out of politics and give us back our democracy.
almost everything is called except the Nina Turner race, where there's almost no results. Okay. So first of all, on the Republican side, just as I was saying, I will call it when we come back. The New York Times called it, like literally 3 seconds after I said that, and we went to break. Right. JD Vance called. He is the winner. So the Trumps will have a strange penis party. If you missed earlier in the show, apparently Tucker Carlson told Donald Trump that Josh Mandel has a strange penis, and that is part of the reason why they endorsed JD Vance instead. It's mainly the money, okay, but it's Trump. You never know how much that affected him. Remember, he has said in the past that he made decisions based on whether they looked like they were at a central casting, or if they had a mustache he didn't like, or they had a head he didn't like. Yeah. Chris Christie, even though he was the most loyal to him and helped the most during the presidential race, he thought Chris Christie was too fat, so he didn't pick him as VP. He also had a Jared Kushner issue, but this is how this guy makes decisions. So, strange penis dude lost because Trump endorsed JD Vance, who called Trump the great American Hitler. Because it's American politics and we've lost our minds.
And the thing about JD Vance bothers me so much. Like Tucker Carlson, I feel like he's ended up in this position where his position in American media isn't unprecedented. There have been like far-right commentators like this in the past. But he had this evolution that I believe was very intentional and structured. It was a plan. I think there was John Oliver did an episode on Tucker Carlson a year or two ago, and he showed really old footage of Tucker Carlson seeming to be developing and broadcasting what the plan would be. Like he was identifying in other far-right commentators that they were clearly lying to become popular.
I remember that, yes.
And then he would just go on to do it. With JD Vance, it was like the same thing, but it was so quick. And it's depressing to me because a lot of the problems that we face politically as a country could be solved if people had any capacity to see through the BS, and there is so much BS that they have no ability to see through. Like they believe that JD Vance is the real deal because Trump told them that he's the real deal. Even though JD Vance clearly made a calculation that this American Hitler would need his, he'd need his Goebbels and he'd need his generals and stuff like that. And there's probably a lot of money to be made. It's a lot easier than writing more books. And so this was his plan. He put it into effect and people can't see through it. And in so many areas, they just can't see through the propaganda.
Look, I don't want to say what all Trump voters think, but we've seen rallies as of late, and I feel like they've crossed the Rubicon when it comes to, we want someone real. In fact, that was always a lie. And look at Donald Trump. There's no one faker than Donald Trump himself. And so I don't think that they have any qualms with the fact that JD Vance used to dump on Trump and is now loyal because he bent the knee. And so really, it's a test of loyalty, and they've shown that they love being lied to. It's okay to lie to them. It's okay if you've grifted. It's okay if you've stolen their money because it's all, again, in service of the God Emperor. It's all in service of this greater thing, and they kind of relish in it. So it's almost like it's like a win that they got this guy.
Trump sees it that way.
Sure, and I think his supporters see it that way. They know he's not real, but he's saying all the right things.
Yeah. Trump has a good instinct for being a mob boss, right? So when someone then bends a knee, especially when they were that much against you before, that has extra value.
Yes.
Because then the boss gets to say, look at how broken he is.
But I was groveling.
Yeah, now he's at my feet. And so there is value in endorsing someone like that. He's got those instincts, and it did work. And remember, all of his voters are betas. So they look for an alpha because they're scared. They don't know, they can't figure out the world, they live in fear. And so they need an alpha to direct them. And it doesn't matter how comical or ridiculous or absurd or unintelligent the alpha is. But the alpha does have to have the appearance of strength, right? So that's why when Trump bullies people, and he bullies his ally like JD Vance into supporting him, he bullies his opponents, he bullies the betas that are the Republican voters love it. They show up for the monkey fight. And they're like, yeah, beat him. Republicans, am I mercilessly making fun of you? Yes, I am. Now the haunting stuff. Look, I have a really interesting perspective on this because I saw this same exact thing play out in Turkey. So I don't follow that nearly as closely. I see it only tangentially through family and friends. But I saw it play out for a much longer period of time. So Turkey's Trump is Erdogan. He's the current president of Turkey. And he grabbed power in very similar ways. He changed the constitution so that he couldn't run for prime minister anymore. He could only run for the ceremonial role of president, which in that parliamentary system is meaningless. So he changed the constitution to be that the president would have all the power. He just did kind of a constitutional coup. So he's been in charge for decades now. And he's never gonna leave. He's made that very, very obvious, just like Trump. And the haunting part is the right wing is the same everywhere.
Yep.
And it's a thing that is really depressing about humanity. And so what do the right wingers in Turkey think? Whatever Erdogan says, period. Okay, they're not having any discussions, they're not having any debates. Who do they vote for? Whoever Erdogan tells them to vote for.
Yeah.
And so they act in the same exact way. They've turned off their minds in the same exact way. And you're gonna be shocked to find out they're also the most religious fundamentalist people in the country. Every con man immediately goes to the religious fundamentalists.
Yeah.
Because he thinks they'll believe anything. They're the easiest marks. And they're the most likely to follow an authoritarian ruler.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an authoritarian ruler. These are my people.
Yes.
And they go grab that, and it's about 30% of every country. They lock down that 30%, and then they bully the rest.
Yep.
Well, we also saw that, and that was the Weimar Republic. And so this is a very, very scary situation. Now about crossing the Rubicon. Guys, like, it's hard for me to explain to people and have them internalize it. Now the majority of Republicans, 52%, think that the Democrats are led by pedophiles who lead a child sex trafficking ring. It's not hyperbole, it's not theoretical, they actually believe it. 52%, a majority of Republicans. And by the way, since the Democrats are incompetent and impotent, now 30% of independents believe that the Democrats are led by pedophiles who run a child sex trafficking ring. Okay, that is 100 million Americans. And they believe things that aren't anywhere near true and that are really dangerous things to believe. Because imagine, guys, I know you can't imagine it, right? But if you really thought that the people running the country had stolen the election and democracy was over, and they were pedophiles, these incredibly evil guys who were coming after your kids, what wouldn't you do? And there's 100 million Americans that believe that. We are royally screwed. And in the reality, of course, the Democrats do not run a child sex trafficking ring. They barely run a ring. They can't.
Or a party.
Yeah, or a party, or they can barely run themselves.
They would never be able to organize something like that and keep it a secret. Are you kidding me? The Democrats? Come on.
Have you ever met them? They're the most insipid people you've ever seen, right? And the Democrats have no idea. Both the Democrats and the media in Washington, the powerful people in Washington, think, oh no, that's not true. No, it's no. I don't know anybody like that. No, there's no way. There's no way. We got this. We're nailing this. And then you see Biden at like 36%.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we're gonna lose to fascists. And then God knows what they're gonna do to us. That is now, so the Republicans, in the old days, I used to be a Republican, remember like a million years ago, right? So I have no incentive to characterize Republicans in some bad way or to stereotype them, et cetera, because I know for a fact that there used to be reasonable Republicans who just disagreed on regulation, blah, 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 right? Now, I don't mind characterizing them in all these ways because it's true, it's literally true. They've lost their goddamn minds. And while we're being polite to them, that number has gone up and up and up. I mean, when QAnon started, it was just a couple of years ago, and that number was non-existent. Now, it's the majority of Republicans.
But the magic trick, right, and we were talking about this just last week, is that they've convinced everyone else that it's the left that's crazy. And then you've got Elon Musk tweeting out some stick figure drawing of how far left the country's gone. BS. We are running the Democratic Party is running candidates basically on old Republican platforms.
Yep.
This country has not gone to the left. It has gone far to the right, and the Democrats, because they've been doing things like this, have allowed it to go that way. I feel very scared for the future. I feel like we're gonna look back on the moment where Democrats had control of the executive branch and both houses of Congress and be like, yeah, we deserve a second years of Trump.
Okay,
we
hold
deserve
on.
a second term.
All right, we've got more numbers now.
just
Finally,
jump up,
yeah. All right. So Chantel Brown now leading 66.4 to 33.6, and 37% reporting. No, that's overall bad news. What we need is not a little jump. We need a big jump, and so. With another 11% reporting, the fact that the lead is only being closed by about what, combined 6 points, because Chantel lost 3 points, Nina gained 3 points. Still not enough. That's not really that close to enough. So right now it looks pretty bad. Now 24,000 is a third of the number of people that showed up last time to vote, and 37% is reporting. So those are true numbers. That's a true 37%, it looks like. So can Nina catch up in the 63% left? Yes. Is it likely? No, it is not likely. Okay, so it's not over though.
It's also incredibly frustrating that hundreds of thousands of votes have been registered in the gubernatorial primary on the Democratic side. I understand that we'd only have a subset of the whole state, but I feel like they could get a little bit higher percentage there. But yeah, to continue on with what you were saying, like we see the direction they're headed in. We know what the right is, as you pointed out. It's basically the same around the world, partially because it is a set of psychological predispositions, and the ideology flows from there. But also because they're actively learning from each other. Like Fox News and Tucker Carlson are constantly talking about Hungary because they're trying to replicate aspects of Hungarian politics here. And on the other side, what is the defense against it? The Democrats miraculously did get the presidency, the House, and the Senate, partially because Biden, implied that he was going to be more progressive and more proactive than he actually would be. We warned people about that. The media lied, but it is what it is. And partially because most Americans aren't a part of that 30%, and they didn't want this, and they saw what Trump was doing, and they found it to be abhorrent, and they voted against it. But we had potentially this last opportunity where the Democrats could change the biggest fundamental issue, which is not that there's 30% of the country that believes this stuff, but that we live in a political system, the structure of which is uniquely designed to make 30% basically enough.
Yeah.
It is rigged in every possible way to magnify the always minority status of these rural religious conservatives and to make them as good as a majority. And the Democrats have changed none of that structure. They haven't done anything on even the voting rights, which I would consider like the wrapping paper on the present of our democratic institutions. They haven't even done that, let alone expansion of the court or rotating positions for the Supreme Court justices or the Electoral College or the gerrymandering or campaign finance reform or any of that stuff. And so that leaves us in a position where God only knows what percentage of the vote nationally the Democrats would have to get to have a majority again in the Senate. I don't know if it's 55%, 60%, 65%. It's so rigged. The Supreme Court, as many people pointed out, 5 out of the 6 Republicans who are voting to kill Roe v. Wade were put on the court by Republican presidents who lost the national vote. We have had in 32 years, we've had one Republican president win the popular vote. And yet they've had power for the majority of that. And the only people that are gonna change this necessarily are the Democrats, and they don't and won't.
No, they painted themselves into a corner with money. That's basically what they did. And they were like, oops, nowhere else to go. Oh well, time to die. And it's insane, they're so weak. And I just wanna say, I've had a feeling for the last 24 hours that I hadn't had in a long time, which was the feeling when Hillary Clinton lost. And that wasn't because I was a Clinton supporter, it's because I really wanted Trump to be the loser. But it was also, Obama didn't say anything in the first, 10 hours, maybe even day after Trump won. No rallies, no real opposition, no massive outpouring. People were stunned and speechless. And I think on the Democratic side, for me, it was, oh, we're alone. Oh, Democrats have no idea what they're doing. Oh, they did this, and they have no idea what they're doing. We came out to vote. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but we are so alone. And I knew then, and I think we all knew, Roe's done. Roe's done. I mean, it's been done on a statewide level in many different ways, but it's going to be overturned. The Supreme Court is going to be wildly conservative and majority conservative. And I've got that same exact feeling. Very much feeling like we are alone. We have each other. We have to organize. We have the grassroots, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they're so asleep at the wheel, and we have one choice. Well, only one choice. Do we go down with them, or do we not?
Yeah. There's another Rubicon that was crossed, and that is what John was referring to: voting rights. So, because I thought, no, they're going to pass voting rights. I'm not naive. I thought they were going to strip out all the anti-corruption parts. But they were going to keep the parts that would help the Democratic Party, because it would just literally be crazy not to. Because the Republicans have built up these very unfair advantages. So we talked about this before, but I'll just summarize for the folks who didn't see. And North Carolina is very similar. So many states are so similar. But the Florida example, Florida, Trump only won with 51% of the vote last time. So it's 51-49 state. DeSantis also razor-thin victory there. Now the Republicans have gerrymandered it so much that the Democrats will have 8 congressional seats in Florida and the Republicans have 20. So even though it's a 1-point difference, they have 12 more congressional seats. So that's why, of course, Democrats had to pass the voting rights bill that would end gerrymandering. Otherwise, it was political suicide. And they did political suicide. Yeah. Yep. And that's when I realized, oh my God, they're even more incompetent than I realized. I thought they were corrupt, but relatively competent in their corruption.
Sure.
But it turns out they're not even competent in that. There's only one expertise they have, and that's because they have a giant nuke on their side, and that's mainstream media. They can kill off progressives pretty well, as you're seeing tonight, right? But that's because they just keep pressing the nuke, right? And MSNBC comes out there and goes, remember everybody, progressives suck. They're like Republicans. Wait, what? We're the exact opposite of Republicans. And remember, you should never fight. You should always give in to Republicans. Everybody vote for corporate Democrats. They're the best. Yay, 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 yay. By the way, after tonight, I mean, if this result continues, no holds barred. So, Rachel Maddow, what did you do? What did you do? You lied to your audience over and over and over again. You never stuck up for progressives. Rachel, I remember when you were a progressive. When was the last time you were a progressive on air? When was the last time you said, hey, you know what? It's what the Democratic leadership is saying is not exactly right, right? No, you never do that. You never do that. Why? You wanted to keep your super fancy job on MSNBC. Let's keep it real, right? Did you ever feature progressives? No. Did you ever make their case? No. Your network
or criticize them. All you have to do is criticize centrist Democrats. You don't even need to just criticize them. Look at what happened to Roe. Look at what's happening right now. And Maddow believes in abortion rights, obviously. One of the
but she cares about her money more than that.
But you're like, can you at least question how we got here and whose fault is this? Because it's not just Republicans' fault.
I had to look it up because you made me think of this, and I was like, wait a second. I used to listen to Air America. Why do I think that Rachel Maddow was on Air America? That couldn't be possible. I looked it up. No, she was on Air America.
No, that's where I know Rachel from. That we were friends on Air America. Yeah.
Look, the issue is, it's like the fracturing of the media or whatever. Everyone is allowed to criticize one thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Except us, really.
Yeah, that's right. We're not allowed to criticize
everybody else. Has to be pure. It's fake purity. It's the purity of an undiluted like hydrochloric acid or whatever. But that's what you have to be. You have to be exactly pure. You have to never, ever cause any cognitive dissonance in your audience.
Yes.
Everything is exactly the way it needs to be, and you are beautiful and smart and special. And here, come here, I want to rub your head a little bit. That's what I want. You're great. And that's what they do. You're only allowed to criticize one group.
I'm gonna let the comment section own me too, right? We see this all the time, right? It's like we have to be in lockstep. I'm not gonna encourage any kind of nuanced thinking, any kind of complexity. Yes, one enemy, one hero. And my God, I mean, we're doing the right thing, obviously, by showing some nuance, but you're totally right. People, whether it's, rando channels on YouTube, purported progressives or leftists, or Rachel Maddow. Put the box on your head, and it's 2D thinking.
Yeah, no inconvenient truths.
Guys, the Titanic can sink, and so we all have to shake out of it. Look, I'm super optimistic person, and generally anybody who watches TYT overall knows that. So I don't say it lightly. I always give you guys hope, etc. And so there's still plenty of time between now and 24, and we could all work together, and we will work together. And by the way, I always have a plan. I have a new plan. We'll get to that later too. Okay, but having said all that, if Trump or Tucker Carlson wins in 24, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over. Anytime you lose an election and like, oh my God, if Mitt Romney wins, I'm moving to Canada. No, you're not. Why would you move to Canada? Mitt Romney, Obama, they're barely different. Okay, so, but no, like for the first time, I had a thought the other day, like it might have been 2 days ago, where I was like, where would I go?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can't go to Turkey, same thing, right? Like literally, right? Like I'm from Turkey, but I can't go back because I also criticize Erdogan. I'd be in even bigger trouble there. Then I started thinking Vancouver, Toronto, like guys, it's really bad. So I mean, I love to get your spirits up, but like, so here, again, they had brought in all of their weapons against Nina Turner, right? And these sons of bitches never fight Republicans. But they brought the president to a rando congressional election. They brought back Hillary Clinton out of the woods. Nancy Pelosi. Look, guys, look at what I think it was John who said earlier. Maybe it was Francesca. I don't know. Anyway, Nancy Pelosi right now is campaigning with Cuellar.
I want to be clear, it was me.
Okay, all right.
It was ugly time.
It wasn't her.
Yeah, and so good insult. Okay. So no, seriously, Cuellar is anti-choice, proudly anti-choice. He's going to vote with the Republicans on Roe. And Nancy Pelosi says, yeah, but he has more power. No, he took money from, apparently the FBI raided his house because he looks like he made a deal with Azerbaijani oligarchs.
Yep.
I mean, like, as corrupt and as conservative as you can imagine. And Nancy Pelosi says, I love it.
But
I'm going to go out of my way.
And he can raise Azerbaijani money.
Yeah, and not only that, he's running against a progressive in Jessica Cisneros, and they despise progressives 1,000 times more than they despise Republicans. And did you hear about any of that on MSNBC?
No.
CNN, New York Times, NPR, Washington Post. Did you hear about that?
Nope.
No, you didn't. Isn't that weird?
Yep.
Like, I mean, the Rhodes thing just happened. Shouldn't it be giant news that Nancy Pelosi's trying to help someone who is anti-choice right now? And yet, Rachel Maddow, and I mean, she's on vacation apparently forever. I don't know, she's getting 25 million a year or whatever to not be on TV. That's a nice deal. It'd be hard to turn that kind of money down, right? Shh, no criticism of Democrats. And guys, this is also not theoretical. They literally told me I'm not allowed to criticize Democrats on MSNBC. That's why I left.
Yeah.
And the people that stayed. So that's just the reality, okay?
And it's what a boot around this movement's like ankle, right? Since 2018, so obviously since before, but since 2018 when progressives actually started winning, my naive ass was like, well, there'll be more progressives on television. It's gonna be different, because we're shown there's an audience for it. There's an appetite. Obviously, this show knew that. No, not at all. And even if Bernie had won the presidency, it would have been a hit job every single day. There still wouldn't have been a moment of like, oh, maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're the baddies. No, you can't break through it. Jessica Cisneros should be on MSNBC every single damn day talking about the differences between her and Cuellar. I also last night was like, oh, Jessica Cisneros, take all my money. Here you go. I just was like, donate. So everybody please donate to Jessica Cisneros.
And look, it's that one we know for a fact is a super tight race. We're not just guessing it because, by the way, oh my God, I know the poll that happened before the Nina Turner race. Wow, that is super interesting. Okay, we're gonna get to that next. But Cisneros had an election already. I don't mean the last time. I mean this year we covered it, and Texas does the first general one, and then if nobody gets 50%, they do the runoff. Yeah. So the runoff is coming up. So they were separated by only 2 points in the last election. So it's a very, very close race. That's why Pelosi is going out of her way to help the corrupt Democrat. These are all facts.
Why
but by the way, if I said this on CNN or MSNBC, I'd be banned. Oh, right, I'm already banned for both of them. Like that's also literal. They told us to our face. Okay.
If you are for reproductive rights, if you're for Roe v. Wade, and if you think, I don't know, if you're watching this and you think we're a little too lefty, we're a little too progressive for your taste, whatever, just agree on one thing, that every single news outlet, whenever they have a Democrat on, especially someone like Pelosi, should be asking them, what are you doing to protect reproductive rights, abortion, and why do you still accept Democrats who are anti-choice?
Yep.
Why is that okay? You're never gonna hear it from, oh, let's talk about Trump again. Oh, let's talk about, I don't know, why Medicare for all is unfeasible. What else? What else? This is the #1 issue, and it is not a centrist issue. It is an issue of human rights, of women's rights, of everybody's civil rights. And it's being completely taken away, and the Democrats are allowing it to go.
And at the same time, that media that does all of this covering is declared to be leftists, communists by the right, just like the politicians.
That's how you move the Overton window. That's
exactly.
Right.
Yeah, the terms don't mean anything really. Biden gets to be a leftist or whatever. That's what the right will say. Sure. But even like the Democrats, they know that that's not true. They know that he's far more conservative. The ironic thing about being a progressive isn't just that you're up against so many obstacles and there's so much loss sort of baked into that. It's that despite the fact that you never have any power, you still get blamed for literally everything. So in 2016, we didn't get the candidate we wanted. We know that we were blamed for the way that turned out, and that hasn't gone away. Clyburn was just last week. It came out that he's still blaming us.
Today.
Exactly, it's all over Twitter today. Why? So in 2020, we didn't get the candidate we wanted. Wait, but why is Biden not doing well in approval rating? Oh, because he's too leftist. He's trying to do too much. The midterms haven't even happened. We're already responsible for the Democrats not doing well.
You know why, guys? You know why? Because it's propaganda.
Yeah.
Propaganda is supposed to tell you that black is white and white is black. So we shouldn't be surprised by it. Yes, for the rest of time, mainstream media will lie to their audience and tell you, oh, when the moderate wins, that means it's progressives. When the moderate wins and then does poorly, it's progressives' fault. Yes. When the moderate lose, I mean, look, it doesn't get any more propaganda than this. And like in propaganda, like when they're torturing you, they try to get you to admit something that isn't true, that you know and they know isn't true. And that's when they know they broke you and they can get anything they want out of you, right? Terry McAuliffe is the most corporate Democrat of my entire life, even more so than Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. He's their top friend, and he's the one that collected the corporate cash for them. He's their bag man, right? Mm-hmm. He ran the Virginia governor's race just a couple months ago. He lost, and they blamed it on progressives. I'm not kidding, I'm not exaggerating. The entire mainstream media coverage afterwards were progressives blew it in Virginia. You cannot find a Democrat in the entire country who is less progressive than Terry McAuliffe. But they blamed us anyway. Yeah. Because they're almost torturing the American people because it's corporate rule. It's the invisible hand of the market. We can tell more about it later. But basically they're trying to break us so they go, oh yeah, Terry McAuliffe's a progressive, that's why he lost. Yeah, he was too far left. Yeah. Because the corporations are so woke. The corporations are super far left. What? What?
And that's what their audience says, though. I mean, and look, for even though their ratings are all dipping, they've got really good, amazing numbers. They reach a lot of people and a lot of low information voters who just regurgitate what Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough say. Mm-hmm. So they're doing it. NPR too, man. I throw NPR with a lot of this 100%.
Sort of they're among the worst.
Status quo. Blaming of progressives for anything.
They attack progressives nonstop. I now despise NPR. For all the people who grew up thinking, oh, NPR intellectual, they have banjos. No, they've become part of the Borg.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, guys, we got to take a break. We were supposed to end at 7 o'clock, and we were supposed to go to members only.
Can I give you a number update?
Yes, we didn't, and we're going to stay for another 20 minutes to give you an extra half hour because we just didn't have enough numbers. So go.
We do have an updated number. We're up 4 more percentage points to 41% with Chantel Brown now at 65.5%, Nina Turner at 34.5%. So it has slightly narrowed as we've gained 4 more points.
No, guys, it's almost over. Okay, so I have to be. Our job is to be honest. And to their point about how we don't lie to you guys, like John was saying, you have to like pretend that your audience is right about everything and that there's only one side and all that stuff. In my tweets about Roe, I got this one comment that I loved. She's like, I think you're making great points, but I can't tell which side you're on. Because what am I saying? The Republicans are monsters, and the Democrats aren't going to fight them.
Yeah.
And people are used to, but wait, are you Republican or Democrat? And I've been trained to think that those are my only two alternatives.
And who do we blame more importantly, right?
No, life is more complicated than that. Anyways, here are the folks that I love. They just joined up. Once you're a member, you're part of us, and we're unbowed. And wait till you see us after this. You want to talk about unbowed? Yvonne Rodriguez, Gmail2, and Alexander Hamilton. His name is Alexander Hamilton. Okay, if Alexander Hamilton joined us, we must be good. So when we come back, we're gonna take a quick break. Come back live for everybody. A duel. I'm kidding. Okay, but we will give you the latest numbers on Nina, and then finally we will start to have conclusions about what happened tonight. Okay, including some controversial ones. So come right back.
I want you to take on the spirit of one of my sheroes, Harriet Tubman, who said these words: if you hear the dogs barking, keep going. If you see the torches in the woods, keep going. If they're shouting after you, keep going. If you want a taste of freedom, keep going. Is it right or wrong that somebody has a living wage? Is it right or wrong to have paid family medical leave? Is it right or wrong to cancel student debt? Is it right or wrong to make sure that no matter who you love, how you identify, that you get the opportunity to live a good life too? This boils down to right or wrong. It's just that simple.
It's about saying to people who work for you, this will not be tolerated on horseback, on bicycle, on tricycle. You will not treat people like this. They are human beings.
Because with these hands, we will rise.
Nina Turner steps into the direct fire sometimes in the name of the people.
And is that we have become numb to some of the very real challenges in this country.
They don't care. I want to say something else, but I know we're going to keep the PG. They just don't care.
You get to keep your doctor. Don't let them scare you about that, because it's not government taking over the service. Dr. Dooley, can I get an amen? Okay, we got a doctor in the house. If you want clean water, clean air, clean food, keep going. If you want a better country, a better world for yourselves and future generations, you must. And if you know that we are in this fight together, you must.
Never in my life did I think I would like to see a dictator. But if there's going to be one, I want it to be Trump.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Where's the line? We've crossed every line you can imagine.
We are a socialist country. It's socialism for the rich.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
You don't have to know the truth, just believe what they tell you.
There is no bounds to their monstrous hypocrisy.
Tick-tock.
I think we're gonna win the Senate in 2020. And I think we're gonna have the House, and I think we're gonna have the presidency.
Tick-tock.
And in 2020, we're going to clean your clock, and we're gonna run you out of town, and we're gonna have an actual democracy in this country.
November of 2020 could also be potentially the greatest day of our lives. Let us whisper of a dream.
My name is Carlos Hernandez. I am the valet parking for this small parking lot. I work for TYTs, and they coming to this lot over 4 years. I know two more famous person, Bernie Sanders, the former Vice President Al Gore, and too many other guys. I'm so happy to cover it with TYT.
I thought you knew when I smacked your back that I like.
Say hi to the camera.
I don't like this.
All right, guys, we're back. Cenk, John, and Francesca with you guys. Just to give you the latest, 41% reporting, in case you're just tuning in now, in the Nina Turner race. All the other races have been called. Liam Doris race called?
The last I had seen, he was in the low teens.
Yeah, oh, here we go. Unfortunately, Nina Turner's about to do a concession speech. So let's watch.
And with that, I say congratulations. See, what we have to remember is that this is a long-term battle. And together, we're going to continue to do this work because she, our leader, encourages us to do that. My name is Karen. I've been honored to lead you all, Team Turner. And I want you to know that right now, I am excited to bring up the people's champion, one that we love and trust, one that we are excited to hear from, one that reminds us that better days are ahead, one that reminds us that we are part of a movement that's unshakable and unstoppable, one that is unbossed and unbossed and unafraid. The one and only. The one and only. The Nina Turner. Thank you so much. I want to thank Kara so much for leading this great team. Can we clap it up for our campaign manager? I want to say how much I love each and every one of you for being here tonight, for being in this battle with us, and it is far from over. I'm going to read from some prepared remarks, and I'll probably go in and out the remarks here, because I usually go extemporaneously, but today I'm going to read from these remarks. So I want to thank my family so very much for their love and support. My son is here, my dad, my sisters, just so many people who, whether I ever have another special title or not, will always be there for me. So I want to thank them. I want to thank my grandparents and my mama, who is not here on this plane of existence, and all of my ancestors who fought so hard for somebody like me to be where I am today, to the spirit of the fighters. To my incredible, incredible team, both the paid team and the unpaid team. All right. We had a lot of volunteers on this team. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being there through thick and thin. So just thank you. So now I'm going to read from these prepared remarks, and then I am going to go extemporaneously before this is all over with. Just bear with me. I want to thank all of you in this room and so many more across this country who supported this upstart grassroots campaign. I can tell you that this team left it all on the field. We fought through the $3 million in outside money from every corporate interest you can name. The oil companies, the drug companies, the crypto speculators, and even Trump donors.
We went door to door talking to the people of Greater Cleveland. But all the hours of our volunteers, the tireless efforts of our dedicated staff, and the generosity of small dollar donors, working class people, just could not on this particular day beat the onslaught of corporate spending that swamped this district and its people. This election was never about me, nor was it about Chantel Brown. These outside corporate special interests who not only invaded this community, but who are doing it in every other community in this nation. Those of us who believe in representative democracy should be very disturbed about this type of money that came in 2 weeks before this election day. They didn't come in here because we were losing. They came in here because we were winning. They are trying to keep you from getting the higher wages you need. They are trying to keep you from getting relief from high gas prices, high food prices, and high medicine prices. But most importantly, they are trying to keep you from getting quality health care, universal health care, college. They're trying to. They are trying to rob this community and this nation of hope. Let us never forget that Cleveland was the station of hope on the Underground Railroad, and we will restore that hope once again. They want us to believe that the future that all of us dream about for ourselves and for our children and our grandchildren is just not possible. But we know in this room, we know that that is wrong and that better days are ahead. We know that there are so many fights that need to be fought and to be won. We know that we must and we will and we can raise the minimum wage. We know that we must and we will have universal health care for all in these United States of America. We know that we will and that we must have an energy future that does not destroy Mother Earth. We know that we will and we must ensure that justice and equity for all exist in this nation. Just in the last few days, we have seen that the right-wing U.S. Supreme Court is prepared to take away the freedom of a woman to control her own body. The draft decision that was leaked is so radical that it could mean a woman who was raped and became pregnant would have to carry that pregnancy. That's how radical they are. That a 13-year-old little girl who became pregnant because she was abused by a family member would have to carry that pregnancy to term. What is the liberty for those women? So as we reflect on this loss tonight, please, please, please stay with me as we continue our justice journey together. The powerful corporate interests may still be able to buy an election, but do not let them rob you of your hope, of your dignity, of your pride, of our future, because if they do that, that's how they win. We need to keep standing together, fighting side by side, and some battles we may lose, but the larger war or the larger push for economic, racial, social, and environmental justice is one that we must continue and never quit. God bless all of you. And again, I want to thank the thousands of people who voted, who donated, the working class people of this district and of this nation. Know this, that tomorrow is a new day, but the struggle before us is more urgent than ever. We all must commit to struggle together to bring this country back from the corporate special interests that bribe and buy politicians. They rented this district last year, and baby, they sure enough bought it this year. Let me say to the people in this room, don't call it a comeback. I've been here all along. And as you well know, so many people wrote us off when this campaign began. They said we couldn't take on the establishment. They said that we couldn't take on the $1 million super PAC money. That's what they said that we couldn't do. We know that they were wrong because this is just one step. We have faith and we have the fight. And so let me say this extemporaneously. All right. Sister Turner ain't going nowhere. My resolve tonight is intact. And this is what I do know. That in the spirit of Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, I'm unbought and I'm unbossed. And that's why that money came in here. Because they know in the halls of Congress that I was going to shake that sucker. On behalf of the poor, the working poor, and the barely middle class. But that's all right, Pastor Early. They can't contain this black girl magic. Because what I am going to do is I'm going to take this magic all over this country and shake it that way. And maybe 2024 is coming. And I think the great state of California got something to say about what Sister Turner should do. The great state of Iowa got something to say about what Sister Turner should do. The great state of Nevada got something to say about what Sister Turner should do. But we ain't going nowhere. They just reinforced my resolve. And that just like King James, LeBron James decided to take his skills to South Beach, but what Sister Turner is going to do is to continue taking my skills all over this nation, and I'm going to see some folks in 2024. Hello? Stay tuned. This is what y'all asked for. My mama used to say, sometimes you're going to get what you ask for. And that corporate money coming up in here this way to suppress and malign the voices of working class people in this district, in this nation, and in this world. Let me tell you something, they ain't seen nothing yet. They gonna get what they asked for. Sister Turner unleashed. That's what they gonna get. That's what they wanted, turn time. That's what they wanted. And that's what they gonna get. So I'll see you all in 2024. Oh, wait, let me get my team up here. Team Turner, come on up here. Get my family up here. Oh no, this is what they want. Lost my life, I had to
Of that speech.
That was an exciting development.
Okay, so
Extemporaneous.
yeah. All right, so let me summarize here. So Nina Turner has lost tonight. The election's been called and rightfully called. We always deliver the news to you guys, good or bad. We don't do what right wing or corporate media does. We give it to you as it is. She lost big tonight. Okay, and I put a lot of my own time, effort, resources. I put everything I had into it, almost quite literally, okay? And we did that through Rebellion PAC, et cetera. And there's a lot of lessons we learned and a lot of things that I know now works and doesn't work. And so, but as we saw the numbers coming in and Nina was losing big, even I got discouraged, okay? But then Nina Turner gave that speech after she lost and she picked me right back up. That was amazing. That was the best concession speech I've ever seen in my life. And so she just lost big in a rematch and she said, I'll see your ass in 2024. Now, you see, but that's why we love Nina, because she's a fighter. She said, basically be careful what you ask for because you just got it. You know what I saw there was Nina Unleashed. And so I wish that that the campaign was more like that, right? Both times. But I'll tell you what, I like that Nina a lot, okay? And what happens in any particular district doesn't quite really matter. What matters is, as we've discussed all night in our election coverage, it's all in the media coverage. So JD Vance and Josh Mandel got so much more coverage. If you're new to our coverage, can you name anyone on the Democratic side in the Senate seat that Vance and Mandel were running in? I'll give you time, okay? No, if you're not following progressive politics, if you're following mainstream media, et cetera, you have no idea who's in that race because the Democrats don't like primaries. They squash the press in that, and they pretty much universally control the press. Why did Nina Turner lose? Look, I know for a fact that race before it began was actually really close, but she lost by a lot. So what happened? Well, what happened was Joe Biden came in and said, no, Shontel Brown, we like Shontel Brown. James Clyburn, Pelosi, others came in and said Shontel Brown. And as it turns out, that makes a giant, almost unbeatable difference. Why did AOC beat Crowley? Because Obama and all the heavyweights and Pelosi and Schumer didn't come to back Crowley because they thought he didn't have a race, right? They thought he was going to win easy. And so boom, we beat Crowley. And so that has happened a number of times, but now the establishment has caught on. The media will slavishly do whatever establishment Democrats say. So they all said 1,000 times over, Shontel Brown is the Democratic pick, and so vote against Nina Turner. And it moved the numbers so that Nina Turner lost ground in this race. But that also tells you the answer is in the media. And so if you're counting her out, you're dead wrong. If Nina Turner is unleashed and is actually Nina Turner, because she's been too careful in these races, give them what you got. And she said in that great speech, which she's still going, no, I'm gonna give them what I got. And so I look forward to that greatly. And in terms of why she didn't win, well, this time around, she had no backup. And that also hurts. So when people hear, oh, the Progressive Caucus didn't even back her, even her top allies and friends in Congress didn't back her. That's devastating because then it makes people think, oh, I guess I shouldn't vote for her. I thought it was even, but I guess it's not even. One side has all endorsements, the other side doesn't. So let's call it what it is because we're in the news business and we're honest with you guys. What progressives in Congress did to Nina Turner was a betrayal. And they betrayed her. Why? Probably because they were largely scared. And don't get me wrong, they're not doing it flippantly and they're not doing it because now they're all of a sudden stuck up, et cetera. They're doing it because there's, and I know this for a fact, there's significant threats behind the scenes. But you know what? That's when you require courage.
And that's why you were sent there.
Yeah, and so John makes a great point, and I've got to say this. Look, the point of Just Democrats when we formed it was to build a brand that was strong progressive fighters. And they stuck together and they became a squad, right? And then they built on their power by making sure that they were united. And they fought back against the establishment. But if I'm being honest with you, and that's all I ever do, now they're at a point where they're in retreat. And they've lost what it appears to me from the outside, their will to fight. So yeah, from time to time, they'll do fantastic things. Cori Bush on the steps of the Capitol fighting for people who are homeless. It was wonderful. It's exactly what we built Justice Democrats for. AOC when she did the original sit-in in Nancy Pelosi's office. But in this case, AOC, I mean, to her half credit, came out in the last 24 hours and endorsed Nina Turner. Is that a little too late? Of course it is. But at least she did it for whatever it's worth, right?
But she could have been rallying. She could have been giving speeches.
Of course, guys. Why? Because behind the scenes, Democratic leadership is intimidating the living crap out of them. Okay, I know it for a fact. So I'm not saying that all of them aren't in a tough spot. They are in a tough spot. But that's when you got to stick together and fight. and why did I back Nina Turner so much? Why did I put everything into Nina Turner? Why did you guys put everything into Nina Turner? Because in Nina, we see a fighter. And by the way, we're loyal and we have principles. And I'm with Nina when she's up and I'm with Nina when she's down. Why? Because she's true. So now, ironically, I mean, look at us. Look at how disciplined and principled we are. Because we supported the Just Democrats when they were non-existent. I literally named the group, so I know for sure that they were non-existent. I created it, and everybody can catch feelings all they like. I put it together, I named it. There's no question, okay? But it's not just me. There were wonderful people there. Shaikat Chakrabarti, almost single-handedly, not saying single-handedly is too much, but he was so critical, and Corbin Trent so critical in helping AOC win her election. And where are they? They're not in Congress anymore. They've been removed. So no, you can't say I don't want to be with the people that brought me. So when they were down, when every one of them was down, we were there for them. And more importantly, 1,000 times more importantly, you were there for them, right? But now when they're up, right, and they're fancy Congress people, etc., we're saying, hey, listen, like if we were ass kissers, if all we cared about was what everybody else in Washington cared about, power, all power, I'd be telling you, oh my God, they're amazing, they're the best, because they're now up, and they're celebrities, they're famous, right? No, I'm telling you, this is what I'm most down on them. I haven't given up, but man, they got to prove something, and they haven't proved anything. And so. Yeah, and by the way, if they're watching this and you catch feelings that I said you didn't stick together and you didn't have courage to fight back, catch them. Go ahead, catch those feelings. I don't care. My job is to report the news, and that is indisputably true. Yeah. And since you left her to die there, she lost ground instead of gaining ground, and it seemed like she was alone. And that wasn't right. It wasn't morally right, and it wasn't politically or strategically right.
No, and it made her look like an extremist, just as Democrats want to paint her as. That Nina is somehow far out of the norm, and she's not at all. She's just gonna fight. She would be another arrow in the quiver. She's another tool. She will be with you and grow the squad. So you gotta stick your neck out at some point, despite the threats, because you know you're gonna grow your ranks if you throw down with someone like Nina.
Yeah. Now, look, there's 10 Just Democrats, but there's a core 6 that are considered kind of the squad, right? So there's the original squad and then Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush. And again, they're wonderful people, they mean well, and they're kind of new at this. So they got a little bit of brainwashing, and I warned them. I said they're gonna brainwash you. They're gonna pretend that your colleagues are the most important people in the world and you have to be nice to them and incumbency is so important, blah, blah, blah. And it didn't work. I tried and it didn't work. And so I would have rather had those 6 stick with Nina, fight all the way, and then lose even their seats, than to not stick together and get picked off one by one eventually, right?
Well, yeah, and look, I don't know the exact nature of the threats. I don't know how many different angles they can come at them, how many weapons they can deploy against them. But I will say, like if any of it is just fear of being seen to have endorsed someone who goes on to lose, and so staying out of it so that you don't do that, it just sort of reeks of like Obama trying to negotiate with the Republicans.
Yes.
They're not gonna love you no matter what you do. Right. Because it ain't about the tactical or strategic stuff. It's about who you are and what you want the party to be, where you want to move America to. Right. And they don't want you to win. They want you to lose. It's Obama or it's Biden reaching out the hand. They want to cut off the hand. They want you to die. They don't care
politically,
about you.
Yeah.
Politically,
guys,
and the Republicans maybe more so than that.
But so look, last thing for now, and then we'll do a post game, and in the post game for the members, we're actually going to do a new segment called Blame Game. So if you thought this was harsh, wait till you see that, and a segment called What Just Happened, where we'll get into a little bit more details. But look, in terms of Nancy Pelosi, I told every Justice Democrat that would listen, she is not your friend. Politically, it's not personal, but politically, she's your opponent, she's your enemy. she is going to try to make sure that the corporate Democrats win. How do I know that? She raised $1 billion. You don't raise $1 billion over decades because you aren't corrupt. Corporations and all those PACs and all those lobbies, they got a return on investment from Nancy Pelosi. She is not your friend. And they first come in and they get celebrated and they get into a sense of like, maybe she is my friend. And what is Nancy Pelosi doing tonight? She's helping Henry Cuellar defeat another Justice Democrat, Jessica Cisneros. And that is after the Roe decision. And we talked about it earlier tonight. Henry Cuellar is anti-choice. He's anti-choice Democrat, and the FBI is investigating him on corruption. And he has a much better chance of losing the general election because he's under FBI investigation in now what is a closed district. But despite all of that, Nancy Pelosi is going out of her way to try to beat a young progressive Jessica Cisneros. Why? Because she's your political enemy. When are you gonna get it through your head? And you say, oh, well, Cenk, you're being really insulting. We understand that. Do you? Because I've never seen you fight her. I've never seen it publicly. When she betrayed you on the decoupling of the Bill's infrastructure and Build Back Better and she screwed you, did you go out in public and say Nancy Pelosi screwed us? She made a promise and it turns out she was lying. Oh, well, we can't do that in Washington. That would be very, ill-mannered. Oh, I'm sorry, did we send you, did everybody fight super hard and send you their $5 they could barely afford for you to be well-mannered? Is that what you thought? You thought you were supposed to go and fight politely? And that you were supposed to care about the people that are already in power for your goddamn colleagues? I don't know if you got the memo. You all ran against those incumbents.
Yes.
You ran against those incumbents.
They're still mad about it.
I know, it isn't about us, guys. The Young Turks audience that gave the $2.5 million to the Justice Democrats in 2018, that gave so much money to all these different candidates, were they the sole reason that they won? Absolutely not. And a lot of those candidates are dynamic and wonderful on their own right in terms of candidates, etc. Right? It's a combination of factors. But they believed in you and they sent you to fight. They didn't send you to get intimidated. They didn't send you to be quiet and wait your turn. They didn't send you to respect Nancy Pelosi or Joe Biden. They sent you to fight for us, for your voters, for progressives. I don't give a damn what storybook they told you in Washington. They lied to you and you've been duped. If you didn't endorse Nina Turner, you've been duped. Snap out of it. And if you're not gonna snap out of it and you're just gonna say, oh no, I'm part of the elites now, and I'm gonna try to maintain my own power, I'm not gonna stick together as a team, and I'm not gonna listen to the progressive base, and I'm not gonna listen to my voters. I have new friends now in Washington. Well, then good riddance to you. But that story is not concluded because it's not up to us, it's up to them. So, and it's not just the Justice Democrats and it's not just the squad. Look, we helped Jamie Raskin get elected. I think Jamie Raskin is a brilliant, wonderful guy, a really decent guy. But Jamie's supposed to be a progressive. Where are you? Katie Porter, God, I love her demonstrations in Congress. Katie, where are you? For every progressive in Congress, where are you? I can't see you and I can't hear you. None of our viewers can see you or hear you, and we can't see you. Yeah, I can see you when you're doing stunts, and I like them. And I think they're good, PR opportunities, and I think they get good credentials for and credibility for progressives, and I appreciate it. And we give you credit for when you do wonderful things. But when you hide and you don't back fellow progressives, well, no, then we don't see you. Except now, here you are, and we all see that none of you stepped up for her. AOC in the last 24 hours. And somebody from Cori Bush's team leaked that she voted no on the Chantal endorsement. That's it. That is super sad. So, hey, listen, we've done our part. Don't come asking for more, support from anybody in the progressive base. Yeah, sure, there's plenty of other people in the progressive base that aren't us, that aren't TYT, that isn't in our audience. Have at it. And now you guys are all famous, so you probably don't need us. Enjoy your fame, enjoy all the things that you have. But if you'd like to turn around and you'd like to fight for us, we'd love to have you back. But if not, what am I gonna do? It's not our choice, it's their choice. But did they do the wrong thing in this race? There is no question about that. They left one of their own on the field without them. And that was heartbreaking. And it was strategically wrong. We welcome a change of mind and we would love to have you back. But until then, what have you done for us lately? Well, not very much at all. Not very much at all. All right, look guys, for the members, we've got the extra segments. So stay right here if you're a member, tyt.com/join if you're not. And the one good piece of good news for all of you watching out there, and if you're on YouTube, you could hit the join button below. Why do I say that all the time? Because our members make us untouchable. We can say anything we want. We're liberated. We're liberated because of our members. So they'll say, oh, you can't, how dare you criticize the powerful? Well, I just did. Take it up with my members, okay? And unless you can convince all of those people to come to your side, okay, then have at it, Hoss. But until then, and until our squad, our members, the people who can barely afford $5 but gave it anyway, until they leave us, you can't touch us. And we're gonna keep telling the truth. Members, I love you guys. We're gonna stay together and we're gonna fight no matter what. And yes, at the end, as always, we're gonna win. We'll be back for the members.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
That's 300 million, that's a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world.
We just crossed 5 billion